Her fingers lightly tapped repeatedly on the phone screen, emitting a faint blue light in the dark, silent room. Curled up under the blanket, the young girl immersed herself in a social media world filled with laughter, which she considered to be a happy paradise belonging only to them. Pink hearts constantly floated over fancy photos, fueling envy and a longing to live such a vibrant life. Isol Yeon turned over thoughtfully, her eyes behind her glasses gleaming with a profound sadness as she reflected on her own loneliness. She let go of her phone, letting it plop onto the mattress, muttering that she was pathetic for craving even the most basic social interactions. The phone screen remained lit with hangout invites and cheerful laughter, but that liveliness felt utterly alien. Sprawled out on the bed in complete despair, she bitterly acknowledged the harsh reality that she didn't have a single friend right now. Memories of her brilliant elementary school years suddenly returned through the classroom display board, recalling a time when she was a popular center of attention. Standing amid applause and cheers in the classroom, little Isol proudly flashed a V sign, remembering her back-to-back elections as class president. Even in that glorious past, a male classmate turned bright red as he gathered all his courage to confess his feelings and earnestly ask her to be his girlfriend. The boy plucked up the courage to praise Isol for being pretty, smart, and kind, making her young heart beat uncontrollably. But that glory soon faded after an unexpected incident, turning the beloved schoolgirl into a pathetic outcast in everyone's eyes. In the dead silence, a female student casually poured a carton of milk right over Isol's head, sending the white liquid running down her hair and face. That bully even threatened and ordered Isol that from now on she was only allowed to eat lunch all by herself. Isol's face was drenched in milk and sweat, her wide eyes trembling in shock as she endured harsh insults from her peers. Suddenly, a firm hand grabbed Isol's arm, leaving her startled and wondering what Shinu was going to do next. But instead of a protective hold, he roughly jerked her arm as if brushing away something filthy. Standing in front of the classroom door, Shinu looked straight at Isol's distressed face and declared that she truly was a terrible person. He coldly turned his back and walked away after asking that they become strangers and never bother each other again. Just like that, Isol stood silently watching his retreating back, bitterly realizing she had been discarded twice without a proper explanation. Isol Yeon trudged through the bustling hallway, quietly accepting that past incidents had molded her current lonely self. She turned her head back slightly with a lifeless gaze, telling herself she was now like an invisible ghost, completely numb to loneliness. Lost in thought, Isol suddenly bumped hard into a tall male student, startling her into letting out a soft cry of pain. The impact caused her to fall onto the hallway floor, looking up at the person she ran into with an expression of resignation mixed with weariness. The unfamiliar boy looked down at Isol with cold eyes, sneering maliciously that there must be a reason why she was bullied. Isol Yeon could only stand frozen in silence at the accusation, while he scratched his head in annoyance as if she were an unnecessary trouble. Lowering her face to choke back her resentment, she bitterly admitted that she might deserve this punishment for her past mistakes. A hand suddenly reached out in front of Isol, while inside, she was screaming for a valid explanation for these injustices. Hastily standing up to brush off the dirt on her uniform skirt, Isol tried to hold onto her last bit of self-respect and prepared to leave quietly. Yet her steps halted in astonishment when the unfamiliar boy suddenly called out her full name, Isol Yeon. The boy leaned down to pick up the seashell keychain, mocking Isol when he saw she still kept this old keepsake with her. Isol's face flushed with shame, stammering to explain as he pressed her on the true intention behind her action. With her voice cracking with emotion, she hurriedly snatched the item back and firmly asserted that she had intended to throw it away today. The two fell into an awkward silence, standing opposite each other in the quiet hallway with unspoken feelings that couldn't be expressed. Isol collapsed onto the floor heartbroken, constantly torturing herself because she couldn't find a reason why she had to endure such pain. A scream filled with resentment tore through the quiet atmosphere in the corner of the room, as if venting all the crushing pressure. Huddled in the library, Isol buried her face in her trembling hands, fearing Shinu would think she was still attached to their past feelings. Extreme rage and embarrassment made her mind feel like exploding. Isol just wanted to erase the memory of that awkward encounter. Images of the crushed milk carton and malicious insults from elementary school resurfaced like an unhealed scar. Memory flipped to a fateful page, marking the time when a classmate named Shinu Sung first appeared in Isol's life. In the quiet library, an unfamiliar boy suddenly appeared and hesitantly greeted Isol to break the ice. He timidly introduced himself as Shinu Sung, a transfer student in 3rd grade with a face still showing hints of confusion. Holding out a stack of test papers covered in red marks, he earnestly pleaded with Isol to help him improve his grades. That summer of her first year in middle school became memorable when a fluffy-haired boy from distant Seoul transferred here. Isol looked up softly and felt secretly thankful that Shinu was the only person who took the initiative to talk to her when she was isolated. He possessed a dazzling, enchanting smile, but his academic ability was so terrible that it made others shake their heads. At times he would give her cute little gifts to nurture the budding friendship between them. Sitting side by side on the armchair, Isol fondly looked at the seashell gift and realized Shinu was the one who had completely captured her heart. To her, Shinu was not only a profound first love, but also an irreplaceable soulmate. But then, in the cold winter of 8th grade, he suddenly dumped her like trash without giving any explanation. The group of boys gossiped excitedly as they walked about the genius girl they just ran into, one claiming he now understood why she had such a strange reputation. Seeing Shinu appear indifferent, a friend asked in surprise if he knew about that girl's true notoriety. While Shinu maintained a cold, pensive expression, his friend began revealing that Isol was regarded as a snobbish princess who felt entitled to judge others. They continued exaggerating about her wealthy family and impressive academic achievements, asserting that Isol never considered those below her as human. Because of that look-down attitude, most of her elementary school classmates despised her, making the atmosphere instantly heavy with every step. Noticing the tense silence from Shinu, the group suddenly paused and quickly apologized, fearing they had said too much. Shinu turned his head slightly with a cold, unpredictable glare, leaving those around him to call his name in helpless confusion. Meanwhile, Isol Yeon bitterly admitted to herself that she was far too used to being an invisible ghost, someone who could stay silent all day without speaking a word. She wearily rested her head on the long table in the quiet space, telling herself she had just found a new hobby to escape reality, and that was slipping into short naps to daydream freely, a place where she could imagine whatever she wanted without fear of being judged or hurt. Isol admitted that while a bit pathetic, nothing killed time better than immersing oneself in scenarios that would never happen in real life. In her imagination, she aggressively grabbed Shinu Sung's collar and called his name out loud to begin a dramatic confrontation. She screamed, demanding he clarify what wrong she had done to warrant such treatment. She bombarded him with questions, asking if she talked behind his back or ever slapped him, and what on earth she had actually done. Isol resentfully brought up that he was the one who avoided her first, as soon as he grew taller and became popular. Pain flared up as she remembered being ignored by him for the entire final year of middle school, despite humbling herself to beg for the real reason. She choked back tears, asking why he treated her like garbage, continuously pressing for the reason behind his cold-heartedness. All of a sudden, Shinu gently reached out to touch her forehead and uttered a sarcastic remark starting with a trailing question. He stepped up close and coldly asserted that there was definitely a reason why she ended up lonely like this. Isol was annoyed at being bothered by these meaningless fantasies, yet deep down she desperately wanted to know what that reason really was. Isol Yeon buried her head in Shinu's chest in her fantasy and secretly wished she could read every hidden thought inside his head. But then she gasped in fear, thinking of the prospect of accidentally seeing the horrifying dark corners deep inside his mind. An image of a dark Shinu appeared with cruel words and harsh intentions directed right at her, sending an eerie chill through the air. She trembled, admitting that with her overly fragile heart, she would never have the courage to endure such a brutal truth. Instead of understanding everything, Isol stretched and wished she could just see short snippets so her soul wouldn't be deeply wounded. Her gaze suddenly landed on trending hashtags on social media, sparking an idea to turn complex human thoughts into simple keywords. Isol dreamily stared into the air, longing to read the minds of everyone around her through convenient label tags. Suddenly, a blinding light flared up and enveloped the entire space, as if mysteriously answering her recent plea. She stood jaw-dropped in astonishment as a huge, brilliant hashtag icon appeared alongside a strange congratulatory message right before her. The mystical system declared that out of billions of wishes, her request was officially recorded and about to come true. The mysterious system announced that to celebrate the 10 quintillionth wish, Isol's request was officially approved in a magical glow. Accompanied by best wishes, bursts of energy exploded around her, leaving her standing open-mouthed in awe in the empty library. Suddenly snapped back to reality, Isol gasped in horror to find Shina standing tall right next to her out of nowhere. Flustered, she turned her face away to dodge him, but his footsteps seemed to completely block her only way out. In the suffocatingly awkward mood, Shinu cleared his throat softly to break the heavy silence lingering between them. He showed clear embarrassment as he tilted his head slightly and hesitantly confessed that he really didn't know she was here too. Suddenly, hashtag mode flashed brightly with a notification of successful activation, unlocking a haunting mind-reading ability. Isol wondered in panic if she was the only one seeing this, while the system affirmed that merely looking into each other's eyes would exchange thought keywords. Shina looked straight at Isol and began bringing up the earlier hallway incident with a remorseful face and conflicted mood. He then helplessly covered his changing face with his hands and let out a long sigh, as if trying to release all the pressure inside. Shina looked straight into Isol's eyes with a tense face, while strange electrical sparks began crackling, signaling a psychic connection forming. Isol was stunned upon receiving a notification that they had locked eyes and the exchange of thought hashtags was successfully completed. The system continued to display text confirming that Isol Yeon herself was the one who accidentally created a special hashtag tag meant for Shinu Song. Suddenly, the words, "My first love," sparkled directly over Shinu, leaving Isol shocked that her long-held secret was exposed. However, things didn't stop there as the system announced that Shinu Song himself had also just generated a corresponding hashtag aimed right at Isol Yeon. The hashtag, "My First Love," once again floated in the air, hinting at a deep past connection between the two. The lines suddenly extended with a meaningful and causing Isol to hold her breath in suspense for the rest of the truth to be revealed. She went nearly numb as the full hashtag revealed itself to be, "My first love and piece of trash," a brutal insult that left her heart completely shattered. Isol secretly regretted not wishing to win the lottery instead of getting this heartbreaking mind-reading ability, as the scene shifted to a small, peaceful seaside sashimi restaurant. Arriving home utterly exhausted and drained, she could only quietly reply to her mother's call for dinner with a weary sigh. Her 5-year-old twin siblings, Hale and Gile, rushed over to hug Isol, pouting and scolding her for coming home late and breaking her promise to pick up seashells. Isol smiled looking at the familiar scene in her family's restaurant, where her parents always bickered yet loved each other dearly, along with her extremely strict older brother. Suddenly, she saw warm hashtags appearing around her, from beloved daughter to family angel, causing her heart to swell. Overwhelmed by such sincere love, Isol burst into tears, causing her father and brother to panic and wonder why she was being so emotional. While her mother declared Isol was the pride of the entire family, her brother worried that overindulging her would only spoil her further. Isol sank to the floor in choked happiness, silently calling her parents and siblings names as if engraving this warm protection deep into her soul. Despite her playful twin siblings climbing on her back, she remained absorbed in thought about her new superpower, while her father reminded her to return early tomorrow to have dinner with their new neighbors. The hashtag icon shone brightly, like a magical seal, affirming that her life from this moment on had truly turned a promising new page. Curled up under the blanket, Isol was astonished to realize her eyesight had miraculously restored to the point where she could see everything clearly without wearing her glasses. She gently covered her mouth in fluster as she tried to recall what she said to Shinu upon leaving the library, but the panic back then had made her memory completely blurred. Shinu abruptly asked why she was looking at him with such a strange gaze in the quiet library. His question stunned Isol Yeon, who stared in shock as the text "First Love" and "Piece of Trash" appeared, unable to comprehend what on earth was happening. In her confusion, she suddenly remembered the notification about the 10 quintillionth wish and the magical hashtag exchange from earlier. Seeing her stand there dazed, Shina scratched his neck while questioning the unpleasant expression she was making toward him. He narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing her as if seeking an answer to the strange attitude of the girl before him. Panicking completely, Isol unexpectedly slammed into Shinu, barely managing to stammer out a rushed apology amidst the sharp impact. She immediately used a sudden stomachache as an excuse and bolted like the wind, leaving Shinu standing there bewildered. Lying sprawled on her bed after returning home, Isol wondered if pushing him earlier had been too rough. Ruminating on how she acquired this superpower and mentally comparing it to Spider-Man getting bitten by a spider to comfort herself. But then curiosity invaded her mind once more, leaving her constantly tormented over the true meaning behind the contradictory hashtags exchanged with Shinu. Isol Yeon tossed and turned in bed in the dark of night, secretly wondering if all the bizarre things that just happened were actually real. Birds chirped cheerfully to welcome the morning while she still lay dazed next to her little sibling, her mind still reeling from the mysterious hashtag superpower. The school scene appeared bustling with the sound of students chatting excitedly about today's appetizing spicy pork lunch menu. In the middle of the schoolyard, Shina Song appeared full of masculinity with a notebook in his hand, while the words, "My first love," still sparkled on him like a mark of destiny. Isol trudged through the crowd, bitterly looking at the insulting duplicated hashtag, "My first love," and piece of trash clinging to her. Lost in thought, she suddenly bumped hard into an unfamiliar schoolgirl, making both startle and panic and stop awkwardly in the middle of the walkway. Isol's eyes focused on the hashtag tags that just popped up on the other girl, revealing she was an exemplary class president who always ranked first in class. She hurriedly turned her head to look back, where Shinu was still standing quietly observing everything with a deep, unpredictable expression. Facing his cold gaze, Isol clearly felt the weight of the glowing first love text as a reminder of their past romance. A buzzing sound passed through her ears as the terrible hashtag on Isol suddenly tripled, leaving her completely stunned in absolute shock and gloom. Shina suddenly stared in silence, causing Isol to startle and step back in confusion. The atmosphere between the two suddenly became strangely suffocating. She ran for her life and then leaned against the wall panting, bitterly admitting that he always looked at her with contempt as if she were literal trash. Her anger had not yet subsided when Isol suddenly stopped, seeing a beautiful schoolgirl excitedly run up and call Shinu's name affectionately. That girl smiled radiantly, asking if he was on his way to do the morning announcements, and whined to tag along, making Isol feel a bitter lump in her throat. Standing behind the classroom door, Isol was completely stunned and couldn't believe her ears upon hearing that she was indeed his first love. She blankly told herself that humans naturally adapt quickly to new environments, and even though her bizarre wish was granted in a ridiculous way, she was gradually getting used to it. Isol felt surprised at herself as she slumped down onto the floor, her body exhausted because she no longer had the strength to fight this mess. She curled up, hugging herself and sighing helplessly upon realizing she had no one to share this bizarre ongoing situation with. Anxiety clearly showed on her face as Isol thought her parents would treat this as a joke, her brother would scold her for losing her mind, and her younger siblings were too small to understand. Finally, she quietly stood up and left, painfully realizing that Shinu was once the only friend she had ever truly opened her heart to trust and love. The crowd buzzed and pointed, saying there was Shinu, but Isol secretly warned everyone not to let his dashing appearance fool them. She stared with eyes full of skepticism, telling herself that the surrounded schoolboy over there was actually someone not trustworthy in the slightest. Seeing Shinu confidently make a speech over the PA system as the student council president, Isol suddenly remembered the days when they both locked themselves in the library to watch movies together. She quietly looked up at the morning broadcast playing, as memories of a bygone era suddenly flooded back like a bitter slow-motion movie. She clearly remembered Shinu's trembling figure when he had to prepare for a whole week just for a short speech, and she was the one who patiently stood by watching him practice. The broadcast ended in the silence of the classroom, leaving Isol immersed in thoughts about the dizzying change of her friend from years ago. Shinu flashed a radiantly captivating smile on the screen to send good morning wishes to the whole school, but that smile only made the wound in Isol's heart bleed more. She indignantly asserted that he was just a heartless jerk, someone who ruthlessly betrayed their close friendship and treated her like nothing more than a piece of trash. She recalled those long nights sitting huddled in a dark corner with a broken heart, constantly questioning herself about her mistakes and earnestly begging him for a chance to make amends. The school bell rang, signaling the end of an endlessly long day, as Isol quietly walked through the bustling city streets, wondering whether she should head straight home right now or not. Isol gritted her teeth and gripped the bridge railing tightly, endlessly cursing Shainu in her heart as nothing more than an awful jerk. Amid the empty space, she screamed out all her frustrations that he was just a rude, cold-blooded, and extremely bastardly guy. She stared at the keepsake and sarcastically repeated the insulting hashtag, secretly wondering what right he had to dare consider her as trash. Isol looked around frantically to ensure that in this secluded, deserted place, she could scream freely without fear of anyone hearing. She gathered all her strength to shout into the night that she really hated Shainu, an ultimate hatred commensurate with the way he treated her. Just as she angrily called out Shainu Song's name, an unfamiliar young man suddenly appeared and amusedly asked if she was also hating on that guy. Isol was so startled and panicked that she nearly jumped out of her skin, while the stranger merely smirked and uttered an apology for his sudden appearance. He mockingly said that he had been standing there watching her look around all this time, but it seemed she was too careless, so she didn't see him. The young man with white hair and stylish glasses stepped closer, sarcastically asking if it was because his black outfit was too dark that it made her so blind. Right when the system announced the successful exchange of hashtags, the stranger removed his disguise and suggested that the two of them officially become friends. The unfamiliar boy leaned in close and confessed that he himself also extremely hated Shainu Song just like she did. Facing the cunning face of the one bearing the suspicious deep voice guy, #tag, Isol couldn't help but feel uneasy about this appearance. Meanwhile, the text "that bastard's first love" sparkled on her like a twisted affirmation of her relationship with Shainu. When Isol stammered to ask for his identity, he casually declared himself as her future boyfriend, leaving her completely stunned. Seeing Isol's unbelievable expression, the young man suddenly burst into delighted laughter as if he had just pulled off an incredibly fun prank. He quickly corrected that he was just teasing her a bit, while naturally maintaining an intimate attitude. Isol stood dazed in the middle of the empty street, her mind in a mess, not understanding what was happening and why he was playing jokes on her like that. She warily asked for the reason he appeared here, and the young man asked back if her parents hadn't told her anything yet. Isol jumped in astonishment when he pointed assertively and revealed that both families had scheduled to have dinner together. Her mind suddenly went blank as if processing an overload of information, completely helpless against these rapid developments. Isol exclaimed in astonishment as she suddenly remembered something, while the silver-haired young man laughed delightedly, asking if she had recalled the past matter yet. In her faded memories of yesterday, she recalled her father telling her to come home early to have an intimate dinner with a new neighbor family. Her parents smilingly added that the son of that house was also her age and advised their daughter to make friends with this new friend. The unfamiliar guy lightly scratched his neck hesitantly, then smiled and explained that he only came here to pick her up at the request of the adults. Isol stammered an awkward thank you, but he suddenly leaned close to her ear and meaningfully asked if she also truly hated Shainu Song. Their gazes met for a moment, making Isol only let out a small, stunned gasp at the other's direct question. Right at that moment, an important piece of memory that she had accidentally forgotten suddenly rushed back incredibly strongly into her mind. She remembered the sparkling silver hair along with the deepest voice she had ever heard in her entire life. Along with those memory fragments was the presence of the bizarre #tag he had dedicated solely to her, without her knowing. Isol stood silently looking at the glowing words, "that bastard's first love," secretly shivering as the silver-haired guy suddenly mentioned Shainu's name so suggestively. Shainu looked at Isol curiously, then asked if she really had a childhood friend she had known since birth. Isol couldn't hide her admiration and confessed that she had always wished to have such a long-lasting relationship. Shainu then rested his chin on his hand and coldly affirmed that she didn't need to be jealous, because whenever the two of them met, they would just jump into a fight. Although Isol still smiled radiantly, thinking that having a childhood friend was a blessing, Shainu stressed in a serious tone that he was being completely serious. He harshly described that person as a maniac, someone whose head was always full of schemes trying to find ways to kill him. Isol was so stunned that she was speechless. She blankly looked at her friend and began to feel bewildered about the existence of that mysterious character. Shainu lightly scratched his head and hesitantly warned her that if in the worst-case scenario, even though he would never let it actually happen, but if one day she accidentally bumped into that troublesome gray-haired punk with an unusually deep voice, accompanied by a scary freakish smile, then the only order for her was to immediately run away from him as fast as possible. The hashtag icon about the suspicious, deep-voiced guy suddenly flashed hauntingly in the middle of the night, like a terrifying confirmation of the newly appeared person's presence. Isol looked in shock at the glowing hashtag confirming this young man was indeed Shainu's childhood friend. Without letting her regain her composure, he stepped closer and introduced himself as Seol Baek, accompanied by a frivolous greeting. As soon as they stepped into the restaurant, Isol's parents welcomed them with smiles, mistakenly thinking that the two of them were already close friends. Seol Baek casually threw his arm around Isol's shoulders, holding her tight so she couldn't escape, while he laughed out loud saying that they both happened to share a common interest. Suddenly, a noble woman with a beautiful hashtag smiled in greeting and said that she had heard so much about Isol. Isol replied shyly, secretly marveling in her heart that Seol Baek's mother truly possessed an incredibly radiant beauty. Her eyes suddenly stopped at the little baby in her arms, secretly admiring the doll-like adorable appearance of the youngest member in the neighbor's family. In extreme awkwardness, Isol could only look around and try to find a way to speak up to escape this highly ironic situation. However, Seol Baek quickly grabbed her shoulders and loudly declared that he would go eat ice cream with her, despite Isol frantically making the excuse that she had already eaten dinner at school. Ultimately, she had to bitterly sit and eat ice cream by the beach with the eccentric neighbor guy, only able to secretly let out a bitter sigh for her bad luck. Isol Yeon broke into a nervous cold sweat and hesitantly asked Seol Baek why he was looking at her with such a strange gaze. The gray-haired young man flashed a sly smile, then leaned close to her ear and asked if she had ever heard of his existence before. He casually sat facing away from the sea and firmly asserted that Shainu had definitely mentioned him, while praising Isol for being sharp enough to recognize him right away. While nibbling on his ice cream, Seol Baek slowly uttered the name Isol Yeon, as if he already knew everything about this girl. Isol swallowed nervously, fearing she was falling into a dangerous situation, while he asked her to help him adapt to his new school tomorrow. Seol Baek revealed that they would both be placed together in Class 5, leaving Isol completely stunned at this ironic twist of fate. She stared blankly toward the distant horizon, mentally calculating and double-checking that Shainu's class was actually Class 6 right next door. All of a sudden, the eccentric neighbor leaned in close and made a lingering proposal that she and he should do something targeting Shainu Song. Noticing the cowering figure of the girl beside him, he tilted his head slightly and feigned innocence, asking why she looked so terrified. Isol startled and stepped back as Seol Baek abruptly stood up, secretly shivering as she recalled Shainu's warning that this young man was truly a lunatic. Shainu's warning to run away immediately still echoed in her head as Seol Baek suddenly bent down in front of Isol, making her shrink back. The hashtag frightened little squirrel appeared right on Isol's chest, laying bare her trembling before the overwhelming presence of the unfamiliar neighbor. Seeing her terrified expression, Seol Baek scratched his head and irritably asked what on earth Shainu had spun to make her so scared of him. He suddenly froze upon realizing that perhaps he himself was the one who scared her right from the very first moment with his threatening appearance. With a solemn gaze, he sincerely explained that he never intended to scare her and simply wanted to get acquainted. Looking at the hashtag little squirrel scared by a punk, Seol Baek felt secretly remorseful and blamed himself for not dressing a bit cuter to make a better impression. His somber demeanor made Isol begin to wonder whether this person was truly dangerous or just someone self-aware of his unapproachable appearance. A new hashtag tag named "I feel bad for scaring her" sparkled into view, revealing Seol Baek's sincere remorse toward her. Shainu's highly suspicious childhood friend suddenly looked up at Isol and kindly asked if she wanted to eat another ice cream. Amid the peaceful atmosphere by the night sea, Isol secretly realized a strange thing. She was gradually feeling at ease in this very contradictory situation. Isol smiled softly and secretly felt relieved upon realizing this was the first time she was truly grateful that her wish had come true. She remembered the months and years spent living in anxiety, always fearing judgments and worrying that she would accidentally ruin everything when interacting with others. That fear had once made her so timid that she couldn't utter a single word, even the most basic pleasantries. But now, seeing his sincere thoughts with her own eyes and knowing that Seol Beck didn't look down on her at all, Isol suddenly felt her soul become strangely relaxed. Suddenly, Seol Beck shattered the atmosphere with a burst of hearty laughter, leaving Isol bewildered as she asked him why he abruptly laughed so hard. While laughing hysterically, he confessed that her innocence had made even someone as stressed as him burst out laughing. In the face of her new friend's enthusiasm, Isol softly covered her mouth and smiled, clearly feeling the delightful turmoil of an emotional roller coaster unfolding inside her. The two laughed uncontrollably together against the backdrop of the seaside night, erasing all initial distance and caution between two strangers. Seol Beck suddenly looked intently at Isol while the hashtag #Machiball appeared, leaving her confused and wondering what he was thinking about her. She immediately regained a serious composure and pressed Seol Beck on what the relationship between him and Shainu Song ultimately was. Seol Beck noticed Isol had gradually calmed down and breathed a sigh of relief, believing her earlier extreme stiffness had made him nervous too. Isol glanced over and hesitantly remarked that it seemed he really hated Shainu, causing the young man to suddenly grow flustered. He unexpectedly leaned in close to Isol's face and offered a tempting proposal that they team up to play a real prank on Shainu. Isol's eyes widened in surprise. She was completely stunned and couldn't believe her ears at her new friend's overly bold idea of retaliation. Seol Beck looked straight into her eyes and sonorously proposed that Isol agree to be his girlfriend and date him for just 1 month. He firmly asserted that in doing so, both she and he would have a wonderful opportunity to achieve their own goals together. As the hashtag #MyTeammates sparkled into view, Seol Beck promised to pay that bastard back thoroughly and earnestly awaited her nod. The quiet atmosphere by the seaside was suddenly shattered by Isol's loud, resentful scream echoing across the sky. Despite Isol trying to drag him away, Seol Beck collapsed onto the ground, crying and begging her to date him because he was both handsome and treated her well. He even swore he wouldn't do anything weird, wanting only to hold her hand at school, especially when Shainu was around to piss him off. Isol yelled at him to stop as Seol Beck continued his antics and clung to her right on the street. Despite Seol Beck chuckling with delight, she could only sigh helplessly and place her hand on her forehead at her neighbor's persistence. Suppressing her annoyance to calmly piece together the entire situation, she told herself she finally generally understood what was going on. Isol reflected on the strange relationship between Shainu and Seol, two people who were childhood friends yet always in conflict and ready to brawl. She recalled middle school, when Shainu once had feelings for her, and perhaps Seol Beck knew about it early on, which was why he suddenly transferred here. Looking at Seol Beck's scheming smile, she realized he wanted to use her as a pawn to retaliate and make Shainu suffer. The vision of Shainu collapsing in jealousy upon seeing the two of them happily hand in hand surfaced as a sharp psychological blow Seol was harboring. Isol looked at the young man crouching before her with pitying eyes, secretly thinking how pathetic it was that he was still dreaming up an outdated plan. She stepped closer and firmly asserted that even if they staged a fake relationship, Shainu wouldn't care for a single second. Isol sadly confessed the harsh truth that Shainu had long stopped liking her, and in fact, he currently hated her to the bone. Seol Beck gasped in complete astonishment after hearing Isol reveal her current relationship with Shainu. Isol stood up firmly and advised him to find another plan instead of dating her, yet still promised to help if the ultimate goal was getting revenge on Shainu. She turned and walked away, leaving Seol Beck staring blankly after her, still reeling from the information he had just received. The silver-haired young man widened his eyes and asked again to make sure if it was really true that Shainu no longer liked her. With an extremely serious face, he insisted that was impossible, saying Isol would never say that if she knew what that lunatic had done just to be by her side. Seol Beck suddenly stepped close to Isol, startling her with his intense assertiveness. He looked deep into her eyes and pressed her that even if Shainu had changed, where did her real resentment toward him stem from? Isol was utterly confused by Seol Beck's insinuation, secretly asking herself what nonsense this guy was talking about when Shainu had never intended to court her. She bitterly explained that her resentment was because that bastard dared to treat her like trash, when he was the one who acted terribly first. Isol trembled with anger now that she could see into Shina's thoughts, thinking this cruel reality drove her crazier than any previous theory. Seolbeck repeatedly poked Isol's cheek, pressing for the real reason she despised Shinu so much, but she told herself she could never reveal the secret about the hashtags. In response to her confusion, Seolbeck leaned close to her ear and admitted that his reason was simple. That guy Shinu just annoyed him to no end. He began dredging up memories of a short, naive, fluffy-haired Shinu who used to linger around Isol during middle school. Seolbeck's face turned into a scowl as he insisted that seeing Shinu act like a friendly, beloved school idol now was completely unbearable. The two suddenly screamed together in rage into the night sky, venting all their pent-up frustration aimed at the exact same target. In a spontaneous moment, they danced together in celebration to officially seal the formation of an alliance named Overthrow Shinusong. Isol sighed softly as she recalled her 7 years of living as an invisible ghost, someone always quiet and completely detached from the bustling world around her. She used to be confident she could comfortably eat alone, anywhere, without caring about the whispers and gossip of those around her. Yet, ironic reality forced her to give Seolbeck a campus tour, causing the attention of the entire student body to suddenly fall on her. The crowd buzzed continuously, questioning the identity of the transfer student, only to realize in shock that he was Seolbeck, a famous heartthrob with millions of followers. Seolbeck casually confirmed he was a model and asked if she thought he was cool, leaving Isol exhausted as she gave a half-hearted compliment. While everyone gossiped about his millions of fans, Isol just wanted to stare at the ground to escape the overwhelming hashtags. She trudged along beside the school's famous newcomer with a mess of tangled thoughts visible in her mind. Isol hesitated, about to strike up a conversation with her companion, an anxious expression still lingering on her face. She was confused because she thought they had called off the idea of dating, but Seolbeck shot back that currently they weren't even holding hands. Seeing him intentionally stand right next to her, Isol asked with displeasure why he was being overly intimate. Suddenly, heavy, rapid footsteps echoed, causing Isol to turn around in horror. A veiny hand slammed violently against the brick wall right beside them, signaling a fiery confrontation. Shinu Song appeared, panting with rage, blocking their path directly, and leaving Isol to utter his name in utter shock. Instantly, Shinu rushed forward and roughly grabbed Seolbeck's collar, but the white-haired youth only responded with a loud, provocative laugh. Seolbeck smirked as Shinu grabbed his collar, casually declaring he just wanted to conduct a quick reality check. Leaving Isol standing alone dazed in the schoolyard, she wondered in shock whether the student council president and this new transfer student already knew each other before. While Shina broke into a tense sweat, Isol sank into utter panic at the intense standoff between the two men. A new hashtag named My First Love, whom I want to keep away from Seolbeck, sparkled into view, laying bare Isol's anxiety at this moment. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind the school alongside a cry of pain, cutting off all attention. Shinu angrily cursed Seolbeck as a bastard, but the white-haired guy merely smirked and sarcastically replied that he was glad to see him again too. Seolbeck laughed triumphantly and firmly asserted that there was no way Shinu had lost feelings for Isol despite how he had mistreated her recently. He suddenly grew serious, telling Shinu in a low voice to listen carefully to what he was about to say to avoid misunderstandings. With sharp eyes, Seolbeck warned Shinu never to delude himself into thinking he transferred schools because of him, as the real reason lay in his little sister's wish. He arrogantly leaned against the wall and declared he didn't care about this remote town at all, bringing the tension to its peak. Shinu sneered sarcastically, considering that everything was actually crystal clear and required no further debate. He gritted his teeth and warned the guy before him never to entertain the idea of dragging Isol into his bizarre, sick games. With a razor-sharp glare, Shina demanded to know what on earth Seolbeck had done to make Isol hate him so quickly. Seolbeck burst into a delighted laugh, mockingly asking if Shinu was afraid she would hate him even more, reminding him that he had missed his chance to treat her well. The white-haired young man casually rubbed his neck and tossed out a sarcastic remark that his initial intention to help Shina's love life now seemed meaningless. He stepped up close and delivered a heart-piercing blow by asserting that Shinu himself was the one who personally destroyed everything so brilliantly. Not stopping there, Seolbeck continued stirring up painful memories in the quiet school setting, believing the other guy understood this truth all too well. He emphasized every word to stress the brutal reality that currently Isol truly despised and reviled who Shinu was. Seeing Shinu bow his head in silence in the shadow, Seolbeck leaned over triumphantly and mockingly asked if he was about to burst into tears. He gently patted his old friend's shoulder with fake sympathy, calling him brother, and exclaiming that this pathetic sight was making his heart ache tremendously. Seolbeck smirked triumphantly as he forced Shinasong to take an ironic picture together, not forgetting to drop sarcastic words, demanding his rival show an even more pathetic face before the lens. A resounding hard impact echoed along with an enraged curse, ending the tense clash between the two guys right in the schoolyard. The school bell rang, shattering the suffocating atmosphere and restoring the inherent quietness to the school campus. Isol Yeon sat dazed, staring at the empty seat beside her, secretly worrying upon knowing Seolbeck had missed the first class and doubting the true nature of her new friend. She nestled behind her book to hide her restlessness, her mind constantly churning from the rapid developments that had just occurred. Unexpectedly, a possessive hashtag appeared, exposing Shinu's inner thought that Isol was the first love he wanted to protect from Seolbeck's approach. Isol shook her head in panic, as she was still haunted by the offensive words Shinu had uttered, secretly thinking he was merely furious at seeing those he hated pairing up together. She buried her face in her desk, seeking peace, secretly realizing her new superpower was helping her gradually regain confidence and shed her former shy shell. The sparkling, sincere thoughts from Seolbeck last night returned like a comfort, helping her feel more grounded when facing complex conversations. Isol subtly glanced at everyone around her with a more determined gaze, secretly promising herself that she would never let herself shrink back in fear before this world ever again. Isol Yeon began her first semester of high school with the belief that this strange hashtag ability would be the key to completely changing her life. She sat quietly by the classroom window, secretly hoping that thanks to it, the long stretch of student life ahead would become easier and smoother. Yet harsh reality struck when Seolbeck suddenly appeared in a battered state, leaning against the wall, panting as if he had just survived a life-or-death battle. Amid Isol's shock at the wounds on his face, the silver-haired guy abruptly brought up the promise to carry out the revenge plan against Shinu Song together with her. His crazy gaze along with a potential killer #tag appeared, making Isol shiver as she heard Seolbeck suggest that they both destroy that bastard together. He casually offered savage options ranging from drowning him in the sea to burying him alive in the mountains, even asserting that he had prior experience doing such things. Meanwhile, Shinu Song sat dazed in a corner of the schoolyard with a bruised face and disheveled appearance, completely stripped of his usual arrogance. He looked up at the sky, letting out a heavy, troubled sigh, seemingly also sucked into a whirlpool of irrecoverable trouble. Summing everything up, Isol Yeon could only swallow nervously upon realizing that her acquisition of this superpower was entirely thanks to a stroke of accidental luck. She recalled in shock the moment the system announced she was the 10 quintillionth lucky person who successfully materialized this bizarre wish. Isol Yeon explained that with just an accidental eye contact, #tags would immediately pop up to lay bare the other person's thoughts toward her and vice versa. She was stunned to see a female student feeling extreme envy toward her, an emotion she never thought she would ever receive. Even the vice president girl's #tag was filled with heavily negative words, making Isol begin to feel pressurized by other people's inner worlds. She turned to look at Seolbeck with a worried face and softly called his name, while the newcomer's face was now marked with purple bruises after the brawl. Not wanting to draw the attention of the buzzing crowd, Isol suggested that he come with her to find a quiet place so she could fetch bandages to tend to his wounds. As they walked, Seolbeck grumbled continuously that Shinu Song was truly a lunatic for suddenly punching him over a simple casual greeting. Isol peeked through the door slightly, secretly thinking she really hadn't expected Shinu to act like such a terrible jerk to this extent. She slowly slid open the nurse's office door, telling herself that although she knew their relationship was awful, Seolbeck's appearance was indeed too pathetic. Yet Isol suddenly froze upon spotting Shinu inside as well, quietly applying band-aids to the numerous wounds on his face by himself. Seeing Shinu's equally painful state, she secretly cursed Seolbeck as a liar for deliberately playing the victim, even though Shinu was the one who took the final blow. Isol Yeon stood hesitating at the nurse's office door, stunned as she heard Shina's voice asking why she needed bandages. He questioned if she herself was hurt somewhere while struggling to treat his own wounds. Isol hurriedly waved her hands in denial and awkwardly explained that these bandages were actually fetched on behalf of Seol Baek. Upon hearing the name Seol Baek, Shinu's face instantly darkened, filled with annoyance mixed with fatigue. The young girl still tried to explain further that the new friend was injured, but her voice suddenly faltered as the atmosphere became too suffocating. In her heart, Isol repeatedly slapped her own mouth, blaming herself for why she stuttered every time she stood before Shinu. She stood dazed, rooted to the spot, while Shinu quietly turned his back toward the medicine cabinet and suddenly called her name in a low voice. Isol Yeon looked up at him with trembling, confused eyes, softly uttering a question in response to his call. Shina shot a cold glare at her as if wanting to see through her soul, seemingly preparing to pass judgment on who she was. Facing the intense pressure of her ex's gaze, Isol froze with an anxious face as she sensed a cruel truth was about to be revealed. Shina slightly lowered his face, avoiding Isol's gaze, his hand instinctively touching the wound on his neck, as if to hide his rising vulnerability. Looking at his face covered in scratches and band-aids, Isol suddenly felt a pang of heartache creep into her mind. Shina's current image suddenly evoked distant memories from middle school, back when he was still a teenager who cried very easily. She recalled those afternoons sitting close together in the quiet library, engrossed in watching movies on the computer screen. At just a passing sad or touching scene, Shinu would instantly tear up, leaving Isol completely flustered. Her gaze rested on her own feet, secretly realizing his weary expression right now was identical to the times he was about to burst into tears from emotion back then. The silent tears rolling down the teenager's cheeks back then remained an indelible memory in Isol's heart. Despite her shyness, Isol suddenly reached out to gently touch Shinu's forehead to check his wound, causing them both to fall into a stunned silence. Shina froze, staring blankly at Isol, his eyes wide with astonishment at the warm initiative of the girl he had been pushing away for so long. He slightly knitted his brows in complex emotion as he felt the warmth of her fingertips, a clash that seemed to make the cold barriers in his heart begin to waver. Isol Yeon jumped in panic upon realizing she had unconsciously touched Shinu out of old habit, secretly blaming herself for being so thoughtless. Shinu raised a hand to his forehead in confusion at her exaggerated reaction, then pressed to ask what on earth she was worried about regarding him. Isol could only swallow nervously, her heart pounding relentlessly as she faced his direct confrontation. He slightly turned his face away and unexpectedly asked why she was no longer wearing glasses like before these days. The sudden question stunned Isol into a stone statue. She secretly cried out inside, never expecting he would notice such a small detail. Flustered, she clutched a strand of hair, telling herself that her eyesight miraculously restored by the superpower had made her careless, and now she just wanted to find somewhere to hide. To hide her embarrassment, Isol decided that starting tomorrow she would wear non-prescription glasses to avoid the scrutiny of Shinu's sharp eyes. Suddenly, the hashtag tag, My First Love, sparkled into view on Shinu, leaving Isol shocked beyond belief. She blankly wondered why the accompanying abusive words from before had suddenly vanished, leaving only a single meaningful title. While Shina still remembered her mentioning that contact lenses made her uncomfortable, Isol felt a strange sense of loss when that cruel word, trash, completely disappeared. Isol Yeon suddenly felt lost for words in confusion, secretly asking herself whether the abrupt shift in Shina's attitude was because Seol Baek had meddled in it. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp glare. Isol tried to suppress her surging rage when faced with her ex's contradictory thoughts. Shina startled and stepped back in shock, seemingly unable to believe the fierce resistance from the girl who was originally always shy and resigned. The insulting scumbag, hashtag tag, flickered back into view once again, driving Isol crazy as she realized she couldn't comprehend his thoughts at all. In a fit of rage, she suddenly lunged forward, grabbed Shinu's face, and yelled that she was sick and tired of wearing glasses to hide her weakness. Isol decisively snatched the bandage box from his hands, a decisive act as if wanting to sever all troubling ties surrounding her mind. She bolted out of the nurse's office like a gust of wind, her heart continuously blaming Shinu's selfishness and demanding he pick a single identity for her. Leaving Shainu standing dazed alone in the quiet room, he silently touched his wound with a huge question mark about what was going on in that girl's head. As soon as she stepped onto the schoolyard, Isol caught sight of Seol Baek's carefree posture as he warmly waved at her with a smile from a stone bench. She vented all her frustration on her neighbor with rough first-aid motions, secretly swearing never to let herself suffer any further pain again. Seol Baek winced in pain and pleaded with Isol to go easy, but she only snapped back that she herself was the one who wanted to cry right now. Isol forcefully slapped a band-aid onto Seol Baek's wound while secretly resenting why Shainu had put on such a pitiful, fragile face right in front of her. Isol's fury almost scared Seol Baek out of his wits. He could only endure in silence while she kept breathing heavily in resentment. The gray-haired youth suddenly burst into a hearty laugh, leaving Isol looking at him dazed and suspicious, unable to understand how this situation could be funny at all. Seol Baek softly brought up how Isol expressed her feelings very well when they first met, advising her not to bottle up all her emotions any longer. He sincerely suggested that if anything was tormenting her, she should just shout out loud to release all the burdens weighing heavily on her soul. With an understanding gaze, Seol Baek pressed to ask if that bastard Shainu had once again used awful words to hurt her. Facing the direct care of her new friend, Isol's eyes suddenly blurred with tears. She completely broke down, unable to hold back any longer. She began sobbing uncontrollably, choking out a confession that she was truly falling into chaos and didn't know how to face reality. Isol cried while cursing Shainu as a bastard for daring to treat her like trash and then calling her his first love, leaving Seol Baek cracking up at her adorable fury. Isol Yeon sobbed painfully as she recalled being cruelly cut off by former friends and Shainu without a single word of explanation. It was Seol Baek's clumsy care that caused all the resentment she had suppressed for so long to suddenly pour out like an uncontrollable waterfall. Watching the small girl break down, the silver-haired guy smirked slightly, asserting that Isol must also be harboring a deep hatred for Shainu just like him. Under the hashtag soggy and soft mochi ball, Seol Baek began to show seriousness as he declared he had carefully thought out a next move. He casually revealed that there was another method far more insidious than fake dating to make Shainu's song taste real suffering. Isol looked dazed with her face contorted in shock, completely clueless about the eccentric schemes inside her neighbor's head. Seol Baek explained that betrayal was the most fatal strike against human psychology, especially when both were in a terrible situation like right now. He proposed that Isol take the initiative to approach Shainu and make his heart flutter once again, only to coldly dump him afterwards without an ounce of pity. The ultimate goal was to make him suffer the feeling of abandonment without receiving any explanation, turning Shainu into the victim of his own past game. Seol Baek flashed a smug smile and asked if she thought he was truly a genius for coming up with this perfect revenge plan. Isol Yeon grabbed Seol Baek's head to inspect it, secretly wondering why he knew so well about what happened between her and Shainu even though he had just transferred here. She questioned if the brains of these two close friends were synchronized when Seol Baek repeated exactly what Shainu had done to her. Seol Baek was left flustered and spoke up asking why Isol performed such a bizarre action on his hair. He suddenly leaned in provocatively and pressed to know if she had changed her mind and actually wanted to date him to carry out the revenge plan. Isol immediately sprang up with a shocked reaction, leaving Seol Baek sitting there in utter disappointment after being bluntly rejected. She immersed herself in thoughts about the hashtag superpower and wondered if meeting this neighbor was also an arrangement of destiny. Despite Seol Baek pathetically clinging to her leg begging to continue discussing the plan, Isol decisively postponed everything to return to the classroom. Just stepping into the hallway, she couldn't help but be amazed to see a crowd of students gathered, gossiping excitedly right in front of her classroom door. Amid the chaos as teachers worked to disperse the curious crowd, Isol was shocked to realize Shainu Song was present right inside her classroom. She tremblingly turned her head with eyes wide in horror, screaming internally as she couldn't comprehend why Shainu was present here at this time. Shainu Song stood silently with bandages on his face, his eyes flashing an unpredictably cold look that made the atmosphere in the room extremely suffocating. Meanwhile, Seol Baek casually leaned against the door with a triumphant smile, ignoring the teacher who was trying hard to disperse the crowd of curiously gathered students. The teacher in the orange jacket couldn't help but be shocked to see the face of the school's most elite male student covered in scratches after just one morning. Just as Shinu was about to announce the tasks, the silver-haired guy Isol carelessly let out a long yawn at the back of the class, as if he were completely out of the fight that had just happened. Isol flashed a fake smile and casually made up a story that they both had just accidentally fallen down the stairs, leaving Shina standing next to him with a face full of endurance and annoyance. Witnessing the brazenly deceitful act of the two guys, Isol Yeon could only freeze and secretly wonder whether the brains of these two rivals were actually synchronized with each other or not. The classroom atmosphere shifted when the announcement about the plan for the upcoming sports festival was made, requiring class presidents to quickly finalize the list of athletes. Shinu Sung stepped up to the podium as the student council president to announce that the classes would have to share the gymnasium during practice time. Each pair of classes was called out one by one, and Isol's heart seemed to tighten when she heard Shinu declare that Class 5 and Class 6 would officially practice together. While Isol appeared extremely delighted at this ironic arrangement, Isol Yeon completely broke down, burying her face in her desk, knowing that trouble would soon surround her. Shinu Sung closed the announcement notebook with a decisive tap on the desk, signaling the end of the general contents of today's meeting. But then he unexpectedly called Isol Yeon's name, startling the girl in panic, leaving her only able to bring both hands up to cover her face in sheer astonishment. With a cold face still patched with medical bandages, Shinu directly requested to speak privately with Isol about some matters related to the sports festival. Isol stood frozen in shock as she couldn't understand why she was chosen, while the teacher also quickly spoke up to allow her to follow Shinu outside, so the class could begin their lesson. She quietly stood up and left her seat next to Isol, who was slumped over his desk, her heart full of doubt as she recalled the hateful and rejecting attitude Shinu had shown her before. Isol watched her ex's back through the classroom window, secretly wondering why someone who had once tried to avoid her at all costs was now actively seeking to meet her. Deep down, the girl couldn't help but feel restless and extremely awkward at having to face Shinu right after sobbing over him. Suddenly, Isol scratched hand reached out and tightly grabbed Isol's hand, making her jump in high alert at this abrupt action. The silver-haired neighbor began making mischievous gestures, not forgetting to tell her that if that bastard dared to provoke or bother her again, then Isol should just go ahead and slap him hard across the face, because Isol firmly assured her that he would be the one to step up and handle all the consequences for her. Isol and Isol Yeon burst into a hearty laugh together after agreeing on the retaliation plan, the atmosphere between them suddenly becoming incredibly intimate. However, Isol's smile suddenly froze when she caught the cold, heartbroken gaze of Shinu, who was standing quietly observing from the door. She trudged along behind Shinu, secretly resenting his erratic mood swings and deciding she would strictly avoid eye contact to protect herself. Standing in front of the student council room's door, Isol tried to calm her nerves and told herself that surely nothing too major would happen inside. Stepping into the student council's workspace for the first time, she curiously observed her surroundings while Shinu began to speak about an incredibly simple request. He casually asked Isol to help run the academic counseling booth on the upcoming sports festival day, leaving her inevitably stunned. The overly unexpected information caused Isol's brain to crash. She could only stand dazed with a completely blank face. Upon regaining her senses, Isol blankly asked for the reason she was chosen, only to receive the answer that she was currently the top-ranked student in the whole school. She hurriedly waved her hands in refusal and explained that she was not good at guiding or teaching others as he mistakenly thought. In response to that awkwardness, Shinu merely smirked with a sarcastic sneer and asserted that he had already known that truth all too well for a long time. Isol Yeon froze when facing Shinu in a private space, feeling suffocated by her ex's cold and pressurizing expression. Shinu softly cleared his throat to break the suffocating silence, awkwardly reaching up to adjust his tie while deliberately looking away. He sat down next to Isol on the sofa and reassured her that he wasn't asking her to directly tutor, as the student council would handle that. Shinu flipped through a stack of documents while asking Isol to help compile a study guidebook for other students. Suddenly, Shinu accidentally shifted too close, making Isol flinch instinctively, creating an extremely awkward, clashing moment between the two. The young girl hastily bowed her head in apology to hide her flushing face, her heart continuously pounding at this unexpected proximity. Shinu then moved back to his previous spot and promised to be more careful, while admitting that he himself also sometimes forgot to keep a distance. Isol secretly screamed inside at his abruptness, then blankly asked again what he really meant by saying he had to be careful. In response to that inquiry was Shinu's frowning gaze. He seemed to be struggling fiercely, with surging, conflicting emotions. Isol panicked and hurriedly looked down to avoid making eye contact, knowing that the disastrous hashtag tags would appear again and strip bare both of their thoughts. Isol Yeon was shocked when the trash hashtag sparkled into view once again, like a cruelly definitive statement about her position in Shinu's heart right now. The girl sat dazed on the sofa and bitterly realized that the harsh keyword had returned, but this time completely devoid of the contradictory First Love title. Facing her, Shinu Song also clearly showed his deadlock as he covered his face with his hand and let out a tired, heavy sigh. He unexpectedly and firmly demanded that both of them put aside their unnecessary emotions to focus back on the main issue regarding the student council's work. Shinu casually suggested that if Isol agreed to help, they would discuss together in this room every day until the sports festival ended. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the toilet paper roll printed with a mischievous, smiley face lying idly on the table. The roll of paper was instantly thrown into the air in an excitedly spontaneous action, as if signaling an unpredictable accident about to happen. A direct impact sent the paper roll slamming straight into Shinu's face, leaving both the perpetrator and the victim in utter astonishment amidst the quiet space. Isol Yeon stood frozen, panting with a deeply apologetic face, secretly blaming herself for making such a disastrous wish that messed everything up. Seeing Shinu painfully clutching his bruised face, she bitterly admitted that it would have been better to wish for ears that could hear every insult than to face this chaotic reality. The toilet paper roll rolled around on the floor like a messy puzzle piece of the confusing hashtag tags that were constantly tormenting and disrupting Isol Yeon's mind. The girl was shocked and trembling at her own spontaneous action, secretly admitting that she had just lost her composure and caused an unpredictable accident. Shinu Song raised a hand to cover his face that had just taken the full impact, his eyes flashing a dark glare with a resentful expression aimed straight at her. He sat silently amidst the extremely tense atmosphere and uttered a bitter question about what mistake he had possibly made again this time. Isol trembled uncontrollably under Shinu's suffocating pressure, secretly calling Seolbaek's name in her heart and blaming her neighbor for not showing up to handle the consequences as promised. Meanwhile, the silver-haired guy Seolbaek was still deep in a sound sleep right in the classroom, completely carefree as he let out steady snores during class time. Even the teacher felt extremely hesitant, unable to bear waking up the newly transferred male student, because his excessively handsome looks made everyone feel restless. Back in the student council room, Isol felt like she was falling into an abyss when facing Shinu's threatening posture, her heart constantly screaming for help. Shinu Song sat quietly in the room cluttered with documents and continued to agonize over what had happened, wondering what on earth he had done wrong to receive this hatred. Isol Yeon hurriedly raised her hands in a defensive stance with a pale face, awkwardly stuttering an apology and trying to find a way to explain her foolish action. Shinu hung his head in sorrow, bitterly wondering if his sitting too close or his very presence had made Isol feel so disgusted that she dared not look straight at him. He casually picked up the paper roll and uttered a compliment on her throw, not forgetting to instruct Isol to just use everything within reach to defend herself if that guy Seolbaek had bad intentions. With a possessive look on his face, Shinu forcefully crushed the paper roll in his hand as he mentioned the neighbor, leaving Isol able only to sit motionless in shock. Realizing his outburst, Shinu hastily tossed the paper roll aside and offered a clumsy apology, while Isol was still reeling in shock. The atmosphere temporarily settled down as Shinu flipped through the documents and suggested both put aside personal matters to focus on finishing the student council's work. However, he suddenly paused moodily, pressing to ask if he could ask one last question, making Isol secretly fear a savage threat. Shinu glared piercingly into her eyes and questioned the reason why Isol was so comfortable letting Seolbaek touch her. Was it just because of that guy's gentle appearance? He coldly warned her not to let Seolbaek's long hair deceive her into lowering her guard, because after all, he was still a highly dangerous man. Shinu clutched his head in frustration as he criticized Isol for always acting panicked whenever he approached, while the girl was left bewildered by this strange jealousy. He gently rubbed the back of his neck in sorrow and rapidly asked what on earth was so special about that guy to make her show such favoritism, leaving Isol in sheer astonishment. Shainu pulled at his hair in jealousy as he questioned Isol on the reason she cared for Seal's wounds, a guy she had just known for a mere 2 days. He slammed his fist onto the table in anger, making Isol flinch slightly and unconsciously reach out, intending to soothe the incredibly suffocating atmosphere. Shainu's eyes flashed a hauntingly sharp glare aimed straight at Isol, leaving the girl frozen in shock and fear. Amidst the quiet room, Isol sat hunched facing Shainu, stuttering as she tried to explain that she had never actually felt terrified of him. The student council president slightly turned his face away with a weary expression, seemingly also lost in a maze of surging, conflicting emotions. He unexpectedly flashed a bitter smile peeking out from behind the band-aids, a sorrowful expression laying bare the vulnerability hidden deep inside. Suddenly, Shainu reached out and tightly grabbed her small hands, a fierce touch, as if wanting to hold onto something about to fade away. He moved in close and asked in a harsh voice whether Isol wanted to change her mind once again to continue tormenting his heart. Isol was stunned when she saw the intense hashtag First Love sparkled brightly on her, exposing the true feelings Shainu harbored for her. The girl mentally compared the dizzying change from the trash tag to the sacred title of First Love, secretly thinking that his mind must certainly be in utter chaos. Isol Yeon dazedly realized that although Shainu's hashtags still carried a lot of negative meaning, strangely, they no longer made her feel insulted like before. Because in the quiet space of the student council room, she suddenly understood the messy feelings tormenting his mind right now. Isol's gaze softened as she observed Shainu looking even more troubled and miserable than herself, a belated empathy creeping in through the cracks. A new hashtag suddenly appeared, likening him to a riddle full of annoyance, repeated sarcasm, as if to confirm this guy's unlikable nature. Isol winced slightly in pain and demanded Shainu loosen the hands currently gripping her so tightly, trying to break the suffocating hold. Yet he unexpectedly used his thumb to caress the back of her hand very gently, a strangely intimate gesture that made her heart skip a beat. She completely froze in a state of paralysis, wondering if there was something weird stuck on her hand to make him do such a thing. Isol stared blankly at him, her lips trembling as she meant to ask the reason why he still stubbornly refused to let go of her hands. Shainu casually flipped through the documents and reminded her of her promise not to panic, while challenging that she could leave on her own whenever she wanted. Isol's face instantly flushed red with embarrassment, secretly cursing Shainu for being such a cunning bastard for daring to use her own words to corner her. Isol Yeon was amazed at Shainu's change, secretly comparing this overwhelmingly dominant guy to the easily startled teenager back in middle school. Shainu Song's gaze became sharp and deep under the sunlight, stripping bare a maturity that left the person facing him inevitably shocked. Isol could only quietly lower her head to avoid it, her blushing cheeks revealing extreme fluster before the increasingly suffocating atmosphere. Shainu gently cleared his throat to break the silence, suggesting they continue discussing the plans for the upcoming sports festival. He explained that the student council wanted to set up a counseling booth and directly asked Isol to help compile the study guidebook. The girl nodded profusely unconsciously, her heart fluttering as she felt the intense warmth transmitting from their touching hands. Isol felt anxious and restless as her hands began to sweat, wondering in hesitation if she would have to do this all alone. Shainu's fingers lightly rotated and then tapped on the table full of implication, as if wanting to delve deeper into the awkwardness enveloping the little girl's mind. Isol was immersed in hesitation over whether to pull her hand back or not, while her heart was constantly screaming because of this overly intimate contact. She tremblingly realized that Shainu's hands were truly too large and steady, rendering her completely helpless and clueless on how to escape that affectionate grip. Isol Yeon shuddered slightly and clenched her fists, sweating nervously at Shainu Song's unexpected touch. He leaned in close and affirmed that the two of them would directly work on this project together, just the two of them alone inside the student council room. With a resolute gaze, Shainu cornered her by demanding that she speak up clearly if she truly didn't want to participate. He squeezed Isol's trembling hands tightly, a highly possessive gesture that made the surrounding atmosphere seem to freeze. She stammered in reply that she didn't mind at all, while her heart was pounding wildly at the overwhelming dominance of her ex. Seeing her agreement, Shainu decisively let go of her hands, returning the usual personal space after the dramatic physical contact. He stood up to prepare to leave and coldly announced that work would officially begin during tomorrow's lunch break. Isol hurriedly jumped up, looking for a way to escape the room, hastily saying goodbye with the excuse of not wanting to miss any more classes. She stole a quick glance back at Shina's lonely silhouette from the doorway, her heart secretly fluttering at this guy's unpredictable changes. As soon as the door closed, Isol Yeon leaned against the wall and panted exhaustedly, as if she had just gone through a grueling battle of wits. Isol Yeon sat blankly in front of her food tray in the cafeteria, her mind completely empty after the overwhelming events that had just occurred in the student council room. Even when sitting next to Sealbeck, who was slumped over the table, she couldn't stop spacing out and getting lost in her thoughts about Shinu's strange attitude. She just kept staring blankly into space, seemingly still unable to believe the dizzying changes of those deeply contradictory hashtags. Suddenly, Sealbeck woke up and repeatedly called Isol's name, half-jokingly interrogating if she was deliberately ignoring his presence. The neighbor guy suddenly leaned close to her ear and teased her in a deep, bewitching voice, making Isol jump at the excessive intimacy. She frantically tried to avoid him while Sealbeck laughed with delight and reminded her that class had ended a long time ago, so she had better snap out of it. Isol held her head, complaining that his overly deep voice gave her a shock, but Sealbeck just smugly asked back if it was actually really sexy, right? Ignoring the arrogant schoolboy's teasing, Isol quickly zipped up her bag to leave, making him bitterly call her a meanie. In the middle of the quiet street under the dim streetlights, Sealbeck began to show suspicion about his female companion's highly suspicious, furtive behavior. He threw an arm around her shoulder and relentlessly questioned if something had happened between her and Shinu, making Isol feel guilty when he mentioned that their newly formed alliance was already showing signs of fracturing. Isol Yeon hastily denied any intention of backing out, leaving Sealbeck astonished at his companion's sudden resolve. She silently struggled with herself and decided not to let a brief conversation shake her plan to retaliate against that guy Shinu. Sealbeck laughed in amusement seeing that Isol had come to her senses, asserting that her continuing the alliance was an incredibly wise choice so as not to become a pushover. Fury erupted as Isol recalled over a year of being tormented by Shinu, swearing she would make him taste the same pain. Both cheered excitedly in the middle of the street, Isol boldly affirming her loyalty and hatred towards traitors. Standing on the windy bridge, Isol yelled out into the air that the plan to overthrow Shinu would be carried out to the very end despite any obstacles. She felt incredibly proud when Sealbeck praised her for being super cool, a strange sense of smugness blooming in her heart for the first time. As night fell at the deserted playground, Sealbeck suddenly pressed her on whether this was truly Isol's first time pulling these kinds of disruptive pranks. He pushed the swing while dropping teasing remarks about a mysterious, rebellious past that Isol was perhaps deliberately hiding. Isol Yeon tremblingly gripped the swing chains and hesitantly confessed that this was indeed her first time stepping into such a risky game. Sealbeck thoughtfully admitted that dating him or approaching to dump Shinu was probably too much for Isol right from the start, so he suggested they both start with a simpler trick, making her curiously wonder what that was. A green frog appeared, sitting imposingly inside the metal locker like a challenging greeting for its owner. The creature unexpectedly fell right onto Shinu Song's face, making him startle and collapse onto the classroom floor, swearing in disgust. Witnessing that scene through the window frame, Sealbeck and Isol Yeon couldn't contain their excitement and burst into delighted laughter. Isol stood frozen, realizing the unbelievable truth that the school idol Shinu was extremely terrified of frogs. Despite Shinu lying there trembling and insulting the person behind this cruel prank, the frog nonchalantly continued to hop around on his hair. Sealbeck laughed loudly and then decisively grabbed Isol's hand to run far away, leaving her helpless scream echoing throughout the hallway. Early that morning, this duo had a struggle for 20 minutes out in the school garden just to catch the secret weapon, and ended with 5 minutes of sneaking the frog into Shinu Song's locker, officially completing the first phase of their alliance's plan. It took Shinu Song exactly 20 seconds to open his locker and taste the horror when the frog lunged at his face. In a fit of rage, he immediately grabbed a mop and rushed over, intending to shove it straight into Isol Yeon's face to vent his anger. The forceful strike caused the soaking wet mop to stick firmly to Isol Yeon's head, making him dizzy and scold the other as a madman. Shinu stood panting with resentment while his eyes still flared with sharp glares aimed at the one who had just pranked him. Isol Yeon stood nearby, only able to tremble in a state of absolute panic as she witnessed the endless brawl. The system unexpectedly displayed a highly sarcastic hashtag about a pitiful first love caught between two abnormal guys. She had to muster all her courage to interrupt the fight and press them for the real reason they had to throw themselves into a brawl. The atmosphere suddenly turned completely silent when all three sat down together in the middle of the schoolyard, creating a deeply stifling scene. Isol felt incredibly awkward and uneasy about this bizarre arrangement, secretly wishing for time to pass by quickly. Going back to 5 minutes ago, Isol Yeon and Shinu had a heated shouting match as they blamed each other for things that were still unclear. Isol Yeon sat restlessly on the long bench, quietly observing the two guys sitting flat on the ground after their recent brawl. Both Shinu Song and Isol Yeon simultaneously looked up at her with scrutinizing gazes, making the atmosphere even more stifling. Isol forced a smile, explaining that her legs had gone weak from too much fear, which was why she sat down, and offered to invite them both to sit on the bench as well. Isol Yeon was excitedly about to stand up when he was immediately stopped by Shinu grabbing his collar, wearing an extremely terrifying, menacing face. Shinu growled, reminding him that if all three sat down together, Isol would be squeezed to the point of suffocation, but the neighbor guy brazenly declared that just him sitting was enough. Not letting his rival get his way, Shinu roughly shoved Isol Yeon's head down to the ground and asserted that both guys would only stand, not sit. After a while of squabbling, the two guys sat flat on the schoolyard ground again and started arguing over which grade their first battle took place in. Putting the troublesome reality on hold, the summary of the turbulent history between the two childhood friends, Shinu and Isol Yeon, was finally revealed. Having been born and raised right next door to each other, the friendship between the two boys began to blossom incredibly naturally right from their childhood. But then the storm hit in 3rd grade, when family pressures made both of them sensitive and plunged them into endless arguments. Since that day, neither guy was willing to yield to the other, stubbornly insisting that the other person must apologize first. Isol stood dazed in the middle of the schoolyard, unable to believe that the reason these childhood friends fell out was so petty. Isol Yeon and Shinu simultaneously admitted that all the conflicts between them ultimately just boiled down to such a simple word. She suddenly felt bewildered because she had thought those serious brawls must have stemmed from some deeply serious, bitter blood feud. Isol sighed, suggesting that they both apologize at the same time, but Isol Yeon immediately accused Shinu of hurling insults at him, calling him a useless loser. Shinu furiously denied it and warned Isol not to believe the fabrications that were the trademark of the tricky neighbor. The student council president was no pushover either, counter-accusing Isol Yeon of insulting him as a dangerous pervert exactly like his father. Isol Yeon erupted in anger as he brought up how Shinu had once broken into his house at dawn to smash the motorcycle he had scraped together money for over 3 years to buy. Shinu sneered sarcastically and dragged up the old story of when Isol Yeon pushed his bicycle off a mountain, while interrogating why an elementary school kid would go by a motorcycle. Refusing to be outdone, Isol Yeon went crazy and grabbed Shinu's collar, admitting he bought the bike just to run his rival over, while Shinu growled and brought up old injuries, making Isol clutch her head in stunned silence. Shinu Song furiously grabbed Isol Yeon's head and demanded to know if he had forgotten the time he used a baseball bat to smash his head right after he had just been discharged from the hospital. Refusing to back down, Isol Yeon screamed that he was the one who had to endure being tied up and buried on the mountain behind the house, making his blood boil. Shinu became even more outraged when he recalled how the neighbor had even covered his face entirely at the time, his hand tightly gripping his rival's silver hair. Standing between the two aggressive guys, Isol Yeon was completely dumbstruck by the horrifying stories of violence they were casually spewing out. After a heated argument, the two guys finally let go of each other, but the atmosphere between them was still incredibly tense. Isol Yeon suddenly paused and nervously wondered if they were revealing too many dark secrets in front of their female friend. He quickly changed his expression to a bright smile and asserted that it was all just a joke, as they were inherently not the type to enjoy violence. Shainu also immediately played along with a serious face, firmly asserting that he hated violence more than anything else in this world. The school bell rang for class, causing Isol to hastily jump up intending to leave, despite Shainu trying to reach out his hand to hold her back. Isol Yeon gave a small wave goodbye and told them both to stop fighting because an elite student like her absolutely could not afford to miss any classes. Shainu and Seol Baek stood dazed in the middle of the schoolyard, their hearts filled with unease, wondering if Isol Yeon had truly understood all the horrifying things they had just accidentally blurted out. The chaotic memories of smashing the motorcycle, attacking with a baseball bat, and even the plan to bury a rival alive suddenly flashed back like a deeply guilty indictment. Extreme embarrassment made both guys simultaneously cover their faces with their hands, secretly wishing they could take back all those crazy confessions they had just made. They stood blankly looking towards the classroom building, silently regretting having accidentally exposed their violent natures in front of the girl they both cherished. During class, Isol Yeon absently realized that besides understanding the past of the childhood friends, she had also discovered a new characteristic of her superpower. She was shocked to see a series of hashtags appearing in rapid succession, proving that when the other person's mind is too complex, the superpower will display all their thoughts at the same time. Isol was accidentally fooled by the hashtags that looked exactly like Seol Baek's whispers, making her lose control and loudly demand that he be quiet so she could listen to the lecture. Isol's shout startled the whole class, while Seol Baek bewilderedly denied that he had just spoken, making her bitterly realize that only she could see those inner thoughts. On a piece of scrap paper, Seol Baek neatly wrote out oaths swearing that he was an extremely kind person who even knew to pick up trash, and only ever raised his hand against Shainu Song. Isol could only silently glance at the guy slumped over the desk with a gloomy expression, secretly feeling that this superpower was bringing her troubles beyond her control. The bustling chatter about today's special lunch menu echoed throughout the school hallway, making the atmosphere even more lively. Isol Yeon stood silently in front of the student council room door with a stack of documents in hand, secretly wondering if her expression had made Shainu overly anxious. Meanwhile, Shainu Song maintained his usual cold demeanor as he asked her to sit down and begin working, making Isol secretly feel relieved. He started dividing up tasks and kept a certain distance. At the same time, a hashtag displaying the fear of being near a violent person suddenly appeared on Isol. Witnessing Shainu also actively sitting as far away from her as possible, Isol couldn't help but be stunned and wondered why he was acting so strangely. Observing the president's deeply troubled expression, she told herself that although their battles were bad, they weren't to the point of making the two guys this anxious. Isol suddenly fell into vague thoughts, wondering if her appearance looked too timid, which made them mistakenly think she was easily intimidated. She mocked herself as a fragile little flower, trying to act shocked by violence, just to dispel the awkwardness in her heart. Finally, she gathered all her courage to decisively call Shainu Song's name to break the stifling atmosphere, receiving a brief, highly guarded reply. To reassure him, Isol nonchalantly revealed that her older brother used to be a member of a notorious motorcycle gang, so she was not a stranger to these kinds of brawls at all. Shainu exclaimed in surprise upon hearing Isol Yeon casually explain that because they lived near the sea, there were plenty of places to ride motorcycles. She recounted that her older brother frequently got into brawls and was hospitalized on a daily basis, to the point where she had to go pick him up more times than she could count. Memories of when she was 5 or 6 came flooding back, when little Isol screamed demanding to take her brother to the emergency room, making the gangsters burst into amazed laughter and want to recruit her as their youngest member. Therefore, she told Shainu to stop sulking out of worry for her and quickly get back to work because they both still had a lot of documents to process. Shainu looked bewilderedly at the vast empty space and pressed her on how they could work together when the distance between them had enough room for up to 7 people to sit. He replied awkwardly, while Isol silently realized she was wrong to think she was the only one having vain worries about this meeting. Looking at the president's deeply thoughtful expression, she told herself that perhaps everyone's life harbored troubles, and they were all living in a similar way. Even knowing she shouldn't feel comforted by these things, Isol suddenly realized her mind was gradually feeling more at ease. A happy smile unexpectedly bloomed, making her hurriedly use the stack of documents to cover her face to hide the surging excitement in her heart. Shainu cleared his throat and began guiding the work from one section to another, closing the awkward atmosphere with a deeply implicit remark about fools. A familiar voice echoed throughout the library calling Isol Yeon's name, triggering a dream that took her back to her memorable school days. In her memories, a teenage Shinu Song excitedly boasted that he had grown a bit taller, making his old uniform now too tight. Even though he was smiling, Shinu secretly wished he wouldn't grow any taller, because he always cherished the moments their shoulders accidentally brushed against each other. The young guy awkwardly reached up to stroke his newly cropped hair, anxiously asking Isol if this new look was too weird. Isol gently touched his hair, making Shinu secretly tell himself he shouldn't cut it short, because he liked the way he had to lean down and look closely to clearly see her eyes. Shinu's radiant smile when calling Isol Yeon's name suddenly became ethereal, signaling a highly dramatic shift in her subconscious. The space suddenly turned dark as Shinu coldly demanded if she wanted him to be forever miserable because of her, then bitterly insulted her as a terrible person. Isol Yeon jolted awake in the middle of the night with a tear-stained face, shocked after experiencing a nightmare about the harsh words from her ex. She sat blankly on the bed next to her deeply sleeping younger sibling, trying to calm her mind that was still spinning after the haunting illusion just now. Silently wiping away her tears, Isol bitterly cursed him as a jerk and told herself this dream was a wake-up call that she was not allowed to be weak-hearted ever again. A decisive slap against the wall was accompanied by an exclamation about the dramatic level of the story Isol had just shared. Seol Beck couldn't hide his amazement at the true gangster blood of Isol's older brother and secretly admired his friend's bravery. Isol Yeon was impatient to know the next step in their retaliation plan after the resounding success of the green frog prank. She secretly whispered to Seol Beck about a tricky move aimed at Shinu Song, making the neighbor guy focus on listening. Receiving his agreement on playing a trick on the president, Isol told herself that the fury from last night's nightmare was giving her strength. The ironic reality forced Isol to face Shinu every lunch break in the student council room to finish up the instruction manual. The practice space for the sports festival was also turned into a badminton battlefield between Shinu and Seol Beck, under Isol's utterly helpless witness. The skyrocketing frequency of their encounters, whether in the hallway or the cafeteria, made Isol feel Shinu's gaze closing in on her. She tormented herself that she was the biggest problem and that she should have maintained a tough attitude instead of always appearing flustered. However, all that resolve seemed to vanish after just one subtle and profound look from Shinu Song. Isol recalled the moment Shinu gently touched her chin, secretly admitting that just a random hashtag was enough to make her heart completely waver. Seeing the teammate hashtag glowing on Seol Beck, she told herself she couldn't keep going like this and really needed to stay far away from that Shinu Song guy. Seol Beck crossed his arms and worriedly asked if she was okay, because after the prelude with the frog, the real attack was just officially beginning. He lightly tapped Isol's glasses frame with his finger and affirmed that a rehearsal like the recent one was more than enough to start the game. With a deeply meaningful look, Seol Beck advised her to end things quickly and cleanly once she had made up her mind to carry out the plan. The sound of students calling each other out to eat pork cutlet echoed throughout the hallway as Isol slowly opened the door to the student council room. She walked in and caught sight of Shinu's back as he sat silently at his desk, seemingly sinking into an exhausted sleep. The memory of Seol Beck's suggestion flashed back, reminding her of the genius plan she once had to postpone due to her own hesitation. She told herself she would get closer to regain Shinu Song's trust and then immediately execute a spectacular U-turn. Standing there looking at him slumped over the desk, Isol resolved to use the trick of suddenly cutting off contact to make him taste the feeling of being abandoned. Seol Beck started the secret meeting in the library by declaring an incredibly detailed role division plan for both of them. He quickly noted in his notebook that he would take on the planner position, while designating Isol Yeon as the field agent. To add more drama, he didn't forget to cite agent archetypes commonly seen in American TV shows. Seol Beck explained that a planning agent would be responsible for mapping out tactics and strictly checking the routes. Isol Yeon listened intently and followed up that the person directly infiltrating to carry out the mission was the field agent. The neighbor guy drew an illustrative diagram, promising to use his knowledge of Shinu to set the stage to help Isol approach him completely naturally. Suddenly, Seol Beck tore the paper to shreds and asserted that when the time came, she just needed to abruptly cut off all contact to make the president collapse. Sitting silently behind Shinu, Isol silently chanted the rule of an eye for an eye and believed she was executing the most perfect revenge. However, a brief moment of hesitation suddenly showed on her melancholic face as she began to develop conflicts in her own thoughts. Looking at Shina sound asleep, Isol agonized over whether her sudden disappearance would be enough to make him taste the bone-deep pain like she once had. Isol Yeon slumped over the desk with a messed-up mind, secretly admitting that even she couldn't clearly understand the emotions swirling in her heart. Outside, the schoolyard was still bustling with the sounds of playing under the sunlight, completely detached from the strangely quiet atmosphere inside the office. Shina suddenly jolted awake and confusedly wondered what time it was upon realizing that Isol Yeon should have been here early on. He froze for a moment, his eyes flashing with astonishment when he caught sight of the girl's delicate face sleeping soundly right before his eyes. This unexpected presence made Shinu so flustered that he sat frozen, staring blankly at Isol, not having the heart to break that peace. The president hurriedly covered his mouth with his hand to suppress a gasp of surprise, secretly blaming himself for showing his completely vulnerable sleeping state. His fingertips lightly dug into the desk surface as he tried to suppress his heartbeat that was skipping beats uncontrollably. Shinu quietly observed his friend's back, as if all his usual coldness and prickliness had completely vanished. He leaned down slightly, wondering what this was all about, and complained that if she had arrived, she should have woken him up instead of sleeping like this. Shinu Song stood silently beside the desk with a helpless groan, as if he was surrendering to his ex's irresistible cuteness. Shinu thoughtfully looked at the soundly sleeping Isol and secretly guessed that she must have given up trying to wear contact lenses after so much effort. He lightly touched the glasses frame on the table, telling her that even if Isol found it annoying to have to meet him so much, she should just try to endure it a little longer. While resting his head to observe her, Shinu promised that once he got rid of Seal Beck from Isol's life, he would never come near her again. His hand gently caressed his ex's hair, secretly telling himself that his disappearance was exactly what she had always wanted for so long. Suddenly, an unconscious groan escaped Isol's lips, making the quiet atmosphere instantly become full of tension. Shinu Song flinched and backed away in absolute shock when he saw his friend suddenly move right when his guard was down. In a sleepwalking daze, Isol Yeon mistook Shinu's finger for her little brother, so she scolded him as a brat and told him not to touch his sister while she was sleeping. She hazily woke up but still muttered, wondering why her little brother's cheek had become so unusually stiff today. Shinu stood frozen with a face completely flushed from a mix of embarrassment and shock, his eyes wide open staring blankly at the ironic situation unfolding. The moment Isol completely opened her eyes and realized she was tightly sucking on Shinu's finger, the pervert hashtag popped up, making him just want to sink into the ground right away. The image of Shinu Song's finger resting right inside Isol Yeon's mouth created an incredibly ambiguous situation that left both of them dumbstruck. Right after her piercing scream, Shinu tremblingly backed away and asserted that her sudden resistance was exactly what scared him to death. Isol Yeon's face turned beet red, stammering speechlessly as her mind was still bewildered by the fact that she had just sucked on his finger. Shinu Song stood frozen with an awkward expression, while the pervert hashtag glowed as if wanting to drill deep into his embarrassment. She hurriedly covered her face, apologizing and explaining that because she was frequently bothered by her little brother Hale in her sleep, she had accidentally committed an indecent act. Shinu tremblingly justified that he was an incredibly decent person and absolutely not the perverted type she was mistakenly assuming. Isol Yeon still couldn't calm down, stammering hopelessly as she tried to find a way to escape the mess going on in her head. In absolute panic, Isol suddenly shouted and made a crazy proposal asking if he wanted to bite her back once for revenge. Shinu Song stood dead still with his eyes wide open in amazement, as if he still couldn't digest the challenging question just now. With her eyes swirling from overload, Isol Yeon suggested they consider it a tie to wipe this memory clean and start over from the beginning in the most normal way. Isol Yeon yelled out, demanding to pretend like nothing had ever happened after the highly ambiguous finger-sucking scene with Shinu. The moment her reason returned, she shockingly asked herself what the heck she had just blurted out. Fearing she sounded like a pervert and would be reported, Isol hurriedly knelt down to explain her true intention. Shinu Song unexpectedly grabbed her trembling hands, leaving Isol only able to gasp in utter astonishment. He slightly brought the finger that had just been bitten up to his lips in a challenging manner, making the atmosphere suddenly become incredibly tense. With a sharp gaze and unpredictable expression, Shyness seemed to be deliberately toying with her wildly skipping heartbeat. While the Trashy First Love hashtag shone, the president coldly agreed to follow what she had just said. Shyness solemnly knelt on one knee to hold Isol's hand and affirmed that they both should pretend this had never happened. She stared blankly at his retreating back as he left, in a mix of disappointment and unnamed emotions. Isol yelled out and charged in to attack Seolbeck, making him laugh loudly and remark that she had become more comfortable around him. Isol blamed herself for being so foolish because instead of worrying whether Shinu was hurt or not, the real issue was whether she could approach him one more time. She feared that no matter how thoroughly Seolbeck prepared, if she continued to ruin things like today, everything would come to a complete end. In the middle of the night, Isol wailed miserably that this was the hardest plan in the world, while the neighbor guy could only sneer at her panic. Isol hurriedly ran away with the affirmation that she would not carry out this crazy mission, leaving Seolbeck bewilderedly watching his teammates back. The highly comical chase continued as he constantly encouraged her to strongly stab Shina Song in the back to complete their retaliation goal. Isol grabbed her head and screamed loudly in absolute deadlock, her face flushing red from overload at the pressure her mischievous partner was placing on her shoulders. Seolbeck's laughter echoed throughout the quiet space of the harbor like a solid affirmation that he wouldn't let her back down. The story temporarily settled down before the image of a luxurious villa, where family schemes began to arise behind the glamorous facade. The next morning, Seolbeck quietly prepared for school while his mother was busy taking care of his little sibling and pressing her son about his schooling. She suddenly mentioned Shinu's father's celebratory party next weekend with a sarcastic remark about the terrible man who used every means to climb up to the chairman's seat. Seolbeck's mother announced her plan that she would take little Sora first, and he should go with Shinu on the day of the event, and Director Lee would come to pick them up. She sat casually with her back turned in the luxurious kitchen, telling her son not to worry too much about these imposing arrangements. Seolbeck smirked carelessly upon hearing his mother remark that naturally, no one had high expectations for either him or his childhood friend. He gave a bright smile to say goodbye and walked out of the house decisively, trying to hide the ripples surging in his heart. As he strode away, Seolbeck silently cursed his family members for truly being a bunch of hopeless lunatics. He walked down the quiet street, full of resentment, wondering why they always dragged him along if they felt ashamed to be seen with him. Running a hand through his hair with a long, heavy sigh, he bitterly realized that these paradoxes were something he could never understand. Memories flashed back to a month ago when Seolbeck was resting and suddenly received a notice that he had to transfer to Shinu's school. He sprang up in astonishment at the abrupt decision, while his mother casually explained that his younger sister Sora suddenly wanted to live near the ocean. His mother cuddled a little girl while painting a beautiful picture of settling down by the coast and the opportunity for him to go to school with his childhood best friend. Seolbeck thoughtfully recalled his original plan, which was simply to move to Hawaii with his sister Sora. However, it was little Sora who absolutely demanded that her mother let her stay next to her brother at all costs. When he first set foot in this coastal neighborhood, he thought that the boredom here would sooner or later drive him crazy. But he suddenly burst into amused laughter upon realizing that the unexpected appearance of a little piece of mochi had changed everything. Standing and watching Isol Yeon's silhouette waving goodbye, Seolbeck silently felt a strange, blooming joy. He quietly observed his friend muttering as she studied English early in the morning with a highly focused and serious expression. Suddenly, Isol looked up at him with bewildered eyes and repeatedly asked what trick would be pulled next after the green frog incident. She suddenly fell into a state of panic, clutching her head and crying while asserting that she truly could not continue with this plan. Seolbeck looked up at the sky thoughtfully, wondering why someone who was full of determination yesterday morning had changed after only half a day. Behind him, Isol Yeon quietly held the notebook in her hand with a confused mind, secretly wondering if something shady had actually happened to Shinu Song. Seolbeck growled, insulting Shinu as a pervert who abused his authority to confine Isol in a closed room every lunch break. The neighbor clutched his head in worry, constantly imagining the terrible scenarios the president might have done to the poor girl. While immersed in her train of thought, Isol Yeon suddenly slipped, causing her body to sway and almost fall onto the street. Quick as lightning, a firm hand tightly grabbed the strap of her backpack from behind to keep her steady before tragedy struck. The hard stumble made Isol stagger, and her prescription glasses accidentally slipped off the bridge of her nose, falling freely onto the hard ground. Seol Beck hastily lifted her up like a doll to the rescue, leaving Isol completely frozen in astonishment. While Isol was frantically looking for her glasses, a dry crack rang out, signaling the tragic fate of her protective charm. Seol Beck screamed tragically in the middle of the empty street about Isol's eyes, as if a horrifying disaster had just struck. He quickly bent down to pick up the ruins, ignoring his friend who was slumping to the ground in shame and guilt. Seol Beck was stunned to discover they were non-prescription glasses and bombarded her with questions about why she was wearing fake glasses, making Isol's secret officially exposed. Isol Yeon secretly realized that her #superpower had miraculously restored her eyesight, but because she was too flustered when Shinu interrogated her, she chose to wear the non-prescription glasses again to hide it. Slumping down at the corner of the street, she stammered an explanation to Seol Beck that they were just fashion glasses, telling herself absolutely not to reveal the secret about her eyes. Isol tried to make excuses that this was just an accessory the neighbor himself had used before, hoping to cover up the current awkwardness. Seol Beck froze for a moment with a face full of skepticism. He quietly looked at his friend as if wanting to assess how much truth was in that clumsy lie. Without saying a word, he decisively sealed the ruins in a plastic bag and declared the death of the fashion glasses, despite Isol's weak resistance. Seol Beck held up the bag of evidence and demanded that she focus on listening to what he was about to say, suddenly making the atmosphere extremely serious. His hand gently lifted her small face, making Isol tremble in amazement, her breath seemingly pausing at this overwhelmingly close distance. With a profound gaze, Seol Beck dropped sweet words that she was naturally very cute, but her beauty without glasses made him flutter even more. The overly sincere confession made Isol's face flush red with embarrassment. She could only stammer back, asking what his intentions were after all. Seol Beck suddenly and playfully pulled her chubby cheeks, while the foolish rice cake #shone like an acknowledgement of Isol's irresistible cuteness. Seol Beck laughed with delight while continuously kneading Isol's cheeks, commenting that she was looking more and more like a cute piece of rice cake. Isol Yeon frustratingly swung her fist and punched the neighbor hard, secretly lamenting that his words and his inner hashtags truly did not match at all. Bright sunlight covered the high school campus, signaling the start of a new day with the bustling pace of the students. Isol walked anxiously along the hallway, feeling extremely inconvenienced that Shinu Song still refused to return her fashion glasses. She secretly calculated whether she should use the excuse of just having had myopia surgery to cover it up if the president continued to question her eyes. Standing in the middle of the noisy crowd, Isol briefly glanced inside the classroom with a mind full of turmoil about the things to come. Looking down at the schoolyard where preparations for the sports festival were taking place, she suddenly realized this major event was exactly 1 week away. Isol told herself that the study guide would probably be completed in the next 2 days as well, closing the awkward period of working together. The biggest problem right now was the embarrassing incident yesterday. Isol stood silently in front of the student council room with a weary sigh. She scratched her head in panic, wondering what to say when stepping inside and whether she should apologize to him one more time. The memory of the highly ambiguous finger-sucking incident yesterday kept coming back, becoming a psychological ghost haunting Isol Yeon's mind. She tightly squeezed her trembling hands to suppress her embarrassment, secretly regretting the impulsive actions that made the atmosphere between them extremely terrible. Isol gathered all her courage to push the door and enter the student council office, telling herself that no matter what happened, she had to face it once and for all. However, the president, who was always on duty very early, suddenly disappeared, leaving an empty, quiet space that made her inevitably dazed. Isol stood rooted to the spot in disappointment upon realizing that Shinu Song was genuinely not here, even though he was always the one to arrive before her for every joint work session. Her eyes suddenly stopped at a pastry box lying quietly on the table with an orange sticky note, seemingly a gift he left behind before leaving. She slowly picked up the paper, her heart full of doubt and curiosity about what her ex wanted to convey after the embarrassing incident yesterday. In the note, Shainu wrote that he had finished his part of the work, told her to rest and go home early today, and thanked her for helping with the document all this time. Isol's eyes suddenly became sorrowful upon reading the distant farewell words, clearly feeling a rift gradually forming in the connection between the two of them. She quietly looked down at the schoolyard where Shainu was busy preparing props with other friends, secretly realizing she seemed to have been cast out of his world. Isol Yeon stood blankly in the middle of the quiet student council office, her hand still tightly clutching the orange sticky note upon realizing Shainu had truly left. She quietly picked up a pen to continue writing the unfinished notes, trying to use work to fill the emptiness welling up in her heart. Down in the schoolyard, Shainu Song was laughing happily with his close friends, a radiant image completely opposite to Isol's melancholy by the window frame. Sadness invaded, making her eyes suddenly blur with tears. Isol felt a pang of pain upon realizing she seemed to have been excluded from her ex's world. Right at that moment, Seol Baek unexpectedly appeared and put his arm around her shoulders intimately, starting to announce the launch of the Retaliation Planning Alliance. He excitedly named this mission code Heartbeat Drop, while a hashtag about a field agent with a sunny smile suddenly appeared on Isol. Seol Baek held up the movie tickets highly and defiantly, affirming the goal was to completely capture Shainu's heart and then ruthlessly throw it away without mercy. Seeing his friend still sobbing from hurt, the neighbor encouraged her that they both definitely had to work together to make that president taste suffering. The horror movie tickets were brought out as a perfect bait to utilize the suspension bridge effect, turning fear into artificial emotional flutters. Isol Yeon held the stack of tickets tightly in her hand with a resolute gaze, telling herself this was the most wonderful opportunity to build feelings in order to execute the revenge plan. Seol Baek asked in surprise if Saturday was actually tomorrow, while Isol, embarrassed, intended to cover something up. She anxiously thought that Shainu Song would absolutely never agree to go see a movie with her on the weekend, so she asked how to lure him there. Seol Baek smirked with full confidence and affirmed that it was actually very easy, making her inevitably curious about his plot. In a strange room, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated violently, shattering the quiet space next to the seashell keychain. Shainu Song, who was dozing off, gently reached out to find the communication device with an expression still full of sluggishness and exhaustion. He suddenly became startlingly awake upon receiving a text message arranging a movie date with Isol Yeon at the C*V cinema in just 1 hour. Not wasting another second, the president immediately sprang out of bed at the speed of light to prepare for the unexpected date. Shainu ran to the movie theater panting heavily, only to catch Seol Baek's triumphant smile next to a bewildered Isol holding a bucket of popcorn. Sitting in the darkness of the movie theater, a sweating Isol secretly admired her partner's talent for predicting the other party's reaction. Looking up at the screen showing chilling horror scenes, she made up her mind to take advantage of the fear to make this revenge plan perfectly successful. Explaining the suspension bridge effect, Seol Baek believed that the trembling feeling caused by fear could end up bringing a fluttering sensation of love. And he aimed straight at Shainu Song's fatal weakness, since the president was someone who was extremely faint-hearted towards horror movies. He affirmed this was the perfect occasion to build feelings and presented the movie tickets as a malicious bait aimed at the opponent. Isol Yeon sat blankly in the empty movie theater, wondering what on earth actually counted as the fluttering of a heart. She wondered what kind of behavior was the clearest proof that someone had truly fallen in love right at this moment, especially when Shainu Song suddenly leaned his head on her shoulder weakly, as if he had been completely swayed by emotions in the darkness. Going back to a few minutes earlier, Shainu ran to the movie theater panting heavily and was stunned by Seol Baek's greeting. He was forcibly dragged and intimidated by the mischievous neighbor, making the situation in the lobby suddenly extremely chaotic and ironic. Isol Yeon hurriedly grabbed Seol Baek to repeatedly ask what mysterious method he had used to invite Shainu here so quickly. She felt everything was so absurd because clearly the president had tried his best to vigorously avoid her right up until yesterday. Isol panicked, clinging to Seol Baek's arm and repeatedly asking if he had used physical force to compel Shainu to come to the movie theater. Because when recalling the violent past with the motorcycle and shovel chases of the two best friends, she couldn't help but shudder in fear. But Seol Baek only gave a dismissive smirk and then explained that he made no threats at all, only gently revealing that he was going to a movie with her, which made Shainu immediately rush over in a panic. The smug neighbor patted Isol's shoulder and affirmed that he was excellently fulfilling the role of a brilliant tactician. Isol shuddered slightly upon realizing it was time for her to go into battle as a key member of the field team. Far away in the lobby, she quietly observed Shainu being surrounded by two strange girls asking for his phone number with an expression full of embarrassment. Seol Beck unexpectedly squeezed her chubby cheeks slightly and reminded her of the launch of the mission codenamed Heartbeat Drop to conquer the opponent's heart. He casually stated that this was just the preliminary stage of building affection, so the only goal for today was simply to finish watching the movie together. Looking at the hashtag Rice Cake Goes to Battle sparkling on his friend's tense face, Seol Beck instructed Isol to send an SOS signal immediately if she felt overwhelmed. His smile suddenly became unusually sincere as the teammate hashtag appeared, accompanied by a promise to always be on standby and stick by her side throughout this highly calculated date. Seol Beck and Isol simultaneously struck an excited pose as they declared that this was officially an all-out war. Meanwhile, Shina Song let out a weary sigh and rubbed the back of his neck as if to dispel the awkwardness enveloping him. His eyes suddenly became sharp and deeply profound as he looked straight ahead to seek an answer. Shina stepped forward with a hashtag card about a first love who had heartlessly abandoned him, making Isol even more steadfast in her revenge plan. However, she was suddenly stunned to see the thought of wanting to kidnap and elope with her immediately appear on Shainu. The appearance of conflicting hashtags made Isol stagger and almost tumble in the cramped space of the movie theater. She quickly regained her balance in astonishment as both Seol Beck and Shainu simultaneously reached out to save her. Isol reassured herself to stay completely alert, secretly telling herself absolutely not to let Shainu's aggressive hashtag cards waver her will. Shainu's face suddenly displayed a series of negative keywords about a bad and trashy person, like a self-mockery of his own past. Isol could only stammer, urging all three to quickly head inside to end the suffocating atmosphere surrounding them. Seol Beck excitedly clapped in approval and praised Isol's boldness, while she smugly crossed her arms under Shainu's silent, meaningful gaze. The neighbor's firm hand lightly touched Isol's shoulder as an arrogant encouragement to assert his position as a close ally. Seol Beck glanced over with a sly smile, his pupils flashing with a calculating light about an upcoming psychological game. He nonchalantly raised a challenging finger behind Shina's back in a highly provocative manner while still holding tightly onto his female friend's shoulder. In response to that mockery was Shainu Song's cold and profound face, as if he was trying to suppress a smoldering rage. The three brushed past each other in the stuffy movie theater lobby, creating a clear separation between the two opposing factions in the war of love. Shainu slightly bowed his head with eyes cast down in melancholy, letting vague thoughts invade his mind. But then he quickly regained his sharp and cold demeanor, his eyes narrowing in vigilance, as if he had seen through the opponent's dark schemes. On the big screen, the chilling horror footage began to play, signaling the start of a turbulent night. Sitting quietly in the dark, Isol hugged her popcorn bucket tightly with a bewildered face as she felt an invisible pressure from the person sitting next to her. Isol realized that Shainu was still sitting completely still and calmly. She secretly suspected that this president seemingly knew no fear. She turned with a bewildered face, silently blaming Seol Beck because he had firmly asserted that Shainu Song was extremely faint-hearted when it came to horror movies. Contrary to expectations, it was the neighbor Seol Beck who was shivering and panting heavily, admitting that he was the one scared to death by the creepy scenes. Isol looked helplessly at her terrified ally, sighing inwardly that the plan would completely fall apart when the mastermind was even more cowardly than the target. In the dark space, Shainu suddenly turned slightly and called Isol Yeon's name in a low, deep voice that startled her. He hesitantly recalled what she had once said about not hating his touch, then earnestly asked if that was still true now. The memory of the fluster hand-holding in the student council office suddenly rushed back, reviving the chaotic emotions that Isol had been hiding. She was stunned by her ex's sudden question, wondering to herself why he chose this precise, sensitive moment to bring up the past. Shainu suddenly tilted his head to rest on her shoulder and confessed that he was genuinely terrified, while gently asking for permission to lean on her a little longer. Isol completely froze at Shainu's overly intimate action, her heart beating nonstop in the highly ambiguous silence of the movie theater. Isol was secretly amazed to realize that the president, who always kept a cold face, was actually scared to death by the horror movie. She silently calculated that Shinu's initiative to lean on her was a sign that he had begun to let his guard down. Looking at her ex's vulnerable face under the dim light, Isol wondered if her plan had succeeded earlier than expected. She couldn't help but marvel at the power of cinematic effects when seeing a rigid guy like Shinu falter. The moment Shinu actually rested his head on her shoulder, Isol gave a slight start and clearly felt the warmth spreading throughout her body. But then her confusion quickly turned into panic when she discovered his hand was placed in a highly sensitive area. Isol was shocked to realize that this was no longer a simple leaning, but Shinu was actually hugging her tightly in the darkness of the movie theater. In her distress, she remembered Seolbeck's advice and continuously used hand signals to call for help from her allies sitting next to her. However, the cowardly neighbor was scared out of his wits and didn't notice a thing, just busy trembling and whining about the movie. Suddenly, Shinu tightly grabbed Isol's hand and pressed it hard against his chest, softly confessing that his heart was beating erratically out of fear. Isol panicked when she felt Shinu's wildly beating heartbeat and wondered why he had such an intense reaction. Meanwhile, Shinu's Song slightly rested his head on her shoulder with profound eyes, as if he was hiding some secret intention. Unexpectedly, the president decisively wrapped his arms around Isol in a tight embrace from behind, leaving her completely stunned by the extremely abrupt action. Isol squeezed her eyes shut and tried to reassure herself to stay alert so as not to be swept into this ambiguous atmosphere. However, Shinu's hand suddenly interlaced tightly with hers like a fierce assertion of ownership in the darkness. She silently told herself that both guys beside her were losing control out of fear, which was why they considered her their only pillar of support right now. Amidst her troubled mind, Isol was stunned to catch Shinu's gentle gaze looking at her as if wanting to see through her soul. The president lightly leaned his head on her shoulder again with a satisfied sigh, ignoring the chilling scene still playing out. On the opposite side, Seolbeck was also forcefully squeezing Isol's shoulder to seek reassurance in his extreme panic. The moment suddenly became heated when Shinu Song unexpectedly nuzzled deep into Isol's neck, creating a highly dramatic and bewitching physical contact. Isol stood up in astonishment as Shinu suddenly pulled away. The atmosphere in the movie theater instantly became chaotic and deeply flustered. Shinu Song's face flushed red with embarrassment, his eyes looking dazed as if he had just experienced a massive psychological shock. A hashtag card about the most cowardly person in history appeared quite sarcastically, making Isol unable to help but press him on whether he was truly that scared. Her eyes suddenly welled up with tears as she stammered to scold this idiot for letting his lips accidentally touch a highly sensitive spot. Shinu Song slightly turned his face away to hide his extreme awkwardness, sweat dripping profusely down his neck in the suffocating silence. The president covered his face with his hand and mumbled a clumsy apology for his recent out-of-control actions. Sitting right behind, Seolbeck lifted his beanie with fiery eyes and silently cursed that bastard for daring to play tricks right in front of him. All three walked out of the movie theater with incredibly awkward expressions, as the two main characters were still drowning in an embarrassment that made them want to go crazy. But then the atmosphere suddenly changed dramatically when a cold iron weapon was unexpectedly swung in the middle of the empty street. A murderous-looking Seolbeck stood towering next to Shinu, who was lying flat on the ground, making Isol cry out miserably while the neighbor wondered if he was secretly doing something wrong. Isol screamed in despair, begging Seolbeck to stop immediately before things went too far. She rushed over to hug him tightly from behind, trying hard to justify that the recent lip touch was entirely an unintended accident because Shinu was too scared. The neighbor halted with a sharp, highly suspicious gaze, while Shinu was still struggling to support himself on the cold ground to catch his breath. Seolbeck's gaze suddenly darkened when he caught sight of the bright red mark clearly visible on Isol's neck, a highly ambiguous trace just formed in the darkness of the movie theater. A fierce brawl violently broke out between the two rivals, turning the quiet street into a battlefield full of cold, steely clashes. The first round temporarily came to a close with a devastated scene as Seolbeck, still burning with murderous intent, stood towering over his fallen opponent. Isol was secretly amazed by the overwhelming strength of her neighbor, but she couldn't understand why Shinu could still calmly take those hits as if it was nothing. Watching the two close friends charge at each other as ferociously as wild gorillas, she could only hold her head in dismay and secretly wish to return home to her younger siblings. Seol-baek decisively pointed his finger at Shinu's face, intimidating him into bowing his head and repeating the admission that he was a despicable, perverted bastard. The president had to endure the humiliation and utter self-deprecating words on the ground, while Seol-baek nonchalantly led Isol away by the hand like a proudly arrogant victor. Seol-baek decisively placed his hand on her shoulder to lead Isol away, while she kept turning her head to look back with a gaze full of torment. On the opposite side, Shina Song was still kneeling slumped on the cold ground. He painfully clutched his arm and let out an urgent apology. Isol's eyes suddenly became sorrowful when looking at her ex's exhausted figure. It seemed she was sensing a strange sincerity. In the middle of the empty street, the president chose to bow his head in humiliating apology just because of the incident where his lips accidentally touched her neck in the movie theater. Isol secretly thought that she could completely understand Shinu's feelings right now without having to rely on the hashtag superpower. However, she still couldn't ease her resentment over the fact that he had cruelly chased her away and avoided her from middle school until now. Seol-baek stood silently beside her with a worn-out posture, quietly observing his female friend who was lost in her vague trains of thought. The two officially parted ways at the foot of the stairs. Isol waved goodbye to the neighbor and walked away with an extremely heavy heart. As soon as she arrived home, she immediately leaned her back against the door and let out a weary sigh to dispel the mess in her mind. Isol completely froze at a sudden message from Seol-baek about pausing their revenge plan because he was too terrified by Shinu's perverted nature. Seol-baek was standing at the checkout in the convenience store when he unexpectedly received Isol's highly flustered reply, assuring him that she was fine and could continue the plan. The neighbor smirked with a crafty smile, silently scolding his foolish friend for not being able to tell the difference between an accident and Shinu's deliberate action. Right then, the phone screen suddenly vibrated violently with an incoming call from Shinu Song's older sister, signaling an unforeseen variable. Seol-baek stared at the device with a grave expression, as if he could feel the invisible pressure from the rival family's arrangements. The atmosphere suddenly turned stone cold as a pair of scissors was unexpectedly thrown to the ground right in front of the guilty president. Seol-baek glared murderously, speaking up to threaten and demand that Shinu Song manually cut off his despicable part to atone to Isol. However, Shinu suddenly went mad and intended to actually do it, making Seol-baek scream in terror, scolding him for being a psychopath, and threatening to kill him on the spot. The tense confrontation temporarily ended in mutual contempt, as the two best friends did not hesitate to exchange gestures full of hatred. Seol-baek tiredly scratched his head in frustration and then began to seriously relay the important information that Shinu's older sister had just announced. Shinu Song immediately sprang up in shock upon hearing the mandatory request to be present at his father's celebratory party if he didn't want to face the family's wrath. Seol-baek covered his face in despair and firmly asserted that the sister would genuinely take Shinu Song's life if he dared to be absent on the important day. The two stood in the middle of the empty street, plotting a scheme to run away on the day of the grand banquet because neither had the courage to inform the family of his absence. When the call from the powerful older sister rang out, Shinu frantically shoved the phone to Seol-baek, but he ruthlessly rejected it out of fear of the scoldings. On the other end of the line, the sister known as the Madwoman began throwing deadly threats if the president wasn't present at their father's anniversary ceremony next Saturday. Seol-baek stood beside him, trying hard to remind him that he himself was also being dragged into this mess, while Shinu was still struggling to find a way to deal with the family's pressure. The president tried to use the excuse of exhaustion after the school sports festival to dodge, despite the busy schedule on the screen engulfing his mind. The space suddenly fell into a suffocating silence when the two best friends could only stand still and take the blow from the terrifying silence on the other end of the line. The woman on the other end of the line roared with absolute authority, asserting her position as the corporation's director and forbidding any resistance from the two younger brothers. She unleashed all her anger after a month of exhausting work in Europe, making Seol-baek just cover his face and cry his heart out when hearing the threat of a shared death for both of them. The steely sister ordered both to silently comply and show up with radiant smiles, ending the call with a high-pressure request for an answer. Shinu and Seol-baek bowed their heads in unison to obey the orders from the powerful older sister over the phone, assuring her they would be present at the upcoming party. The president ended the call with a deeply humiliating affirmation while Seol-baek stood nearby with an extremely resigned expression. Both of them stood motionless in the middle of the empty street, silently staring at the phone as if they still couldn't digest the threats they had just heard. Suddenly, Shinu screamed frantically and threw violent kicks into the air to vent his long pent-up frustration. The self-torture session ended when both young men collapsed, panting, seemingly completely exhausted by the pressure of their families. They parted ways with hateful, contemptuous gestures, then decisively went their separate ways home to end a troublesome night. Meanwhile, Isol Yeon secretly appeared in front of the gate of a luxurious building, looking full of hesitation and indecision. She was overwhelmed by the massive scale of Seol-baek's villa, secretly thinking that this place really didn't fit in with her neighborhood at all. Isol scratched her head in frustration, secretly cursing the young master for breaking his promise and abruptly suspending the plan to overthrow Shinu. Suddenly, Seol-baek appeared on the rooftop with a sly smile, gently voicing his surprise when catching sight of his friend's petite figure standing below. Isol smiled radiantly to welcome Seol-baek back and greeted her neighbor with warm affection. Meanwhile, Seol-baek fell into a daze, confusedly wondering why his little friend was here instead of resting at the rice cake shop. She worriedly noticed his absent-minded expression and the fresh scratch on his face, secretly guessing about a brawl that had just occurred with Shinu. Both stood silently looking at each other in the quiet space, Isol growing restless under the other's profound gaze fixed upon her. However, the healing rice cake #card suddenly glowed, revealing that her presence was the very medicine to soothe the young master's soul. Seol-baek unexpectedly leaned his head on Isol's shoulder in exhaustion and complained that his life was becoming too difficult. She shuddered slightly as she recalled the image of him flying into a rage at Shinu for her sake, secretly grateful for that violent yet sincere protection. Looking at his face from such a close distance, Isol secretly concluded that this neighbor was actually very kind-hearted despite having the appearance of a delinquent. Her small hands gently patted Seol-baek's back as a tender consolation for her exhausted ally. Isol suddenly and hesitantly asked to go up to Seol-baek's private room for a moment, instantly making the atmosphere full of suspense and anticipation. Seol-baek slightly bowed his head with a profound look in his eyes, as it seemed he still couldn't escape his thoughts about his family's troubles. Isol immediately stepped closer and firmly asserted that even if the plan was suspended, she herself did not want to stop the game yet. She decisively pulled out a small notebook and revealed that she had prepared a completely new battle plan on her own. Isol looked up at her neighbor with great anticipation, then suggested that both of them go up to his private room to discuss the details of this scheme. Seol-baek stood silently in front of his luxurious villa and hesitantly confirmed that there was currently no one at home. Isol chuckled, thinking it was a relief because her own house was in complete chaos due to the disruption of her twin siblings. Standing in the middle of the quiet lobby, she secretly sighed that this weekend seemed to be truly cursed by a dark spell. Suddenly, Seol-baek decisively lifted Isol up in terror, making her scream at the young master's audacity. The dry sound of the gate echoed, signaling that Isol had officially stepped into the mysterious private territory of the Seol family. The inner door suddenly burst open dramatically, causing Isol to exclaim in astonishment at a shocking truth existing right before her eyes. Isol Yeon tumbled onto the soft bed in shock when suddenly brought into the young master's private space. Seol-baek immediately closed in and insisted that she absolutely must never let herself be as weak as she was at the movie theater ever again. Isol was still in a daze when her neighbor decisively discarded all old plans to focus on correcting her overly soft-hearted nature. He demanded that she practice punching straight into the faces of despicable perverts, causing the sick with worry #card to appear quite realistically. Seol-baek decisively ordered her to clench her fists while he volunteered to play the villain to help her train her self-defense skills. His eyes suddenly became unusually profound as he asked Isol to really focus and treat this as a real dangerous situation. Unexpectedly, Seol-baek bowed his head and performed a highly sensitive action with her hand, then provocatively reminded his opponent to throw a proper strike. Without giving Isol time to compose herself, her neighbor decisively rushed forward and hugged her fiercely, igniting a passionate atmosphere in the room. She could only scream in utter panic upon witnessing these dramatic actions that were completely out of her control. While Seolbeck was still holding on tightly without letting go, Isol completely turned to stone and fell into a state of gridlock before her ally's audacity. Seolbeck frowned in disappointment and questioned Isol whether her weak punch just now could really be considered an attack. The neighbor grumbled that with feather-like strength like that, she couldn't possibly take down a pervert, and that she needed to throw a punch hard enough to crush the opponent's nose. Not making him wait long, Isol decisively delivered a thunderous punch straight to Seolbeck's face, completely catching him off guard. Seolbeck clutched his painful nose and staggeringly exclaimed that the biker gang blood inside Isol seemed to have truly awakened. The pain brought his reason back. The young master slightly bowed his head in apology and confessed that he'd been too agitated after the overwhelming incidents at the movie theater. He quietly looked at his own hands and softly called her name in a profound tone, as it seemed the atmosphere in the room had suddenly become incredibly strange. Seolbeck's firm hand suddenly rested on Isol's waist, startling her at the highly sensitive physical contact right on the bed. Isol shrank back in panic, her large, round eyes filled with anxiety as she felt the close proximity from the person opposite her. In the middle of the large, gloomy room, the two were still struggling in an extremely awkward posture that made time seem to stand still. Seolbeck finally had to surrender on his knees with both hands raised, while Isol kept squirming in confusion at her close friend's vague thoughts. The cold, sharp scissors lay bare on the ground like a terrifying reminder of the fate that Shinu Song almost had to suffer. Seolbeck stood tall, looking down from above at the one kneeling in apology, relentlessly throwing insults at the president, calling him a perverted bastard. Looking at his clenched fist in the private room, he secretly regretted not bringing that weapon to end everything once and for all. The atmosphere suddenly shifted to the bustling schoolyard, where students were rushing to prepare for the upcoming sports festival. Loud cheering echoed when Class 3 won the tug-of-war practice, making the atmosphere burn with fighting spirit. Hurried footsteps and reminders to save energy for the real battle began to spread throughout the hallways. In the midst of that, Seolbeck in a shark suit gently nibbled on an ice cream and pondered over a surprising discovery. He voiced a warning to Shinu that Isol Yeon was actually a very dangerous girl and not at all easy to bully as she appeared. Answering the warning was Shinu's profoundly deep silence, as he quietly used a towel to wipe his face to hide his embarrassment. He stood in front of the mirror with water drops still lingering in his hair, his gaze hazy as if engrossed in searching for an answer to the mysteries surrounding his old female friend. Shinu Song stood in front of Seolbeck carrying a baseball bat full of murderous intent, while his neighbor could only clutch his chest and admit he deserved to be beaten for his wrongdoings. To apologize, Seolbeck lay flat on the ground begging his close friend to punish him once and for all, making the atmosphere extremely suffocating. When the stormy weekend passed, the school sports day finally arrived, making Isol feel extremely excited. Looking through the classroom window, she laughed in amusement upon seeing Shinu and Seolbeck continuing their familiar brawl right in the middle of the schoolyard. Returning to the discussion in the private room, Seolbeck listened intently as Isol shared about a secret battle plan she had just come up with. She excitedly revealed that she had accidentally read about a highly potential side activity in the sports festival plan that the president was keeping secret. That was a competition called A Day as a Servant, featuring an illustration of a dramatic test of strength. Seolbeck dazedly held the program sheet and repeated the bizarre name of the event in extreme skepticism. Isol explained that this wasn't an official event, but just a small fun corner with tables and chairs set up for a simple arm wrestling match. She emphasized that the rules were incredibly simple. It was just arm wrestling, but the loser would have to accept the fate of becoming a servant, obeying the winner. Hands tightly clasped together marked the beginning of a fierce competition to seize absolute authority. Excited screams rang out when the winner triumphantly declared they had acquired a personal servant to boss around for an entire day. Isol quietly observed the scene of the losers having to humiliatingly fan their masters right in the middle of the scorching heat of the sports festival. Seolbeck smirked slightly with amusement as he realized his rice cake friend had just made a very bold and unexpected move. He gripped the plan tightly and pressed to ask if it was true that she wanted to turn Shai Nu-sung into a servant to serve her all day long. Isol could only hesitate with her large, round eyes full of reluctance, as it seemed she was afraid of the variables that could arise from this highly calculated scheme. Seolbeck suddenly burst into laughter on the floor, thinking that this idea was truly much more elaborate than the horror movie trap he had once set. In the middle of the school hallway, Shai Nu-sung kept refusing and threatened to teach Seolbeck a lesson if he dared to continue dragging him into this. Isol felt secret resentment when remembering how the president was always the one to take the initiative to approach, only to ruthlessly chase her away like a worthless toy. Looking at the image of Shai Nu cherishing the seashell keychain, she secretly cursed him as a selfish bastard who only lived for his own erratic emotions. Shai Nu-sung lay collapsed on the cold ground, once again uttering a deeply humiliating apology as an admission of his past mistakes. Isol recalled the highly ambiguous moment at the movie theater and secretly thought she had no other choice but to use force to subdue this unpredictable guy. She made up her mind to carry out the seduction plan, only to ruthlessly discard the president without a shred of pity afterward. Her eyes suddenly became more determined than ever, telling herself this was something she absolutely had to do to accomplish her goal. Isol walked past Shai Nu coldly in the hallway, secretly vowing to conquer his heart once again to avenge the pain from the past. Seolbeck smugly dragged Shai Nu, who was covering his face in shame, out in front of the enthusiastic welcome of all the students present at the sports festival. The neighbor in a snow-white costume decisively placed his hand on the competition table, making the crowd of female students scream because of his bewitchingly handsome looks. Under tremendous pressure from his mischievous ally, Shai Nu-sung helplessly covered his face and admitted defeat as soon as the arm wrestling match began. Returning to her private stream of thoughts, Isol wondered if Seolbeck's planning group could become Dark Knights competing in her place. She sighed anxiously, afraid that if she personally showed up to compete in arm wrestling, unpleasant gossip would immediately surround her. Seolbeck slightly tilted his face, profoundly asserting that he originally had no desire to become the center of attention. Yet, the silver-haired knight fell to his knees at Isol Yeon's feet and eagerly declared that he would go into battle in her place, filling the atmosphere with bursts of laughter. A hand reached out arrogantly, accompanied by a question of whether the opponent had truly grasped the current situation. In a blue shark suit, Seolbeck confidently introduced himself as Isol Yeon's representative and emphasized that if the other guy dared to lose, then Shai Nu-sung would officially become her servant, having to obey her every command for the entire day. The tension skyrocketed as the rivals' hands locked together, initiating an uncompromising battle. With a powerful push, Seolbeck slammed his opponent's hand straight down onto the table, leaving everyone around in shock. Uproarious cheers erupted as the new student scored an overwhelming victory in a split second, leaving Shai Nu frozen with a blank expression. Smirking sarcastically behind the shark hood, Seolbeck coldly called his opponent nothing more than a perverted bastard. In response was Shai Nu-sung's fiercely blushing and flustered face, while Seolbeck silently concluded that all the student council president's feelings were already far too obvious. Isol stood stunned in the middle of the crowded hallway, her eyes fixated on the president as the authoritative master hashtag suddenly appeared above his head. Meeting that gaze was Shai Nu-sung's deeply awkward expression, as if he still couldn't digest the mysterious servant status that fate had just arranged for him. Seolbeck realized the time was right, so he quickly grabbed his stomach, pretended to groan in pain, and swiftly sneaked away to set up the couple. That unexpected action made Isol panic and run after him as a natural reflex, leaving Shai Nu standing bewildered in the crowd. The classroom door closed silently, marking the end of a chaotic yet incredibly successful segment. In their private space, the two co-conspirators couldn't hide their excitement and jumped for joy to celebrate the Black Knight's resounding victory. Seolbeck didn't hesitate to lift Isol high up into the air, smiling brightly as if to praise their perfectly coordinated theatrical performance. Approaching the windowsill where Isol was sitting, the mischievous, silver-haired young master asked what kind of tasks this master had prepared for that servant. Isol hurriedly covered her flushed face with her hands, softly snapping at him to stop calling her by that annoying master title. Looking deep into her soul, the little girl silently admitted that although it was a bit weird, it had been a very long time since she felt this relieved and happy. Distant memories flooded into Isol Yeon's mind, recalling the times when they sat peacefully next to each other before all the storms began. Returning to reality, the little girl hid behind the door and made up her mind to invite Shinu Song for a meal to bridge the gap, with the belief that a cozy meal and some small talk would be the key to opening an opportunity for both of them to get closer once again. Right as the sports festival was beginning, Seol Baek suddenly appeared and mocked the servant Shinu for his rude and disrespectful attitude towards his master. Faced with the silver-haired guy's smug taunts, Shinu could only suppress his anger while Isol was still in shock because things were happening so fast. She hesitantly offered to go with the president, but the awkward expression on her face revealed an extreme, unconcealable fluster. Shinu Song suddenly turned bright red, sweating slightly as he had to awkwardly utter the title of master that he fundamentally abhorred. Watching his retreating back, Isol Yeon helplessly clutched her head and silently lamented that this revenge plan seemed to have steered in a completely wrong direction. As night fell at the deserted playground, Seol Baek endured a phone call filled with fury, being scolded for running away from home and having a childish personality that refused to grow up. Sprawling out on the slide with a bored look, he sarcastically called the person on the other end of the line a crazy guy who was being overly sensitive after getting rejected in the winter of 8th grade. Seol Baek sat in a daze and then mocked the other guy for choosing the moment right before the break to confess with a cheesy letter. He held up his phone and urged the other person to quickly head straight to her house if the girl stubbornly refused to pick up the phone. Seol Baek's face frowned when he heard the guy confess that he spent the entire break waiting, but that door still didn't budge. While packing up his things, he pressed to ask if, after all those pathetic actions, she had left any message behind. Seol Baek's footsteps halted in curiosity upon hearing that the president had received a single text reply just yesterday. A wave of guilt surged when the heartless message was revealed, asserting that she felt disgusted and demanded he stop immediately. Returning to the bustling present, Seol Baek leaned in close to Isol Yeon, pointed significantly, and asked if she knew what that guy's elementary school dream was. He casually revealed the shocking secret that the guy once yearned to become Isol Yeon's groom, causing the atmosphere to suddenly freeze. In the face of this blunt exposure, Shinu Song could only stand frozen with a beet-red face from embarrassment, while his hand awkwardly scratched the back of his neck. Seol Baek still relentlessly yelled into the phone, loudly scolding him as an idiot and warning that constantly clinging to her was an unforgivable crime. Shinu Song glared fiercely when he heard Seol Baek blabbering that his dream was simply to be an errand boy for Isol Yeon. Meanwhile, the silver-haired guy nonchalantly teased, lightly poking Isol's cheek in triumph for having grasped his rival's secret. The outburst of rage caused the president to roar the sinner's name like thunder, making Isol panic and cover her ears tightly. The night slowly descended, enveloping the luxurious skyscraper where family schemes were beginning to stir in preparation for a major event. Sinbai calmly reported to her powerful father that she had arranged for a driver to escort her younger brother back as soon as the sports festival ended. Mr. Song loosened his tie, clearly showing his disgust, and growled, asking why she bothered to summon that useless son back. He feared that among the upper-class elites, Shinu's out-of-place presence would only spark more unnecessary gossip. Faced with that anxiety, Sinbai immediately reassured her father that Shinu wouldn't dare draw attention, because that was the only thing her brother did well. The statement about being as quiet as a mouse rang out with heavy irony, right as Shinu was violently grabbing Seol Baek by the collar. He pinned his rival to the floor and frantically threatened to end his life, even though Seol Baek still nonchalantly complained that the yelling was way too loud. Shinu fell to his knees at Seol Baek's feet, desperately begging the other not to reveal that shocking secret to Isol Yeon. At his childhood friend's overreaction, the silver-haired guy could only ask in bewilderment if he was afraid of his past desire to be her errand boy being exposed. Unable to keep his cool, Shinu swung his fist while Seol Baek continued to mock that he was actually extremely thrilled with his slave status. In utter shame, the president covered his face and confessed that Isol had always mistakenly believed the two of them only met in middle school. Shinu frantically scratched his head in despair, screaming that he had intended to tell the whole truth, But things didn't go as planned. His face suddenly turned solemn as he bitterly admitted that because he had been ruthlessly rejected by her, he had no chance left to explain. Seol Beck's mocking laughter echoed across the schoolyard, leaving Shinu with no choice but to helplessly demand that he shut up at once. Amid the lively atmosphere of the sports festival, Isol Yeon sat sunken on the steps with a distant, lonely gaze in her pink shark suit. While the two boys were busy fighting in a hidden corner, the little girl felt lost in the crowd, silently wondering where on earth they had disappeared to. Isol gently pulled down her hood, thinking to herself that she was too used to being invisible, so she decided to quietly retreat to the peaceful library. Isol Yeon sat huddled up in solitude on the steps, whispering to herself that she only needed to endure it for 1 more hour, when she suddenly heard someone calling her name. The little girl slightly turned her head with a doubtful gaze, wondering who this unfamiliar girl with a classy appearance actually was. The other person smiled radiantly and introduced herself as Ja Pyo from Class 6, someone who seemed to have been watching Isol for a long time. Looking at that face, Isol immediately recognized this as the beauty who always stood by Shinu Song's side in all student council affairs. Suddenly, a purple hashtag maliciously appeared, insulting Isol as a cheap girl who didn't know her place. Right after that was a line proudly confirming her status as a student council member, acting as an assertion of Jia's power in this place. Jia stepped in close and offered a loaded compliment, saying that Isol looked truly beautiful when she took off her usual glasses. She placed a hand intimately on Isol's shoulder, complaining that because Isol was always clinging to the new student, it took her forever to find a chance to approach. The feeling of being closely scrutinized terrified Isol, and she silently asked herself what she had done wrong to deserve such spiteful thoughts. Jia slightly turned her face away, coldly asserting that she was the one who had planned the academic counseling booth that Isol was participating in. Ja Pyo flashed a radiant smile, thanking Isol Yeon for enthusiastically assisting Shinu Song with student council duties. However, Isol's heart suddenly tightened as the purple hashtag harshly appeared, slandering her as a discarded girl who didn't know her own limits. Dark images of the past where milk was poured on her head and those old derogatory words suddenly rushed back like an unending nightmare. Ja Pyo casually reminded Isol to drop by the counseling booth during the lunch break, while her hand kept patting her in a completely fake manner. Immediately after, Ja hurriedly ran off upon hearing the assembly call for the relay race, leaving Isol standing in a daze all alone amidst the crowd. The surrounding female students started mocking Isol about nasty rumors and questioning her relationship with a top student. Isol Yeon could only bow her head deeply, her trembling hands tightly gripping her shirt as she weakly explained that she was just trying to be friends with her. In the background, Seol Beck, in his shark suit, had listened to the entire story and slightly raised an eyebrow at the malicious scrutiny from the classmates. Amid the boisterous atmosphere of the sports festival, it seemed the little girl's hurt was completely drowned out by the roaring cheers. Unexpectedly, the silver-haired guy abruptly appeared right behind the gossiping girls and said hello, making them all gasp in shock. Seol Beck smirked charmingly and used a deep, warm voice to ask the girls about Isol Yeon's whereabouts, making their hearts flutter. In the presence of the handsome silver-haired boy, the girl from the next class blushed in embarrassment and hesitantly asked him back if he was looking for Isol Yeon. The school grounds suddenly buzzed with excitement, but in a deserted corner, dramatic events were quietly unfolding. At the equipment storage area, Shinu Song was struggling to move large mats, his face looking utterly exhausted and a bit annoyed. Suddenly, Isol Yeon appeared in her pink shark suit with teary eyes, making the president freeze in absolute shock. Shinu panicked and asked what happened, hurriedly tossing the mat he was holding to rush over and stop the girl who was about to run away. A dull thud echoed as the heavy object hit the ground, marking the moment both fell into a suffocating confrontation. Inside the cramped storage room, Shinu Song unexpectedly reached out and tightly grabbed her arm, his eyes gleaming with determination. His rough grip made Isol Yeon cry out in pain, as she was completely overpowered by the president's superior strength. Leaning closely against the cold storage door, the two sank into a long, haunting silence, a place where long-kept secrets were about to be exposed. Isol Yeon blamed herself for being unable to suppress her emotions, silently wishing she had hidden in the restroom to cry instead of running into Shinu Song right now. The president softly called her name, wondering why the master, who was supposed to be bossing him around all day, was appearing so weak. China bowed his head profoundly, affirming that she had every right to use him in whatever way she wanted, especially during difficult moments. Moving closer, he whispered mesmerizingly that this was the true meaning of him accepting to become a servant for her. Isol Yeon looked at him in dismay, a wave of pity swelling in her heart as she realized she was already far too used to enduring everything in solitude. But after witnessing those thorny hashtags from the person she just met, she realized she was craving warmth and suddenly threw herself into his arms. The little girl's impulsive action left Shinu Song completely stunned, freezing with an astounded look as he felt this initiative. The forceful impact caused both of them to fall onto the cold storage floor, but Isol remained steadfast in hugging him tightly as if seeking a final pillar of support. Shinu slightly raised an eyebrow in worry, gently pressing to ask if she was crying again because of the pain he had caused her in the past. The only response was a denying shake of her head as Isol kept her face buried in his chest, making Shina hesitate before asking further about the root cause of this heartbreaking situation. Shinu Song reached out to gently stroke Isol Yeon's tear-soaked cheek, his eyes shining with tenderness, mixed with sorrow. He unexpectedly leaned down, his lips brushing lightly against her trembling eyelashes as if wanting to personally wipe away the melancholy surrounding her. Following that initiative, Shinu profoundly asked what on earth was the reason making her sob so uncontrollably right now. He pressed to ask if someone had heartlessly hurt her, making the atmosphere in the storage room even more suffocating. Shinu Song hurriedly used both hands to firmly hold her small face and desperately demanded that Isol tell him everything clearly. The image of the president at this moment appeared like a giant wild beast trying its best to protect a little bunny amidst the storms of life. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Seol Beck in his blue shark suit was still engrossed in searching for the little Machi's whereabouts with an intensely anxious expression. He slightly crossed his arms full of contemplation, silently admitting that he seemed to have sunk too deep into this relationship, seeing as he didn't have a single other friend at school. Suddenly, Jiapyo appeared, interrupting his train of thought, calling Seol Beck's name and offering to ask him a few personal questions. The silver-haired young master immediately activated his usual social smile, even though in his mind he constantly doubted the identity as well as the motive of this strange girl. Jiapyo unexpectedly blocked Seol Beck's path and asked if he and Isol Yeon were officially dating. Meanwhile, at the equipment storage room, Shinu Song heartbreakingly lifted Isol's tear-stained face and pressed for the truth, even though she continuously denied being bullied. Looking deep into the little girl's panicked eyes, Shina silently thought her hashtag made him feel incredibly heartbroken, while his hand never left her cheek. The air in the cramped room suddenly became suffocating as Shinu stepped closer, leaving Isol rooted to the spot and feeling the intense pressure from him. The long-suppressed rage suddenly erupted through a hashtag confirming that this first love was extremely furious at her silent endurance. He cornered Isol against the wall and demanded she never try to hide anything from him, leaving her bewildered as to why he was so angry. Isol was completely stunned when the possessive hashtag appeared, revealing Shinu's frantic desire to devour her as his resentment reached its peak. Just as Isol's mind was still astounded by those violent thoughts, the magical flashes of light from the mind-reading ability suddenly burst out and surrounded them both. Without letting Isol offer any excuses, Shinu unexpectedly leaned down and captured her lips as a way to release all his long-suppressed feelings. The passionate kiss took place amidst the little girl's astonishment, marking the moment Shinu completely let his possessive emotions guide him. Isol Yeon panicked and pushed Shinu Song hard after the unexpected kiss, causing him to hit his back against the storage door and sit motionless in turmoil. The little girl was bewildered, asking herself what she had just witnessed, because for a moment, a terrifying scene had appeared inside Shinu's hashtag. Shinu Song reached out to grab her trembling hands and sternly demanded that Isol inform him immediately if anyone dared to bother her. Isol Yeon frantically shook her head repeatedly to dispel the thoughts she had just seen, but Shinu remained resolute in pressing her and ordered her not to hide the truth any longer. He explained in a deep voice that erasing the malicious rumors aimed at her all this time might face many obstacles. However, Shinu suddenly made a haunting assertion that making the troublemakers disappear from this world would be much easier. In a trembling chibi form, Isol could only stand frozen in terror and silently hoped that the terrifying declaration just now was merely a joke from him. Shinu Song used his hands to cover his dangerous-looking face, then coldly asked if Isol had truly understood his will. The little girl bowed her head, quietly pondering the offer to erase the rumors, her heart filled with confusion at Shinu's highly possessive protection. Memories of the harsh, sarcastic remarks suddenly rushed back, making Isol Yeon bitterly realize that Shinu had also heard the rumor that she was a snobby princess who discriminated based on class. Shinu Song slightly bowed his head, touched his forehead, and confessed that he had tried incredibly hard to hide those terrible rumors throughout middle school. With profound eyes, Shinu's hashtag revealed his inner thoughts about not wanting the girl he loved to know, fearing she would believe those malicious words. He desperately hoped Isol wouldn't believe them, leaving the little girl to silently nod in agreement in the quiet space of the storage room. Outside the room, hurried footsteps echoed, shattering the suffocating atmosphere enveloping the two. Seal Beck in a blue shark suit unexpectedly rushed in, hugged Isol tightly, and frantically called her name right in front of Shinu's highly annoyed eyes. In a comical chibi form, the silver-haired boy cried and whined about being left all alone, scolding Isol for disappearing without a word. Seal Beck suddenly became vigilant, pointing at Shinu and suspecting if this bastard had kidnapped her, while Isol began to doubt the accuracy of the hashtag she had just read. The little girl tried to reassure herself that what she just saw must be a system error, because everything happened so fast she couldn't see clearly. Seal Beck suddenly mentioned that Isol had invited the servant Shinu to have lunch together, startling her into remembering the plan she had accidentally forgotten. That was her intention, to use the privilege from the one-day servant event to legitimately sit and eat with Shinu after a long period of separation. Shinu Song was surprised by Isol's sudden meal invitation, constantly running his hand through his hair in a flustered and bewildered manner. The loudspeaker announcement declaring the morning matches officially over-echoed across the schoolyard, urging all students to quickly go get their lunch. The crowd was excited to see the menu included appealing sandwiches, so they invited each other to bring the food outside to enjoy the fresh air. The door leading to the rooftop suddenly burst open decisively, signaling an arrival that completely changed the quiet atmosphere there. Shinu Song stepped forward with bags of sandwiches in his hands and coldly told the person in his way to get lost. He froze when he caught sight of Isol and Seal Beck casually sitting together playing cards on a small tarp right in the middle of the rooftop. Seeing Isol's bewildered face, Shinu instantly became awkward and hurriedly clarified that his previous shooing words were absolutely not aimed at her. He directed all his grumpiness at Seal Beck and decisively ordered him to leave, because he wasn't a servant in this game anyway. Seal Beck clearly showed his resentment and hurt pride when being ruthlessly shooed away by his best friend, leaving Isol to awkwardly stand and watch the verbal war between the two boys. After a while of arguing, all three still sat down together to enjoy lunch, creating a bizarre scene between a drama queen and those who had to patiently indulge him. Shinu Song wiped his mouth after devouring his sandwich clean and said in a deep voice to Isol Yeon that after she finished eating, he would personally take her to see the academic counseling booth because it was probably open for guests by now. The memory of Jia Pyo's fake smile and malicious touch suddenly flashed in Isol's mind, making her shudder in fear. A startled sigh echoed in her subconscious, like an omen of the troubles about to besiege the little girl's peaceful life. The bitterly humiliating hashtag aimed at the misfit, who didn't know her limits, appeared like a heavy blow to Isol's self-esteem. Panicking at Shina's offer, Isol hastily waved her hands in refusal and asserted that she only wanted to help complete the guidebook. She tried to force a stiff smile, explaining that she inherently disliked crowded places and just wanted to have a casual chat with him. In an apologetic chibi form, Isol Yeon silently blamed her mouth for being faster than her brain, accidentally revealing her true intention and making the atmosphere awkward. To change the subject, she could only stutter praises about the sandwich being very delicious while Seal Beck and Shinu were still quietly enjoying their meals. Looking at his crush's clumsy demeanor, Shinu Song silently judged that Isol was truly a silly girl and extremely bad at lying. The lunch on the rooftop took place in a peaceful atmosphere as all three enjoyed snacks and sandwiches together on the picnic tarp. Shinu Song cast a profound glance at Seal Beck, causing Isol Yeon to feel flustered by this tense silence. He gave a slight nod as if struggling with his own thoughts, his eyes drooping to hide unspeakable feelings. On the opposite side, Seol Beck unexpectedly made a mischievous hand sign of agreement, as if he had a new prank prepared. The silver-haired guy intimately touched Isol's shoulder, making Shinu furiously wonder via hashtag what secret signal the two of them just exchanged. Seol Beck smiled and suggested Isol ask anything she was wondering about because as a servant, he wouldn't be allowed to refuse her today. In an adorable chibi form, Isol Yeon seemed incredibly excited to receive this unexpected interrogation privilege from her silver-haired friend. While Shinu was busy drinking water, Isol silently resolved to find a way to close the gap, even though she constantly wondered why he had alienated her. The little girl gathered all her courage, her eyes becoming more determined than ever as she prepared to launch a highly damaging question at the opponent. Isol bluntly asked why Shiny used to want to be her errand boy in elementary school, causing him to choke on his water and turn red while Seol Beck laughed gleefully at his best friend's misery. Shiny Song coughed violently at Isol Yeon's question, while she was still cluelessly clarifying that she had only met him in middle school. Overwhelmed with embarrassment, Shinu immediately grabbed Seol Beck's hair and shoved a sandwich into his mouth to silence him after being falsely accused about the timeline. Isol blinked softly as she understood the situation, her eyes showing deep contemplation at the president's violent clarification. The little girl decided to press the issue to the end as she repeated her question about why Shinu's school dream was to become her errand boy. Seol Beck's laughter echoed across the rooftop, while Shinu Song could only bow his head in resignation and silently think that perhaps being a servant was his life's destiny. The atmosphere suddenly shifted to noisiness in the school hallway as students began to mock the effectiveness of the academic counseling sessions. The crowd of students bustled back and forth between the booths, creating a chaotic atmosphere full of buzzing gossip. Ja Pyo coldly turned away and denied knowing any information when pressed by a classmate about the silver-haired idol's reaction. In reality, this young lady had secretly blocked Seol Beck's path earlier to start a highly probing conversation. Ja Pyo smirked and threw out an aggressive question, demanding Seol Beck confirm whether he and Isol Yeon were actually dating. Seol Beck silently looked at Ja Pyo with deep eyes, seemingly preparing to deliver a mischievous countertap to her highly scrutinizing question. He casually turned his back and walked away, leaving Ja Pyo standing stunned in the hallway because she didn't get the desired answer. Suddenly, Seol Beck leaned his face close to hers in a pressuring manner and unexpectedly asked if Ja Pyo was actually developing feelings for him. The overly close distance made Ja Pyo blush in embarrassment, inwardly marveling at his warm, seductive voice that didn't match his pretty boy face at all. Seol Beck flashed a cryptic smile and bluntly rejected her, saying it was a pity that his standards for a lover were inherently very high. Feeling the humiliation from the idol, Ja Pyo angrily clenched her fists on the desk to suppress the surging rage in her heart. Meanwhile, a sticky note was secretly left by Shina Song, thanking Isol Yeon for her help and telling her to go home and rest early. Ja Pyo stared at those lines with resentful eyes, clearly showing jealousy upon seeing the special attention Shinu gave to the female lead. She didn't hesitate to crumple the note in her hand and silently cursed that Isol Yeon's presence was truly an extreme nuisance. Returning to the two best friends, Seol Beck and Isol Yeon were squatting down whispering together. He eagerly asked if the recent heart-rating mission was truly a complete success. Isol Yeon silently felt happy that all three had lunch and chatted happily together, marking a huge step forward compared to her lonely days before Seol Beck transferred in. Seol Beck flashed a cryptic smile and declared that now was the right time to start the next crucial step of the retaliation plan. He sternly affirmed that they both needed to decide the exact moment when Isol would officially cut off contact to break Shinu Song's heart. In a flustered chibi form, Isol slapped her own face to dispel her momentary excitement and reminded herself that she was only pretending to be close for the sake of revenge. The space suddenly rewound to the past as the sound of Isol Yeon's name being called echoed nostalgically among the old bookshelves in the school library. The 8th grade Shinu Song hesitantly asked to meet her after tomorrow's closing ceremony because there was a long-kept secret he really wanted to confess. He slightly turned his face away and said it was a story from a long time ago that perhaps Isol had accidentally forgotten. It was a beautiful memory on the afternoon right before that winter break, when Shinu proactively approached Isol and left a hopeful promise. However, The cruel reality struck on the very day of the closing ceremony, when their connections began to break and remained severed throughout the following break. Isol Yeon walked silently in the shadow of disappointment, bitterly realizing that she had been completely cast out of Shinu's world without receiving a single explanation. Isol Yeon had just returned home when she caught sight of her father acting as a horse for her little brother to ride around right in the middle of the living room. She smiled brightly and replied to her dad's inquiry that today's sports festival had actually gone incredibly well. Deep down, Isol suddenly remembered Shinu's unfinished story from middle school and silently resolved to cut off contact with him as soon as she heard the full truth. The alarm rang rapidly on the vanity filled with cosmetics, signaling the start of another weekend morning. Isol sluggishly shifted under the warm blanket, groaning softly as she struggled mentally to escape the lingering drowsiness. On the phone screen was a photo of Seol Baek and Shinu looking extremely dashing in luxurious suits, accompanied by a complaint that they had officially stepped into hell. Still lying lazily next to her two younger siblings, Isol silently guessed that Seol Baek was probably attending a family event with Shinu, just as expected of childhood friends. She curiously wondered what kind of event required them both to dress so formally, then came up with the idea of sending them a picture of herself as well. Seeing the text reply from the female lead, Seol Baek on the other end chuckled with amusement at his machi friend's curiosity. Isol smiled happily, hugging her two siblings tightly, and silently wished them a truly fun day through a bright blue hashtag. Polished leather shoes strode decisively across the marble floor, opening a suffocating evening at a high society party. Amidst the extravagant banquet hall, Shinu muttered Isol's happy wishes with a sarcastic and bitter expression. While Seol Baek maintained a nonchalant smile in the background, Shinu clearly showed his tension, silently thinking that Isol was demanding something far too impossible from him. A noble-looking woman with short hair gently raised her glass of red wine, her sharp eyes seemingly observing every shift in the room in silence. The back of another woman in a pale blue suit exuded loneliness as she stood silently alone in front of a shelf of expensive wine. Dry footsteps echoed again on the white tiles, signaling the appearance of a powerful figure steadily approaching. Facing the pressuring gaze of his father, both Shinu and Seol Baek could only stand rooted to the spot as he offered a distant and cold greeting. The father reached out to adjust Shinu's tie, delivering a warning that demanded absolute silence from him until they left to avoid any gossip. He didn't forget to threaten his son not to get sensitive and cause tiring incidents like last time, making the atmosphere even more stifling. Shinu could only suppress a sigh and turn his face away in resignation, softly uttering a word of obedience to his father's imposing demand. Isol Yeon excitedly lifted her little brother up high and asked what the three siblings should do to enjoy this weekend together. Because her parents and older brother had gone on an anniversary trip, leaving her with the full responsibility of managing the house and taking care of the younger siblings. Laughter echoed throughout the room as Isol started a flying game, making the kids cheer nonstop in extreme excitement. Meanwhile, at a glamorous party, the whispers and gossips of the upper class began to spread like a murky smoke. The elegant guests began to gather to scrutinize and make malicious judgments about those who had just appeared. Back to the little family, the little brother suddenly screamed, warning Isol that she had accidentally stepped on the hot lava right in the middle of the floor. In the middle of the banquet hall, all attention was drawn to Shinu and Seol Baek when the crowd realized they were the sons of the powerful chairman and Mr. Baek. Bitter, sarcastic remarks rang out, asserting that despite their outstanding appearances, their lowly nature was still clearly visible. They constantly whispered about how Shinu was actually just an abandoned child exiled to the countryside by his own father a long time ago. Shinu quietly bowed his head in endurance as he was mocked that the prestigious family was famous for never treating their son like a proper human being. Malicious gossip about Shinu's song indirectly causing his mother's death upon birth began to spread quickly throughout the luxurious banquet hall. Seol Baek gave a slight, sarcastic smirk about his best friend's unwanted fame, making Shinu just angrily yell at him to shut his mouth immediately. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, a stranger with a bossy stride suddenly appeared and threw out an arrogant challenge. He did not hesitate to humiliate Shinu as a lowly sugar baby bastard, leaving those around them completely stunned by such rudeness. While Seol Baek looked fed up, the guy continued to interrogate why Shinu dared to seduce someone else's girlfriend. Ignoring the warnings from his companion that Chairman Beck might hear, the man still aggressively asserted that he was not afraid at all. He nonchalantly poured wine and sarcastically remarked that the chairman inherently never bothered to care about the existence of a bastard like Seol Beck. With the malicious intent of subduing the two young masters to score points with their elders, he secretly thought he would earn gratitude if he managed to teach them a lesson. The guy roughly pushed 2 glasses of wine forward, forcing Shainu and Seol Beck to accept his fake concern. He hypocritically demanded that both of them drain their glasses to erase all animosity and pretend nothing ever happened. The man holding the wine glass casually smirked, sarcastically asking if to Shainu she was just an ordinary girl, or if it was because the two were not old enough to taste this pungency. Ignoring his father's reprimand demanding silence, the fat guy continued to hurl insults, saying everyone here knew all too well the filthiness of the 2 abandoned young masters. He pushily brought up the past and claimed that without him, no one would even bat an eye at them, while mocking the fact that they only crawled here to find a place in high society. With a domineering grip on his wine glass, the arrogant man forced Shainu and Seol Beck to lower themselves and beg before he would dole out a little kindness. Left with no other choice, both of them tilted their heads back in unison and drained the bitter wine glasses under the triumphant witness of the man opposite them. A sudden fit of coughing hit, causing Shainu to stagger, while the other man just stood frozen in shock at his intense reaction. Their ultimate patience finally shattered as Shainu and Seol Beck swore in unison and declared that they truly could not stand another second in this hell. In a drunken stupor, Seol Beck's face flushed with agitation as he screamed that he missed Isol Yeon so much he could die. Shainu also hung his head and admitted he was completely defeated, leaving the fat guy stammering in shock at the two's crazy confessions. Immediately, Shainu Song decided to launch himself out the window to escape, kicking off a daring getaway with his best friend. Seol Beck swiftly hopped onto the windowsill, not forgetting to turn around and mock the fat guy that the bitterness was clearly visible on his face. He continued to deal another psychological blow by asserting that the guy possessing an ugly appearance was entirely not his own fault. While the fat guy was still stunned, Seol Beck loudly exposed that an adult confessing his love to a 10th grader was an action worthy of jail time. Not stopping there, the silver-haired guy bluntly made an indecent gesture accompanied by a disdainful spit to end his rant. Shainu Song immediately urged his accomplice to quickly flee while Seol Beck was still laughing heartily, having just lifted a burden from his heart. Inside the banquet hall, the man was so furious he was shaking all over, only able to stand and watch the backs of the 2 brats who had just humiliated him. Ignoring the outrage of the nobles, the 2 young masters eagerly dashed off into the brilliant sunset, officially shaking off all their family shackles. At Isol Yeon's house, the 3 siblings were excitedly waiting for the pizza they just ordered and couldn't help but get thrilled hearing a loud noise behind the door. She quickly stepped forward to turn the doorknob with a radiant face, still mouthing the word pizza in full anticipation. The door just swung open, and Isol turned completely to stone when a disheveled Shainu and Seol Beck suddenly rushed in and hugged her tight in front of her 2 bewildered younger siblings. Isol's 2 younger siblings stood frozen in amazement, completely stunned witnessing the chaotic scene unfolding right before their eyes. Isol was sandwiched between Shainu and Seol Beck with a look of extreme panic, silently blaming the 2 crazy guys who barged into her house and turned everything upside down. Suddenly, they both simultaneously planted a kiss on her cheeks, making Isol cry out in shock, her heart beating wildly at this unpredictable boldness. The gentle morning sunlight filtered through the window frame, signaling a morning full of awkward situations waiting ahead. Seol Beck slightly squinted his eyes at Isol with an affectionate look, silently enjoying a rare peaceful moment before new troubles began again. The scene on the small bed became bizarre, as Isol was tightly squeezed in the middle, while the 2 young masters still nonchalantly slept soundly as if this were their own home. A burst of jealousy exploded when a rough hand tightly grabbed Shainu's hair, causing the guy to only groan in pain and shock. Shainu immediately sprang up with sharp, murderous eyes, while Isol was still deep in her slumber, completely unaware of the impending battle. Staggering footsteps stepping on each other created a confusing, mushy feeling, suddenly making the atmosphere in the room unusually stifling. Amidst the scattered toys, Shainu sniffled and whined to the little girl that he had been heartlessly abandoned by the bunny, making Seolbaek chime in to scold the bunny for being so mean. Seolbaek excitedly spun Isol's little brother around in the middle of the living room, while she could only watch with a forced smile. Losing all patience, Isol delivered a thunderous blow to the heads of both Shinu and Seolbaek, scolding the two drunkards for daring to make noise while the kids were sleeping. Despite her shooing them away, the two boys still clung tightly to her without letting go, forcing Isol to strictly demand that they immediately get back to their own homes. An awkward fall and a sudden loud scream rang out, turning the cramped space into a chaotic battlefield. Early the next morning, Isol woke up with a haggard face, secretly fed up as she recalled the disturbance caused by those two gorillas last night. She coldly looked at Shinu and Seolbaek, who were bowing their heads in apology on the floor, secretly wishing that these two troublesome guys would just disappear right away. In another development, whispers started targeting Japyo when she was mocked by her peers for masquerading as an elite schoolgirl just to get close to Shinu Song. Nonchalantly lighting a cigarette on the rooftop, Japyo was teased about her debauched lifestyle and the risk of being exposed at any moment. With a face as cold as ice, she warned her friends to keep the secret if they didn't want the matter exposed to the whole school. Japyo turned her back with calculation, simultaneously pressing for updates on the investigation into the origin of the malicious rumors targeting Isol Yeon. Japyo took a long drag of her cigarette with disdain, secretly asserting that no matter how many rumors there were, Isol Yeon was still just a pathetic outcast. She continued to dig up the past and discovered a shocking truth, that the mastermind behind orchestrating all those malicious rumors was a schoolgirl named Hannah Ryu. Standing from afar observing the group of friends having fun on the beach, Japyo repeated the name Hannah Ryu with a calculating and suspicious look. She smirked knowing that the mastermind was currently studying abroad, but the psychological scars that bitch left behind had always haunted and isolated Isol all this time. Looking at the photo on her phone, Japyo understood the cruel methods Hannah Ryu used to drive a wedge between friends and turn Isol into the center of discrimination. Her hand tightened around her mobile device, coldly acknowledging that Hannah Ryu had been one step ahead and had done exactly what she was craving right now. The conversation shifted to the plan for the upcoming field trip in Seoul, accompanied by a demand to find Hannah Ryu's phone number at all costs. Japyo formed a wicked smile, secretly thinking that with the help of someone so experienced, she would turn Isol's trip into a literal nightmare. The camera lens captured Isol's radiant smile on the beach, while Japyo secretly promised to give her the most unforgettable tour of Seoul in her entire life. A tiny seashell lay bare on the sand as a substitute for an apology, making someone exclaim and ask if she could really forgive so easily with just this. Shina stood silently watching Seolbaek squatting down to help little Hale pick up her favorite yellow seashells on the fine sand. Shinu couldn't hold back from muttering curses at the clueless bastard who was purposely trying to win over his crush, but Seolbaek calmly shot back that he was speaking loudly just so the other could hear. A burst of rage erupted when Shinu forcefully pushed his best friend's head into the sand, reminding him to use proper language in front of children. They both immediately dropped to their knees to apologize sincerely when being reprimanded by the little machi not to fight, secretly promising to keep the peace so as not to make the kids sad. Shinu's gaze suddenly turned solemn as he decided to break the silence to ask if Seolbaek had heard the rumors about Isol Yeon yet. Seolbaek gave a slight nod confirming the ridiculous rumors that she was a classist, his heart surging with pity for the poor girl. He thought to himself about the origin of this malice that started back in elementary school, making Isol always look for ways to evade whenever someone accidentally brought up her traumatic past. Shina stared off into the distance, bitterly confessing that he had once silently done everything to extinguish those lies, but the results were not as expected. Seolbaek also thoughtfully acknowledged the harsh truth that such hateful prejudices were just too hard to erase completely. Old memories flooded back, showing that no matter how much Shina tried to protect her or intervene, those hurtful words had always silently surrounded and isolated Isol throughout the years. Shina stared into the distance with a sharp, cold gaze, secretly comparing the malicious rumors targeting Isol to filthy maggots that just kept crawling out endlessly. He lightly touched the seashell on the sand, bitterly realizing that even though he had tried to keep his distance to protect her, those rumors had still risen stronger than ever. Seolbaek thoughtfully speculated that there was definitely someone pulling the strings from behind, purposely digging up old malice to harm Isol. Shainu unexpectedly lowered himself to ask for a favor, making his best friend confusedly ask back whether the comment just now was an insult or praise for his abilities. With an incredibly sharp look, Seol Beck pressed on to ask if Shainu truly wanted him to find that shady person and mercilessly crush them. Shattered fragments of memories suddenly rushed back, bringing to mind the hidden animosities and the face of the one who was always silently sowing disaster. While little Hale was yawning long and hard from sleepiness, Shainu immediately sketched out the appearance of the student council vice president with her brown hair and haughty slanted eyes. Seol Beck could not hold back from scolding his buddy's foolishness when Shainu nonchalantly denied that she was secretly in love with him. The two guys secretly worried that if that person had been behind everything all this time, then surely the upcoming field trip would be the moment she would unleash a fatal blow. By the beach with the rustling waves, Isol Yeon was still gently smiling and asking Gile about the seashell collection, completely oblivious to the storms waiting to strike. Isol stared blankly at the seashell in her hand, secretly amazed to see the owner's hashtag still sparkling as an affirmation of her power. She glanced at the two boys who were carrying and playing with the kids, secretly wondering why they still insisted on calling themselves servants even though the sports festival had long ended. Seol Beck sniffled, admitting his regret for causing a scene at midnight and asserting that being forgiven this easily left him feeling uneasy. Isol froze upon receiving their sincere apology offer, stating that both of them would continue to act as servants, obeying all her commands until the end of next week's field trip. Shainu Song, with a stern expression, reminded her about the upcoming trip to Seoul, silently resolving to use this opportunity to always stay by her side and protect her. Sitting gathered on the sand, the two young masters confidently boasted about being native city boys and promised to be dedicated tour guides, so Isol wouldn't get scammed by bad guys. With murderous glares, they swore to stick close without leaving her side for even a step, ready to brutally retaliate against anyone who dared to bother or hurt her. Faced with such overprotective yet warm behavior, Isol could only stand silently in confusion, secretly feeling her heart racing wildly from emotion. The friend group in chibi forms cheered excitedly to celebrate the new agreement, officially turning the upcoming sightseeing trip into a special protection mission. Time quietly passed through pages of review books and dense planners, marking the approaching June mock exams amidst the quiet city under the rain. The door swung open, signaling the departure day of the school field trip, revealing a planner full of expectations for a new journey. Isol Yeon stepped out with a radiant smile and a pure look, gently greeting the two young masters waiting outside the door. Shainu Song and Seol Beck completely froze at her simple, yet captivating beauty, their eyes glued to their crush with undisguised amazement. Seol Beck was thrilled to see Isol wearing the outfit he gifted her, making her secretly touched as she realized this was the first field trip where she was no longer alone. Suddenly, a sensitive hashtag about intense desires appeared on Isol, exposing the dark thoughts that had just flashed through someone's mind. Isol, in her chibi form, immediately blushed bright red in shock, hurriedly covering herself to escape those ambiguous gazes. Upon seeing the pervert hashtag clearly displayed on Shainu's face, she secretly shuddered and firmly concluded that this student council president had truly lost his mind. Standing before the towering Seoul Tower against the blue sky, Seol Beck coldly reminded Isol to look less clueless, looking around to avoid being looked down upon as a country bumpkin. Amidst the bustling atmosphere at the amusement park entrance, the group began moving according to the teacher's assignments to lead their classmates. Jiapyo casually approached Shainu and suggested they walk together for easier head counts, kicking off the schemes about to be unleashed. Jiapyo watched with eyes full of jealousy and calculation, secretly sensing the unusual atmosphere spreading around. She was stunned to see Seol Beck being intimate with Isol, while the silver-haired guy didn't forget to mock that there were ugly people staring at her. Shainu Song gritted his teeth, enduring the frustration, only able to spit out a bitter agreement, even though his heart was raging. He unexpectedly flashed a bright smile and proactively suggested Jiapyo go on a private tour with him to separate from the crowd. His fury erupted as Shainu roughly grabbed Seol Beck's shirt, forcing a role swap and chasing him away despite the sarcasm about being a coward. With a decisive snap of his fingers, Shainu instructed Seol Beck to keep an eye on the vice president girl, so she wouldn't have the chance to do anything stupid. Seol Beck smirked, asserting his position, silently reminding Shinu that he was the one with the privilege of protecting Isol Yeon right now. Shinu madly regretted his wrong move and demanded to fix the plan, but Seolbeck bluntly shot down that idea immediately. The silver-haired guy casually compared the other's pleas to dog barks not worth paying attention to. A brutal kick to the door along with a question about his madness officially extinguished all of the president's efforts to turn the tables. Shinu unexpectedly blocked the way and called Seolbeck's name with a serious look, making the silver-haired guy inevitably show an annoyed attitude. He kicked out his leg to block the path, bluntly questioning whether Seolbeck had started developing genuine feelings for Isol Yeon or not. Memories rushed back of the moment Seolbeck was excited because Isol was wearing his gifted outfit, making her secretly touched, as this was the first field trip where she was no longer alone. The amusement park space exploded with the excited cheers of the crowd, hiding the underlying tension smoldering within the characters. The crowd's whispering and gossiping aimed at Seolbeck began to spread, while Japyo quietly observed every movement from behind. Seolbeck casually walked away and secretly mocked Shinu's suspicion, simultaneously reassuring himself that buying clothes for Isol was just a random coincidence. Meanwhile, Isol sat quietly on a wooden bench, seemingly immersed in her own train of thought amidst the bustling crowd. She gently raised her head and smiled softly upon noticing Seolbeck's presence, gently asking if he had just arrived. Seolbeck gave a slight nod in response, but the bleeding wound on his lip made Isol panic and ask if he had just been in another fight with Shinu. Isol looked down full of pity, secretly lamenting that it seemed like not a single day passed without the boys around her suffering from painful injuries. Isol was secretly confused when reading Seolbeck's hashtag desiring her to let her hair down, while wondering if she was doing something wrong. In her chibi form, she exclaimed in alarm as if just realizing some shocking truth, leaving Seolbeck frozen in amazement. Isol anxiously pressed Seolbeck, asking if her bun hairstyle today was truly so bad that it made him feel uncomfortable. With her rich imagination, she began deducing that the other's hashtag demanding her to undress was actually a hidden critique of her fashion sense. Isol covered her face in embarrassment, secretly blaming Shina Song for acting weird just because this outfit completely didn't suit her. Memories of Seolbeck's surprise gift rushed back, making her secretly regret not firmly refusing when her mother insisted on tying her hair early this morning. The image of the vanity table along with her mother's affirmation that the bun hairstyle perfectly suited this outfit appeared like a cruel tease. Facing reality, Isol was stunned to hear the compliment that this outfit really suited her, causing her heart to skip a beat. Seolbeck casually stepped forward and sarcastically remarked that because she looked so pretty, the surrounding flies had been constantly swarming around her since earlier. The silver-haired guy suddenly leaned his hand against the wall possessively, secretly regretting buying this outfit upon witnessing Isol Yeon's irresistible charm. Seolbeck pressed close to Isol and playfully suggested holding hands while walking, leaving her inevitably flustered by his relentless attacks. That intimate action immediately caught the eyes of other female students, making them believe even more in the rumor that the two were secretly dating. Her classmates bitterly recalled Isol's sullen demeanor at the start of the semester, when she always avoided eye contact and rarely responded to anyone's conversation starters. Looking at their tightly intertwined hands, they secretly mocked how Isol could cling to the new transfer student so naturally in a strange way. Malicious whispers about Isol's character continued to spread, accompanied by concerns about the discomfort of sharing a room with her tonight. Right at that moment, the news that Vice President Japyo's group had proactively offered to switch rooms made the other female students feel extremely relieved. One girl frowned slightly in thought, secretly wondering about the real motive making Japyo's group agree to share a room with Isol. The sinister plan gradually revealed itself as they figured switching rooms would help the whole group easily abandon and completely isolate Isol Yeon. A female student smiled smugly, realizing she could enjoy the luxurious resort room without worrying about the outcast's presence. Despite the divisive schemes silently closing in right beside her, Isol Yeon still walked quietly with a heavy and gloomy mindset. Isol stood silently watching her classmates gathered around gossiping and mocking her behind her back, secretly feeling the malicious, scrutinizing gazes aimed at her. Seeing the doubtful hashtags sparkling, She couldn't help but be shocked when Beck suddenly reached out his large hand to grab hers in the middle of the crowd. The silver-haired guy firmly gripped her small hands and confessed that he himself had been tormented by rumors his entire life. While leading Isol away, Beck offered the advice that if she couldn't silence public opinion, living like a reckless rebel wasn't a bad idea either. With a profound look, he asserted that time is too short to waste on unworthy people instead of spending it enjoying fun. Isol Yeon looked up with sparkling eyes full of gratitude, secretly feeling the warmth as he promised to always stand by her side to protect her from now on. Amidst the bustling space of the colorful amusement park, it seemed like all the psychological burdens the little girl had carried for so long suddenly completely vanished. In his cute chibi form, Beck panicked when he saw Isol suddenly burst out laughing to tease him, even though he was trying to express very serious thoughts. The bubbly girl repeated his teachings about expressing emotions, forcing Beck to admit that sometimes she said surprisingly mature things. The atmosphere suddenly became stifling as Beck leaned close to Isol's face and mischievously pressed if her heart had truly fluttered for him. Isol cheered, inviting Beck into the haunted house in her chibi form, turning the silver-haired guy pale as he hastily surrendered, begging her to stop teasing him. As night gradually fell at the resort, Song held a pen to double-check the list and softly called Isol Yeon's name to complete the check-in procedure. He announced that Class 5's head count was complete while standing opposite Isol, his eyes seemingly lingering and reluctant to look away. After confirming that all first-year students had safely gathered at the lobby, Shinu quietly turned away to prepare for his next task. Isol was completely overwhelmed by the resort's luxury, secretly wondering where the school got the funding to pay for this extravagance. Suddenly, Shinu presented a sparkling lollipop right in front of Isol, leaving her inevitably stunned and confused. He sternly instructed the group to sleep early because teachers would patrol the night, while secretly handing over the sweet gift to comfort her. Isol's cheeks flushed slightly as she gently obeyed, secretly feeling the hidden yet clumsy care of the student council president. Amidst the stifling atmosphere, Isol mumbled a thank you to Japyo while the vice president maintained a cold, distant expression. The doorknob quietly turned as Isol found room number 13 down the long hallway, secretly wondering about the next trouble Beck would bring. Isol Yeon was shocked when, upon opening the door to room 13, she saw Japyo leisurely waiting with calculating eyes. She felt suffocated in the unfamiliar space, secretly fearing as she realized she was completely alone with not a single person on her side. Despite Isol's resistance, Japyo roughly forced her to put on makeup, turning her bare face gaudy according to her own desires. Her new look with a super short skirt made Isol feel extremely insecure under the judgmental gazes of her classmates around her. Outside the luxurious building, a taxi quietly pulled up like a low note signaling the upcoming events about to explode tonight. Beck nervously texted nonstop to check if Isol had checked into her room safely and whether her female roommates were giving her a hard time. While washing up, the silver-haired guy glued his eyes to his phone screen, secretly anxious upon receiving no reply from his little machi. In the boys' room, Song casually revealed his toned muscles while drying his hair, completely focused on resting after a long day. He frowned slightly in vigilance when his roommate announced that the new transfer student was standing outside the door demanding to see him. Beck appeared arrogantly at Shinu's door, clearing his throat provocatively as if wanting to ignite an uncompromising war between the two rivals. The atmosphere at the resort suddenly became stifling as darkness gradually engulfed the quiet corners of the hallway. Song, with a face full of anxiety, hastily pressed the class monitor about an important piece of news just reported. He was completely stunned to hear the news that Isol Yeon had suddenly disappeared, even leaving her phone and wallet right in the resort room. Beck stood silently beside him with a pensive look, secretly worried because he knew clearly this was the little girl's first time stepping foot into the trap-filled Seoul. The image of the bustling neon-lit street appeared along with the account of Isol insisting on going to see the night view, and then losing her friend group amidst the chaotic crowd. Ignoring all warnings, Shina snatched the list and dashed off like a fired arrow, leaving those present in the lobby dumbfounded. The two young masters, without prior agreement, matched strides running through the grand lobby, determined to find the most important girl before it was too late. Meanwhile, malicious rumors about Isol going drinking with strange men began to spread, smearing the poor girl's reputation. Seolbeck looked up with cold, hateful eyes, secretly cursing the hypocrites who were hoping for Isol to receive a heavy punishment. Meanwhile, Ja-pyo pretended to cry in agony to gain sympathy from the teachers, but secretly smirked seeing her plan to isolate Isol going perfectly. Seolbeck stood silently with a heavy face, his cold eyes seemingly trying to suppress the raging fury and anxiety. Shinus Song pressed the phone to his ear, sternly ordering his friend to cast aside all distractions to highly focus on finding Isol Yeon's whereabouts immediately. The entertainment district of Seoul appeared flashy, but also extremely complex, with bright neon signs covering up the trap-filled hidden corners. The bustling crowd passing by in the bar street made the atmosphere even more chaotic, while complaints about the delay began ringing out in annoyance. Isol Yeon stood anxiously in her unfamiliar outfit, secretly afraid as she noticed too much time had passed without her companions returning. She was shocked to realize she was falling into a perfect trap, since both her phone and wallet were in Ja-pyo's hands, making contacting for help impossible. Standing helplessly in the unfamiliar street late at night, Isol panicked, wondering if some horrifying accident had happened or if this was just a cruel play to abandon her. When she just returned in front of her room door with a lollipop Shina gifted in hand, she was startled being called out by Ja-pyo in a fake tone. The room door opened, revealing Ja-pyo and her cronies waiting, putting Isol in a gridlock as she understood the harsh truth that there was no one left to protect her now. Amidst utter deadlock, a strange hashtag about wanting to befriend the elite student suddenly appeared, creating an ironic contrast with the true malicious intentions of those standing before her. Isol Yeon was horrified seeing the insulting hashtag appear right before her eyes, secretly amazed because its content had completely changed compared to their last encounter. Standing dead in her tracks by the door with the lollipop in hand, she met Ja-pyo's calculating gaze as she leisurely sat waiting for her arrival. Ja-pyo quickly approached, tightly grabbing her hand and flashing a meaningful smile as she lured Isol into joining the dramatic rule-breaking of the field trip. The malicious whispers about her scandalous past and personality suddenly rushed back, leaving the little girl only able to bow her head in silent inferiority. She slightly trembled, denying all the prejudices around her and reassured herself that she was just trying her best to seek a sincere friendship. With a radiant face, Ja-pyo promised to help her put on gorgeous makeup, so the whole group could sneak out together to enjoy some fun moments. Isol's eyes gleamed with contemplation as she secretly told herself that the hashtags were merely summarized puzzles, and the right to decode them rested entirely with herself. The desire to fit in couldn't help but ignite a tiny glimmer of hope in her heart, even knowing that reality still held many unpredictable things. Isol began to regret her own suspicion and wondered if the other party truly sincerely wanted to befriend her or not. Sad memories of always avoiding friends who proactively approached her came back as a reminder, making her crave even more to bravely open her heart. The giant hashtag symbol appeared as a reminder of her special ability, making Isol Yeon secretly resolve not to let opportunities to make friends slip away. Facing the invitations of her roommates, she lightly swallowed and hesitantly agreed to join the glamorous night stroll. Amidst the bustling bar street, Ja-pyo asked Isol to wait in place so the whole group could go to the restroom, kicking off a malicious abandonment. The petite girl in the black dress stood lost on the sidewalk, her eyes darting around searching for the figures of her newly met friends in the crowd. Isol nervously adjusted her unfamiliar high heels, secretly feeling insecure as too much time had passed without anyone returning. True fear struck when two strange thugs suddenly approached and threw indecent flirts, leaving the girl only able to tremble. From afar, the mysterious woman in a black hood suddenly let out an annoyed curse upon witnessing the blatant harassment scene. With a murderous look, Sinbai stood tall observing the thugs surrounding Isol and coldly questioned their dirty actions. While downing her liquor bottle, Shina's older sister mocked Isol's naivety for still believing in fake friends when she had been standing alone for a long time. Ignoring the stranger's intervention, the thugs still advanced with rapid steps, threatening Isol to stop playing hard to get because they would treat her nicely. Isol Yeon screamed in desperate panic while cornered by the thugs, but a strange hand suddenly appeared and called her baby intimately. To everyone's amazement, Shina's powerful sister stood tall protecting Isol and coldly asked if she wanted to be saved from this miserable situation. Isol looked up at her savior with tear-blurred eyes, her heart still racing in fear after the terrifying threats the thugs had just made. Without any hesitation, the mysterious woman grabbed a nearby liquor bottle as a weapon, preparing for a brutal punishment against the one who dared to harass. A dry shattering sound rang out as the bottle smashed right into the blonde thug's head, completely ending the thug's arrogance in the middle of the night street. Amidst the chaos, the secretary rushed over, frantically reporting that young Master Shinu was continuously calling to check on his crush's situation. He casually informed the lawyer that the director was fine, while simultaneously requesting to book 2 hospitals in advance for the unlucky victims who were just taken down. Isol stood blankly staring at the person who just tormented her, lying collapsed on the ground in pain, still unable to escape the massive psychological shock herself. The woman gently removed her face-covering hood, revealing sharp beauty, and caringly asked if this petite girl was terrified. With hands still stained with a bit of the enemy's blood, Shinu's sister held her hand out and invited Isol to go drink hot chocolate to soothe her heart. Sinbai caringly asked the reason why Isol Yeon was still sobbing, and whether the girl was truly frightened to that extent. Isol Yeon wiped her tears while chokingly sending her sincere thanks for being rescued in time by the powerful sister. Amidst the quiet space, Sinbai suddenly made a mischievous request that if she wanted to repay the favor, the girl had to give her a kiss. With cheeks flushing red from embarrassment, Isol Yeon gently placed a kiss on Sinbai's cheek, making the sharp director also momentarily taken aback. Meanwhile, Shinu and Seol Baek were frantically racing against time, both of their faces clearly showing extreme worry for their crush. Upon arriving, the 2 young masters continuously banged on the glass door, hoping to find Isol Yeon's figure inside the room. The sound of the door decisively swinging open as Shinu and Seol Baek rushed in panting, inevitably surprising the 2 women on the sofa. Sitting casually blowing out smoke with an extremely cool demeanor, Sinbai indifferently asked what on earth they were doing causing such a ruckus. Shinu frantically checked on Isol Yeon's condition while Seol Baek continuously bombarded her with questions about whether she was tortured by that evil sister. Facing the excessive noisiness of the 2 younger brothers, Sinbai could only look with tired eyes and meaningfully repeat Isol Yeon's name. Isol was still shocked hearing the title sister, secretly wondering who on earth this powerful woman was. While Shinu hung his head in embarrassment, Sinbai excitedly admitted that she had finally met the girl who had her younger brother so smitten all this time. Sinbai lightly tapped Isol's nose teasingly and stated that she now understood the reason why Shinu accepted being stuck in the coastal town for all those years. His sister's excessive intimacy made Shinu unable to sit still. He angrily demanded Sinbai to stop these confusing actions at once. Isol Yeon quietly observed the facial features of the woman opposite her, secretly realizing the astonishing resemblance between her and Shinu Song. She covered her face in complete shyness upon knowing this was the male lead's biological sister, feeling regret for her initial fearful impression. Suddenly, Sinbai lifted Isol's chin, and a strange hashtag containing only her name abruptly appeared, signaling a completely new connection. Isol stared blankly into Sinbai's deep eyes, secretly amazed as this was the first time she saw a hashtag so simple that it needed no explanation. Sinbai spared no praise for the name Isol Yeon, saying it was beautiful and suited her well, leaving the 2 boys behind frozen in silence. The 2 younger boys screamed in despair, demanding their sister to stop flirting at once, while Isol blushed shyly and softly asked for the beautiful savior's name. Shinu was fiercely interrogated by his sister about the reason he was beside Isol Yeon and why he dared not to answer her phone calls all this time. Facing his sister's anger, Shinu could only stand still, taking the heat, while Sinbai crossed her arms powerfully and continuously questioned him. Sinbai explained that she had called many times to ask her younger brother for help finding Isol, causing the poor secretary Kim to be scolded by Shinu for not reporting. With a casual look, Shinu's sister gently adjusted her clothes and reminded him that she knew every single corner with a camera in this city of Seoul. Shinu stood with arms crossed, full of dissatisfaction, secretly blaming his sister's hobby of running around causing trouble and wondering about the injuries on her hands. The atmosphere suddenly became stifling as the shadow from the hood seemingly hid the young master's complex thoughts. Shinu awkwardly covered his mouth with his hand, forcefully admitting that his sister's words were right, and trying to regain his usual serious demeanor. He secretly reminded himself to be more careful with every word, his hands tightly clenched with determination to protect Isol from potential dangers. In chibi form, Sinbai unexpectedly delivered a powerful kick while loudly calling Isol Yeon's name, leaving the girl inevitably startled in amazement. Facing the brutal care from the powerful sister, Isol could only mumble a hesitant and confused obedient response. Isol was secretly terrified, noticing Seolbaek's tone suddenly become unusually somber, as if trying to suppress his raging fury. He decisively grabbed her wrist, revealing painful red bruises that made the atmosphere between the two of them become stifling. Seolbaek's cold, sharp eyes glued to his crush, as if wanting to see through all the traumas she had just silently endured. Isol Yeon could only bow her head in silence, because she understood his anger over her recklessly sneaking out alone late at night. The young master's large hand squeezed her small hands as a possessive affirmation that he would never let her leave. The dry sound of shifting tables and chairs rang out, signaling a very serious conversation about to begin in the quiet cafe corner. Seolbaek suddenly sat down opposite her and gave a sincere apology for arriving late, making Isol inevitably choke up. He pulled her into a tight, protective embrace and caringly asked if she was truly terrified by the thugs earlier. The image of Isol standing helplessly alone in the middle of Seoul City came back as a sad memory of the loneliness she always wanted to escape. Hot tears rolled down Isol Yeon's cheeks as she felt the warm and sincere protection from Seolbaek. Firm, rhythmic footsteps approached, signaling the appearance of a reliable pillar amidst the vast city of Seoul. Shinu Song quietly stepped forward and used his large hand to cover Isol Yeon's tear-blurred eyes, preventing her from having to witness any more terrible things. He stood tall behind her and sternly guaranteed that she wouldn't be disciplined, while swearing to make the masterminds pay a heavy price. With a determined gaze hidden behind his hood, the young master resolutely swore to fulfill his promise to protect his crush safely at all costs. Isol Yeon secretly realized that when her eyes were covered, her superpower also temporarily disappeared, making her unable to see any hashtags anymore. But strangely, that blindness couldn't make her feel anxious or insecure like the lonely times before, because right now, her mind was overflowing with warmth as she clearly felt the sincere affections from the people trying hard to comfort her. Standing amidst the protective arms of the two young masters, Isol Yeon chokingly sent her deep thanks because they had appeared in time to rescue her. She sobbed while regretting that her impulsiveness had caused too much trouble for everyone, instantly making the atmosphere fully emotional. Her sadness completely vanished as Seolbaek unexpectedly lifted Isol Yeon's petite figure high up, bringing relief after the terrifying incidents. Seolbaek's decisive footsteps rang out along with his harsh affirmation that the dangerous incident that just happened was completely not okay. He approached and scolded that while they were frantically running around searching for hours, Isol Yeon had accidentally fallen into Sister Sinbai's love trap. Without any hesitation, the silver-haired guy lifted her up and placed a light possessive kiss on her cheek while calling her a player. Shinu Song viciously pulled Seolbaek away and scolded him for being a madman who shouldn't cross the line, but the best friend just sneered because he had successfully coaxed the little girl into stopping crying. Shinu Song looked deeply into Isol Yeon's eyes with utmost seriousness and probed her thoughts about not wanting to share a room with those mean girls. He bent down to touch her aching feet and promised that tomorrow morning he would definitely arrange for a room switch, so Isol could have peace of mind. Isol slightly lifted her tiny foot out of the glossy black high heel while listening to Shinu continue floating his mysterious proposal for tonight. Both young masters simultaneously reached out to protect Isol and requested her to sleep outside with them to avoid encountering more trouble. Sinbai sat relaxed in the car and casually announced that she herself had proactively booked a separate high-end resort room for everyone. The luxurious living room space with gorgeous furniture appeared under the warm yellow lights, marking a lavish night of rest in the glamorous city of Seoul. Isol Yeon was completely overwhelmed by the resort room's glorious luxury, secretly amazed and wondering if this was a room or a miniature palace. While Seolbaek was about to give his sister's phone number to Isol, Shinu fiercely demanded him to tear it apart and burn it. The girl opened the door in shock and panicked, asking a question upon realizing that in this vast space there seemed to be only exactly one bedroom. Facing their crush's doubt, the The two young masters could only stand silently with faces full of awkwardness and mystery. The truth was that Sinbai had gone big by booking exactly 3 separate rooms for each person, showing off the class of a wealthy and powerful lady. Isol was still completely flustered, so she only dared to peek from behind the door, observing every action of her two companions. The atmosphere suddenly became silent as Beck began some comfortable stretching movements to prepare for sleep tonight. The silver-haired guy casually mocked his sister for being an alcoholic, so she often got confused, making Shainu also nod in agreement with a helpless look. With tired faces after a long day, the two young masters started stripping off their clothes to change into pajamas, leaving Isol Yeon frozen in embarrassment. Before Isol's highly doubtful look, the two boys in chibi forms hurriedly chuckled and promised to sleep on the floor so she could rest comfortably. Shainu Song kept tossing and turning on the soft mattress, his eyebrows furrowed tightly as he tried to find peace in a heavy sleep. Darkness engulfed the luxurious room, leaving only the dim light of the night lamp casting shadows on the quiet nightstand. He suddenly sat up, his eyes showing clear exhaustion mixed with alertness, as if some nagging thought refused to let him go. Meanwhile, Isol Yeon was still fast asleep, comfortably curled up under the warm blanket on the large bed. The glass of water stood alone on the marble countertop, capturing the moment a ripple formed from a single drop accidentally falling in. Shainu leaned against the kitchen counter with a weary sigh, silently asking himself what he was thinking when he agreed to stay over here. He looked over at Beck, sleeping so soundly he was drooling, and wondered in annoyance if that idiot really had zero interest in Isol Yeon. Just as he was ruffling his hair in frustration, planning to wake him up to return to their old room, Shainu suddenly froze when Isol unexpectedly bumped into him from behind. A soft gasp slipped out in the quiet kitchen, plunging the atmosphere into awkwardness as the situation suddenly spun out of control. Shainu quickly held Isol firmly in his arms, gazing deeply into her eyes while recalling his impulsive decision to transfer schools just to find the girl from his childhood memories. Shainu Song stood silently in the old neighborhood, reflecting on his reckless decision to transfer schools just to find the faint figure from his childhood memories without even knowing her name. Back in the summer of 7th grade, he growled angrily into the phone, threatening whether that bastard on the other end hadn't been hit hard enough on the head yet. He ruffled his hair in exhaustion, arguing against being called a delinquent and insisting that the other person was living a far more reckless life than he was. Shainu bitterly realized that even this time, his father and older sister didn't care about him in the slightest, thinking to himself that if he were the father, he would have disowned such a rebellious child long ago. His eyes narrowed dangerously as he loudly confronted the guy about sneaking into his house to steal his gaming console, which was his only source of joy. Beck nonchalantly admitted the truth with a smirk, coldly informing him that all the game's save data Shainu had accumulated over time was completely wiped before school started. Shainu gritted his teeth and declared that the culprit was dead meat, ignoring Isol Yeon as she walked silently behind them with a troubled expression. His gaze suddenly went blank and stunned as a distant memory surfaced in his mind, causing his chest to tighten with emotion. The shimmering night sky suddenly lit up with vibrant fireworks, highlighting the pure smile of the girl from the past, the one who planted hope into his lonely soul. Returning to reality, Shainu watched wistfully as Isol clumsily adjusted her oversized glasses, silently thanking fate for giving him the chance to meet her once again. Memories of the days in the library came flooding back, when young Shainu Song bashfully handed over his test sheet full of red marks and earnestly pleaded for Isol to help him study. Back in reality, Isol Yeon was surprised to see him standing quietly in the kitchen late at night, softly asking why he still couldn't sleep. Confronted with her concern, Shainu could only lower his head in silence, his eyes heavy with sorrow as if suppressing an unspoken grievance. The season's first snowflakes fell softly on the old street, carrying Shainu's belated apology for impulsively confessing his feelings on a whim. He sat alone on the cold stone bench in the snow, silently promising never to repeat it again if it made her hate him. His trembling hands tightly clutched the phone in the pitch-black night, each line of text showing up like a desperate plea begging Isol to give him a chance. Shainu looked at the computer screen in shock, his heart tightening as he faced a cruel truth gradually being unveiled before his eyes. Isol looked at him with tear-filled eyes full of pain, bitterly admitting that him looking at her with those eyes truly terrified her. Her trembling hands grabbed his arm, only to push him away decisively as she cried out that now she detested even the thought of touching him. In the suffocating atmosphere of the room, Shaina stepped closer and coldly stated that if she really didn't understand, then whenever she intended to draw closer to him once more. Isol stood frozen, her mind in disarray as a contradictory hashtag popped up, reminding her to just view her ex as a piece of trash. Shaina's Song lay in deep thought with a distant gaze, warning in a low voice that if Isol kept holding on to that prejudice, one day she would end up hating him too. Painful memories returned under the white snow, where Shaina sat alone on a wooden bench, bitterly admitting that right now he hated her too. He stared at his phone screen displaying Isol Yeon's name, where unfinished text messages stood as proof of an irreparable rift. Suddenly, Isol's hashtag glowed brightly with the words "First Love," affirming the intense feelings Shainu still held for her no matter how harsh reality was. The gentle touch on her clothes felt like a gloomy confession that no matter how hard he tried, he could never actually see her as trash. Witnessing the negative hashtag flash briefly before going out, Isol secretly felt confident that their closeness was progressing well, while Shainu wondered why she had come out here. Isol gently stroked his hair and confessed that seeing him tossing and turning unable to sleep made her feel deeply worried about him. Shainu looked at her in silence with profound yet gentle eyes, as if trying to hold back the chaotic emotions surging inside him. Unable to keep it in any longer, Isol Yeon looked up at him and asked in wonder why he had been treating her so nicely lately. Shainu questioned himself suspiciously when Isol suddenly pressed him on whether he was hiding another motive behind this sudden change in attitude. Isol suddenly felt uneasy upon realizing that Seolbaek had been unusually quiet lately, filling her heart with inexplicable suspicions. In her panicked chibi form, Isol feared that Shainu had caught wind of something suspicious going on behind his back, making her heart beat wildly. Shainu narrowed his eyes with a sharp, suspicious look, confronting her directly on whether she was plotting with Seolbaek to pull something against him. Panicking at his sharp intuition, Isol hurriedly tore up the piece of paper containing the secret plan, praying he would never find out the truth about her alliance with Seolbaek. To cover up her guilt, her face turned bright red as she shouted back that he too had been treating her unusually well recently. Shaina stood dazed and bewildered, completely unable to comprehend why she reacted so fiercely and turned the tables so quickly. Fond memories rushed back with images of Shainu without his cold gaze, replaced instead by sweet candies and thoughtful inquiries meant for her. Isol emotionally recalled the moment Shainu gently used his warm hands to cover her eyes to comfort her during her most desperate and painful time. To hide the fluttering emotions rising within her, Isol Yeon squeezed her eyes shut and yelled out, calling this a counter-defensive strategy to protect her fragile heart. Shaina stood with his back turned, looking distant, while Isol further away shrank back trembling, silently calling for Seolbaek to save her from his overwhelming pressure. Shainu lowered his head slightly, revealing his flushed red face out of embarrassment along with beads of nervous sweat rolling down his neck as he faced his true feelings. Isol looked up blankly, her eyes filled with confusion as she saw the attitude of the boy before her suddenly turned strange and perplexing. Shainu ruffled his hair in distress, muttering self-blame about whether his efforts to be nice like this even meant anything to her. With sad eyes, he confessed he was terrified of accidentally crossing the line and making her uncomfortable once again. His hand gripping the edge of the table until his knuckles turned white, Shainu lowered his voice, saying it was because of that fear that he had to suppress his urge to be even sweeter to her. Suddenly closing the distance, he stepped up close and asked provocatively whether Isol wanted him to show her what being truly nice actually looked like. Isol stood frozen like stone, her breath catching as she felt the bold proximity and Shainu's face leaning close to hers. Shainu's eyes grew sharper and deeper than ever, as if he wanted to see straight into the soul of the girl he cherished. He let out a captivating yet dangerous smile, wrapping up the suffocating atmosphere with a manly assertion that made Isol's heart skip a beat. Isol silently cried out to seal Beck in her mind as Shinu hastily joked for her not to be mad, right when the angry rabbit hashtag flared brightly reflecting her irritation. Shinu hurriedly dodged the situation with the excuse of going for a run, urging her to quickly return to her room and get some good rest before dawn. Isol stood dazed in the middle of the luxurious resort upon hearing him announce that the group would have to leave very early tomorrow morning. The harsh sound of the door closing made her silently complain that he always said weird, incomprehensible things she could never understand. Sprawled on the bed, she found his confession about suppressing himself out of fear of making her uncomfortable absurd. Isol's hand clenched the bedsheet in resentment as she realized the thing that infuriated her most was her moment of vulnerability just now, which was when she realized she had unconsciously imagined a bold, passionate moment of intimacy with him right here. In her half-asleep state, she muttered calling him an idiot, startling Sinbai awake, who anxiously asked if she had just had a nightmare. Sinbai gently pulled Isol into her arms, softly comforting her to banish the fear lingering in the young girl's mind. Reassured, Isol resolved to regain her senses once morning came, completely brushing off these strange feelings as if they never existed. Shinu panted under the quiet streetlights, thinking to himself that today was truly an unforgettable memory for him. At the resort lobby, students began buzzing with rumors about Isol Yeon's disappearance late into the night. The whispers grew louder when news broke that both Seal Beck and Shinu Song had also gone missing after going to search for the poor girl. Red Shoes walked leisurely across the grand lobby, accompanied by a smirk from someone gloating that their plans seemed to have succeeded. Seal Beck suddenly threw an arm around Shinu's shoulder from behind, calling out playfully and making the already exhausted Shinu even more annoyed. Startled, Shinu turned to look at his friend, hearing Seal Beck inform him that there was still time for him to change before the group set off. Seal Beck casually admitted he had just spent the night at the police station and hadn't showered yet, leaving everyone around them stunned. Isol bowed her head low before the teachers, mumbling an apology for slipping out without permission last night. The teacher rushed over in a panic, hugging Isol tightly and constantly asking about her favorite students' well-being with a worried look. In cute chibi form, the teacher comforted her while assuring that she trusted Isol's character, urging her to quickly pack up her luggage to hit the road. Isol flinched when the teacher patted her shoulder reassuringly. She was about to explain what happened last night, but the words choked in her throat. The teacher recounted her shock upon being contacted by Shinu, not forgetting to warn Isol to prepare herself for punishment later. Shinu subtly mouthed something as if sending a private message meant for Isol alone amid the loaded atmosphere. He flashed a confident smile and gently reminded her of his promise that she had absolutely nothing to worry about. In her bewildered chibi form, Isol received an urgent summons from the teacher to quickly pack her bags before departure time. She hurriedly packed her belongings in the faculty room, silently grateful that the storm seemed to have temporarily quieted down smoothly. Recalling the dawn moment when she was woken from her deep sleep to prepare for the exhausting trip back. The moment she woke up, Isol immediately fell into the soothing, pampering embrace of her teacher right in the middle of the gorgeous resort lobby. The yellow taxi quickly rolled away, carrying Isol along with her rambling thoughts about the tempestuous trip they had just been through. Sitting in the quiet interior of the car, Isol silently observed and wondered what Shinu and Isol Yeon sat blankly on the bed, unable to understand why the teacher didn't scold her and what exactly happened yesterday. Isol Yeon started and sprang up in bed upon hearing Seal Beck calling her name from the other side of the door, and she silently gasped his name in astonishment. She nervously watched the slightly turning doorknob, sensing the presence of her best friend who was about to step into her room. Seal Beck peeked through the cracked door with a highly skeptical expression, asking if she was really going to wear that outfit today, leaving a bewildered Isol to reply that he was the one who told her to wear it. Looking at herself in a simple white t-shirt and a long skirt, Isol confusedly wondered if she looked that weird today to make him question it. Before she could explain, Seal Beck decisively handed her one of his pale yellow dress shirts and coldly told her to put it on over her clothes right away. Isol dazedly took Seal Beck's oversized shirt, secretly wondering why he was suddenly making her put on such a huge item of clothing. In their adorable chibi forms, Both confirmed the upcoming COO university tour schedule in an atmosphere that was both eager and slightly tense. The image of Seol Beck pinning her against the wall yesterday suddenly flashed back, along with his confession that he was wrong to let her dress so beautifully in front of others. With an extremely serious face, he worriedly asked what she would do if some shady college guy came to hit on her or use sweet words to seduce her. Isol Yeon crossed her arms in complete awkwardness while wearing the oversized shirt, secretly and anxiously asking if her current appearance actually looked okay because it was far too big for her body. Seol Beck confidently flashed a charming smile with a playful wink, nonchalantly boasting that the only reason he dressed well was simply because he was so handsome. In the quiet space, the two characters in chibi form stood facing each other, creating a strangely silent moment before continuing the conversation. Seol Beck couldn't hold back and burst into delighted laughter at his friend's speechless expression, while Isol could only stand there blankly watching him mock her. With deep, caring eyes, Seol Beck gently lifted Isol's chin and insisted that she should also wear these fashion glasses today to hide her beauty. He affectionately placed a hand on Isol's head and tenderly revealed that he had secretly bought a new pair of glasses, just in case she lost hers, making her heart flutter slightly. The high-rise building of the resort towered in the morning sunlight, marking the beginning of a promising day of university touring. In her pitiful chibi form, Isol sulkily told herself that no one would bother hitting on her anyway and wondered if Seol Beck was just being overly protective out of a brotherly habit. The resort lobby doors opened wide to welcome the bustling morning atmosphere, where the chattering voices of students created an incredibly lively scene. The bus engine roared urgently along with a pressing announcement that the convoy would officially depart in 20 minutes, requiring the class presidents to quickly check the head count. Isol stood in a daze in the oversized clothes, telling herself that no one would bother hitting on her, and wondering if Seol Beck was being overprotective out of his habit of taking care of his younger sister. Suddenly looking up, Isol met the sharp gaze of Shinu Sung staring at her from the opposite side, making her heart suddenly skip a beat. She stood dead still in confusion, struggling fiercely internally between wanting to ask about what happened this morning and the fear that such an action would make them look overly intimate. Right then, a highly sensitive hashtag about the desire to strip off her clothes suddenly appeared on Shinu, causing Isol to freeze completely in shock. While Isol secretly cursed him as a pervert in her mind, Shinu calmly called her name and informed her that there was actually something stuck on her clothes. Realizing she had almost misunderstood, Isol breathed a sigh of relief knowing he was only paying attention to the stain on her back that she couldn't see herself. Without a word of warning, Shinu decisively took off the black jacket he was wearing and demanded that she take off that dirty layer of clothing to change into his immediately. Still reeling from the shock, Isol could only mumble a thank you and obediently put on the baggy jacket that still lingered with the warmth of his body. Shinu silently observed her every awkward movement with a profound look, seemingly trying to suppress the intense emotions surging in his heart. His hand suddenly gripped the hem of Isol's shirt tightly, a decisive action, as if wanting to hold onto the girl he loves amidst the mess of emotions. Shinu decisively threw Seol Beck's old shirt into the trash can to Isol's astonishment, as a declaration of ownership. He meticulously zipped up the black jacket for her himself, enveloping the little girl in his own absolute protection. In the middle of the spacious resort lobby, Shinu gently waved his hand, signaling for Isol to rest assured and move forward while he secretly observed from behind. The enticing offer about showing her true kindness last night suddenly rushed back, agitating Isol's mind once again. Isol looked up at him full of wonder, secretly asking herself whether this boy's current gentleness was sincere or just another act. Shinu smiled faintly, explaining that because time was too tight this morning, he hadn't had the chance to explain everything clearly for her to understand. He revealed that he had asked his older sister to retrieve the security camera footage to submit to the school as evidence to clear her name. Recalling the scene of Isol being surrounded last night, Shinu said that they had agreed on a script where she had to stay at the police station to avoid punishment from the teachers. Looking at Isol's lonely back among her envious peers, he affirmed that he had secretly adjusted the schedule to completely separate her from those vicious girls. Isol stood stunned, looking at Shainu with grateful eyes as he firmly promised to gather more evidence to make Jia Pyo's group pay the price today. Shainu leaned down to care for her and said to let him do at least this much for her, making Isol lightly startle at this overly sincere concern. Shainu's back stood tall like a protective shield, silently sheltering Isol from the invisible pressures around her. He suddenly approached very closely, explaining that due to a change in the head count process, he would be taking the same bus with her class. Shainu looked straight into Isol's eyes and casually asked if he could sit next to her, making the little girl's face turn bright red with fluster. The student council president slightly bowed his head in contemplation, seemingly struggling with the chaotic emotions surging within his heart. Seolbeck stood observing from a distance with a look full of disdain, secretly mocking and wondering what Shainu had eaten wrong to suddenly act like a lovesick fool. The old shirt lying carelessly in the trash can acted as an end mark to Seolbeck's presence beside Isol, according to Shainu's wishes. Unwilling to be outdone, Seolbeck suddenly rushed over to hug Isol tightly from behind and loudly declared that the seat next to her had been claimed by him. He leaned his challenging face close to Isol, forcing her to make a decision on who truly gets to be by her side. Isol hurriedly squeezed her eyes shut to dispel the intimate images currently present, reassuring herself that all these efforts at closeness were only part of the revenge plan. Both Shainu and Seolbeck backed Isol into a corner as they simultaneously questioned her on who she ultimately wanted to sit next to on the upcoming bus ride. The atmosphere reeked of gunpowder as the two boys didn't hesitate to bump shoulders provocatively, accompanied by Shainu's threatening growl. Sitting on the cramped bus, Shainu irritably warned that he would deal with the other guy if their shoulders touched again, while Seolbeck calmly demanded that he close his legs. A war of words erupted when Shainu yelled, forcing Seolbeck to immediately stop sneaking his snacks, but the guy opposite him insisted that it was he who started it. Seolbeck, chewing loudly, resentfully brought up the fact that Shainu had sneaked and eaten his entire bag of chocolates earlier. Sitting in the back, Isol could only watch the two young masters' childish bickering in silence and secretly exclaimed, "Wow," at this unimaginable noisiness. A chaotic scene took place right in the middle of the aisle as the two boys lunged to fight over a bag of snacks like elementary school kids, leaving Isol completely speechless and exhausted. In the midst of her fluster, the teacher suddenly appeared to her rescue with an invitation for Isol to have a light snack together, causing her to joyfully express her gratitude to her savior. Amidst the quiet space with gently falling petals, Isol took a deep breath to prepare to make a final decision to end the seat war. She decisively announced that she would sit next to the teacher, leaving Shainu and Seolbeck standing stunned in utter bewilderment and disappointment. Isol sat quietly on the bus. She secretly observed the two boys causing a ruckus in the back and realized that they were actually quite in sync during their verbal spars. The teacher's shout rang out, shattering the noisy atmosphere, forcing the two to separate and demanding that Seolbeck change seats immediately to maintain order. The space suddenly shifted to a darker and colder setting, where the greeting for the powerful director rang out with solemnity and strictness. Sinbai walked in with an arrogant demeanor, coldly asking about the child's whereabouts while her subordinate hastily reported that the little master was currently playing hide-and-seek. Despite the explanation that they were still trying hard to search, the silhouette of a tiny, trembling child hiding in the shadows appeared like a tragic hidden corner. Lightly taking off her sunglasses to reveal her sharp gaze, the director only casually dropped a cryptic remark at the pitiful situation of her younger brother. She nonchalantly asserted that she only wished that child would just disappear forever, sowing an extreme coldness into the silent space of the mansion. Without the slightest tremor of emotion, she ordered urgent preparations for a business trip to the UK and firmly decided not to take the child along. The sound of the door slamming shut signaled an abandonment lasting for 2 whole months, leaving a little soul struggling in the utmost solitude. The servant's whispers about the little master's angelic appearance suddenly became heartbreaking when the cruel truth was revealed that his existence was inherently never desired by that mother. Isol's mind sank into a quiet void as she bitterly realized that she simply no longer needed the presence of that boy. Her hand gripping tightly onto the edge of the violently shaking bus seat, Isol softly called out Seolbeck's name with an indescribable unease. Isol hurriedly approached, and placed her hand on Seolbaek's shoulder to shake him awake, seeing that her traveling companion was still sitting in a daze, even though the bus had arrived at the stop. Seolbaek looked up at her with dull eyes and a pale face. It seemed he had just gone through an extremely terrible mental state. Outside the window, the vast campus of the university appeared, signaling that the group's next sightseeing journey had officially begun. Isol confusingly held 2 meal tickets in her hand and informed him that everyone had gotten off the bus, simultaneously urging him to quickly go to the cafeteria to make it in time for the gathering. Seolbaek groaned softly, then brought his hand up to stroke his hair in distress. His exhausted expression made Isol standing next to him unable to help but feel worried. Observing the cold sweat rolling down his cheeks, Isol secretly asked herself whether Seolbaek had just been tormented by some terrifying nightmare. Suddenly closing the distance, Seolbaek buried his head in Isol's lap and pleaded with her to hug him to dispel the feeling of instability. In his cute chibi form, Seolbaek clung to her tightly and tearfully confessed that he had just dreamt of a ghost, so he really needed a protective hug. Isol froze when Seolbaek begged for a hug because he just had a nightmare, while she felt a strangely familiar atmosphere radiating from him. Suddenly, Seolbaek clutched his head and groaned as a wave of pain hit unexpectedly, causing Isol to panic, unable to react in time to the situation. His hand decisively grabbed hers as if wanting to seek a solid pillar of support amidst the dizziness enveloping his mind. Unable to bear refusing him, Isol proactively wrapped her arms around Seolbaek to soothe the pain tormenting her companion. In her chibi form, she burst out laughing, teasing that his body looked so tiny and adorable, making the atmosphere less tense. Seolbaek sighed softly in exhaustion as he buried his head in her shoulder, quietly enjoying the rare warmth within the cramped space of the bus ride. He muttered softly with a pouty look that actually, her body was the one that was too big compared to what he was feeling right now. The space on the bus suddenly fell into an immense silence, leaving only the steady hum of the engine and the messy thoughts of them both. Seolbaek's eyes suddenly became deep and flustered when facing so close to Isol. He cleared his throat slightly to hide his rising embarrassment. Right at that moment, a series of hashtags about healing along with funny nicknames appeared on Isol, testifying to the chaotic emotions in his heart. Isol in her chibi form was extremely bewildered when Seolbaek suddenly asked if she was wearing perfume, even though he was the one who had proactively demanded a hug earlier. She could only agree in a daze as Seolbaek evaded his awkwardness by inviting her to go eat, leaving in Isol's heart a myriad of questions about his recent actions. In the middle of the university campus, Seolbaek stretched his arms while explaining that Shina had gone to handle student council business and told her to check her messages as soon as she was awake. Isol curiously took out her phone. She asked herself what exactly Shina had sent her at such an early time. Seolbaek felt a bit guilty upon reading the threat to smash his skull if he dared to play any more tricks, secretly fearing that the guy had seen everything that happened on the bus. Meanwhile, Shina was keeping in close contact with the teacher. He confirmed that he had a few important matters that needed to be reported immediately. With a cold expression, Shinu irritably replied to the message that he shouldn't be giving him orders and should just go do his own job well. He gave a challenging smirk in front of the male teacher. It seemed his plan to expose the evildoers had been meticulously prepared by him. Shinu decisively took screenshots of the entire conversation in the group chat as evidence, preparing to launch a fatal blow against those who had bullied Isol. The university campus was still bustling with passing students, completely unaware of an internal purge about to break out to reclaim justice. Shinu nodded slightly in thanks when receiving back the borrowed phone. He secretly blamed himself for being too careless to leave his personal device on the bus. He casually turned his back and walked away after promising to treat Nayeon to a meal as a thank you, leaving the little girl rooted to the spot in confusion. Meanwhile, Japyo's group was still happily gathering in the picnic room, completely unaware of the terrible truth about to be exposed. Nayeon hurriedly brought her hand up to hide her face, which was turning bright red with shyness. She mumbled her agreement to the unexpected offer from Shinu. Shina stared at the phone screen, then lightly smirked. He thought to himself that dealing with these people was indeed incredibly easy. With the attitude of a careless person, he considered all of the opponent's schemes to be just child's play, ignoring Seal Beck, who was still casually chewing candy in the back. Shinu decisively reported the incident to the male teacher and explained that he had received evidence from a member of Jia Pyo's own group. The cruel chat log appeared, proving the plan to abandon Isol in the middle of a Seoul bar district after having seized her entire wallet and phone. The male teacher shockingly covered his mouth in extreme astonishment. He was entirely horrified by the malicious hearts hidden behind the obedient appearances of these female students. Shinu looked at the teacher with a sharp, authoritative gaze. He firmly asserted that this much evidence was more than enough to issue an appropriate disciplinary action. Whispers echoed throughout the hall as the students shockingly realized the contrary truth, that Isol hadn't forced anyone, but she was the actual victim left behind by Jia's group. Amidst the siege of accusations, Jia Pyo frantically denied all guilt in front of the teachers and fiercely questioned who dared to bring those secret chats to light. Isol stood frozen, hearing the firm accusations that the person holding the phone all this time was the true mastermind behind everything. Erupting in fury, Jia Pyo roughly grabbed Isol's hand and forced her to speak up and confirm that their group didn't coerce her into following them last night. Unwilling to let the little girl be bullied any further, Seal Beck decisively swatted Jia Pyo's filthy hands away from Isol with a murderous glare. Facing the young master's fierce protection, Jia Pyo's face distorted with a mix of shock and resentment as her perfect plan was gradually falling apart. Isol was stunned to see the humiliating hashtag appear above herself, silently mocking herself for being a fool who couldn't do anything without someone's help. Jia Pyo still brazenly used Isol's silence to cover up by claiming they had tried looking but couldn't find her, making the little girl's internal resentment rise to its peak. Isol's hands clenched until her knuckles turned white, silently screaming in her heart that she was too tired of this weakness and didn't want to continue living a trampled life anymore. Sitting quietly in the empty classroom, Isol sadly recalled the moment she once hoped her hashtag superpower would be the key to changing her lonely destiny. Shinu resolved to stop at nothing, even if deemed cowardly, to reclaim justice for the friends who had wholeheartedly dedicated themselves to him. Seal Beck stood by to support her, fiercely forcing Jia Pyo to admit the truth about intentionally letting Isol get lost the night before. Isol Yeon was no longer timid. She looked up at the other girl with an iron gaze and firmly ordered Jia Pyo to apologize to her. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Isol was suddenly distracted by the familiar and warm fabric softener scent that always surrounded Shinu's home. She immersed herself in the clean, soothing feeling of the faint floral scent mingled with the soap lingering on the boy's shirt. Isol's eyes wavered when she saw Shinu flash a radiant smile like in the beginning, a beauty that made her feel suddenly weak-hearted. Although she still silently resented him in her heart for being a jerk, her heart completely surrendered to this sudden gentleness. Shinu leaned down close to Isol's ear and whispered his praise that she did a great job, while also assuring her that he would personally clean up the remaining mess. Looking back at the arduous journey that just passed, Isol felt incredibly satisfied as her first counterattack plan had achieved the desired results. A member of the friend group unexpectedly stepped forward and bowed in repentance, tearfully apologizing to Isol for arbitrarily changing rooms without her consent. Even when facing undeniable evidence of her malicious pranks, Jia Pyo remained stubborn and refused to apologize to Isol. News that Jia Pyo would have to face the disciplinary committee right after the field trip began to spread, causing the crowd to gossip nonstop. In the vast space of the resort, a group of schoolgirls suddenly hesitated to approach and seek out Isol Yeon with bewildered expressions. They sincerely apologized to her for changing rooms without permission, admitting their mistakes in front of everyone around. A gentle memory suddenly flashed back, reminding Isol that these were the friends who had proactively reached out to her in the past. Standing in the windy schoolyard, Isol silently felt grateful and regretful that she had been too timid in the past to reciprocate their feelings. In chibi form, the friend group was incredibly amazed and delighted to discover that the usually cold Isol Yeon had now become incredibly sweet. A sincere invitation was extended, hoping Isol would join in the remaining fun activities to strengthen their friendship. Bora Huang and her friends excitedly reintroduced themselves, not forgetting to playfully challenge whether the smart girl actually remembered their names. Isol Yeon chuckled softly with a radiant smile on her lips, gently affirming with certainty that she always remembered each of their names. Isol, in chibi form, was amazed to hear that taking off her glasses had caused a massive beauty earthquake in her friend's eyes. The girls excitedly talked about Shai Nu-sung's change, from a cold male god to suddenly becoming prone to childish brawls ever since Seol Beck arrived. For the first time, Isol silently realized that thanks to blending in, she started hearing secrets she had never known when she was a loner. She blushed slightly with a gentle smile, secretly cherishing the warm feeling of finally finding her place within the group. Shai Nu-sung maintained his calm demeanor, focusing on taking notes in his notebook while laughter echoed everywhere. Behind his stylish appearance at the bar, the hashtag awkward, glowing brightly above Seol Beck's head, exposed his true clumsiness in front of the crowd. The long field trip officially came to an end with Seol Beck's unexpected appearance, causing the crowd of schoolgirls to startle and panic. Returning to school, Isol fell back into a state of panic in chibi form when surrounded by romantic rumors. A barrage of messages questioning whether she and the silver-haired young master were dating popped up provocatively. Despite the interrogation from his friends, Seol Beck just quietly glued his eyes to his phone and smiled, silently affirming his yearning for that girl. Seol Beck stood quietly in the middle of a lavish grand opening party, inwardly whining about the boredom and only wanting to leave quickly to meet Isol Yeon. Amidst the noisy crowd, the powerful appearance of director Sin By-sung from the Seon group immediately became the focal point, attracting all admiring gazes. Seol Beck smirked bitterly at the sight of famous celebrities trying to curry favor with that woman, then secretly wondered if he should ride his sister's coattails to change his life. Suddenly, Sin Bai's sharp gaze swept over, making Seol Beck flinch in astonishment. The atmosphere between the two instantly became incredibly tense. That woman exuded a cold and haughty aura, every gesture asserting the class of a leader of a massive conglomerate. The dry sound of the door closing marked a highly private reunion, signaling new troubles about to crash down on the silver-haired young master. Sin Bai leisurely took a sip of wine and then called out to Seol Beck by his nickname Princess, an implicative tease that made him stiffen awkwardly. Seol Beck helplessly covered his face, begging his sister not to call him that anymore, but ultimately, he still had to bitterly obey her absolute authority. Sin Bai's gaze suddenly turned profound as she proposed a mysterious deal, promising to change the current situation. Without needing to hear the whole sentence, Seol Beck flatly refused because he knew for sure that he would only feel hatred for the upcoming schemes. Sin Bai leisurely swirled the ice in her wine glass, confessing that she was genuinely surprised to learn Seol Beck had transferred to the school Shai Nu-sung was attending. She revealed that she was the sponsor for this field trip, emphasizing that if they hadn't accidentally bumped into each other on the street, she probably would have never known. The powerful woman exhaled a plume of white cigarette smoke, dropping a highly sarcastic remark about this ironic coincidence that made the atmosphere even heavier. Seol Beck was stunned by the information that his sister was the sponsor behind the entire school's trip, causing him to inevitably suspect her next schemes. The silver-haired young master silently figured out the reason why everywhere the student group stayed belonged to the hotel chains of their family's corporate subsidiaries. Sin Bai started cutting straight to the chase by demanding Seol Beck to keep an eye on Shai Nu, from his surrounding relationships to every weird expression of his lately. Sitting with her legs crossed arrogantly, she called him Princess, again, and officially ordered him to report all of Shai Nu-sung's actions to her from now on. Seol Beck's eyes were filled with disgust as he asserted that he would rather die than monitor that jerk, but Sin Bai just smiled faintly and reiterated that this was a fair transaction. Despite the tempting offers of money or connections, Seol Beck still firmly replied that he would rather do manual labor than get tangled up with her. Sin Bai's laughter rang out as she asked if he didn't want to know the real reason behind it, but Seol Beck just coldly declared that everything was already crystal clear. Seol Beck bluntly questioned Sin Bai if she was trying to score points with their father using her current surveillance schemes. He scratched his head in frustration when mentioning that the old man had now become Chairman Song and wondered if he should change his way of addressing him to be more formal. A dark piece of memory surfaced when Shai Nu-sung was considered a thorn in the family's side right from birth, and personally managing him would satisfy the chairman. Seol Baek's eyes were full of skepticism as he asked whether Sinbai intended to manipulate all of China's actions and then discard him right when he reached adulthood. Sinbai casually exhaled cigarette smoke. She looked at him with a smug expression and admitted that her little brother was indeed very quick at grasping other people's intentions. That woman suddenly leaned back and mocked him, recalling how little Seol Baek used to tail her and demand to marry her, making the silver-haired young master angrily yell at her to stop smoking and drinking at once. Seol Baek was momentarily stunned, his face turning bright red from embarrassment as the other dug deep into the naive childhood memories he wanted to bury. Sinbai unexpectedly closed the distance. She looked straight into Seol Baek's eyes provocatively and made a bold proposal about whether she should give him a kiss instead of an answer. The atmosphere in the room suddenly became thick. The two faces at a distance, so close they could feel the extreme tension in a haunting silence. After a mental battle, Seol Baek finally humbled himself to call out a forced sister, receiving a nonchalant reply from that powerful woman. Seol Baek looked at Sinbai with eyes full of contempt and harshly scolded that she was truly trash, while that woman just burst into defiant laughter. Sinbai laughed out loud, and then casually explained that she was just joking, asking if he really thought she was crazy enough to do that with a high school student. Seol Baek's hands clenched tightly in resentment. He silently wondered if that prank just now was too much to bear for a growing teenager. The powerful woman exhaled a puff of smoke and coldly declared she would give him that when he was truly grown up, not right now. Seol Baek's face flushed bright red with embarrassment and anger, beads of sweat rolling down his cheeks as he had to face his sister's outrageous teasing. Unable to endure it any longer, Seol Baek decisively pushed the door open, stormed out, and shouted that he didn't need that gift, even though Sinbai was still mocking his puberty. He stood leaning against the dark wall with exhausted, heavy pants, trying to regain his composure after escaping the grip of the terrifying woman. The silver-haired young master silently cursed that crazy woman, realizing she always took manipulating and toying with others as her absolute joy. Seol Baek dropped his head in despair, regretting not returning home right after the field trip, and bitterly concluded that both Song siblings were psychopaths. The scene shifted to the tranquil night, where Shina Song was looking at a phone screen full of angry messages and silently remarked that his friend had completely lost his mind. Shinu quietly ignored his best friend's angry messages, his mouth softly mumbling the name Isol Yeon, as if immersed in his own thoughts about that girl. Under the sallow streetlights by the coast, Shina stood facing Isol, wondering why she had suddenly asked to meet him so late at night. Isol's eyes were filled with determination. She silently told herself that after the success of her first counterattack, she had gathered all her courage to call Shinu Song out to talk. Facing a Shinu who was detestable, kind, yet also full of trouble, Isol felt her mind being jumbled by incredibly conflicting emotions. In a moment of excitement, Isol unexpectedly suggested they play a truth game with the intention of giving him a really painful flick on the forehead if she won. Monday morning began in a small alley, where Seol Baek with his striking silver hair was standing and waiting for Isol to walk to school together like a regular habit. Witnessing the hashtag Angry Rice Cake popping up fiercely above Isol's head, Seol Baek couldn't help but worriedly ask if something terrible had happened to her over the weekend. He mischievously pinched her cheeks in chibi form and gave a baffled remark upon seeing a usually soft and cheerful tofu block suddenly become unusually grumpy. The atmosphere suddenly turned solemn when Seol Baek looked deep into Isol's eyes and unexpectedly asked if she had ever developed feelings for anyone before. Amidst the peaceful morning scenery of the neighborhood, Seol Baek naively wondered about the true meaning of liking someone, leaving Isol speechless due to this sudden innocence. Seol Baek scratched his head, admitting he had never dated and didn't understand the meaning of liking someone, which left Isol Yeon utterly shocked. In chibi form, Isol silently thought her being single was obvious, but for Seol Baek, she used to believe he must have had hundreds of lovers, so she pressed to ask if there really was no one who made him feel attracted. The young master suddenly became unusually serious. He stared intensely into Isol's eyes and softly uttered a counter-question, as if he wanted to reveal his own feelings. Isol panicked, yelled at him not to joke, and stomped hard on Seol Baek's foot, but He just smiled bitterly and affirmed that, other than her, he truly had never developed feelings for anyone else. Amidst the windy coastal scenery, Seolbeck confessed that instead of romance, in his childhood, he only had one single person to wholeheartedly admire. Isol asked back blankly as the two strolled together, while Seolbeck sank into memories of his desire to become like that special person when he was a child. The image of the little boy Seolbeck trembling and hiding behind the door flashed back like a psychological scar, a place where he once believed that if he changed, perhaps he would find a way out. In the dark room of the past, the silhouette of an aristocratic woman gently petting the boys had appeared like an act of bestowing ice-cold care. That woman exuded an arrogant aura along with an unpredictable smile, which was the exact obsession that made Seolbeck always strive to become stronger. The little boy Seolbeck's large, round eyes were filled with determination mixed with sorrow as he peeked through the door crack, silently nurturing the hope for a future where he was no longer abandoned. Seolbeck swept back his silver hair, admitting that someone suddenly appeared in his mind like a pathetic kind of hero worship mixed with envy and admiration. With a self-deprecating smile and a mischievous hand gesture, he asserted that he was sober enough to know that feeling was absolutely not love for someone. Isol Yeon stood silently thinking about how everyone has secrets they want to hide, while a hashtag secretly hoping the rice cake girl wouldn't know too much suddenly glowed brightly above her head. A dark corner of the past returned with the image of a crushed milk carton, recalling how she once tried to cover up her old traumas in front of Shina Song. However, a hashtag longing for someone to notice her heartache suddenly appeared, reflecting the inner conflict between wanting to be understood, yet fearing being exposed. Isol unexpectedly grabbed Seolbeck's sleeve in the middle of the empty street, softly calling his name, as if to start a sincere conversation after so much avoidance. With his eyes looking into the distance full of unspoken thoughts, Seolbeck softly made a promise about a later time when both were truly ready to face each other. He stood facing her and affirmed that one day when she had given him her full trust, she could lay down her burden and tell him everything she had kept hidden. Isol looked up at him with glittering, skeptical eyes, naively asking what exactly she had to say to satisfy him. Seolbeck looked straight into her eyes and offered his desire to understand all the thoughts she usually harbored in her heart, making the atmosphere suddenly become incredibly profound. Seolbeck turned away in frustration, making Isol in chibi form panic and wonder if she had just said something stupid again. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as he wondered why she suddenly wanted to understand him so deeply. Seolbeck scratched his head anxiously, secretly doubting whether Sinbai Song had approached her using her familiar manipulative methods yet. Isol looked at him with concern and pressed to ask if his terrible mood this morning was because someone was forcing him to do something. The silver-haired young master's eyes were tinged with sorrow as he silently guessed whether these troubles originated from his mother's family. Right then, the hashtag suspicion glowed brightly on Isol's face, reflecting the wariness rising strongly in Seolbeck's heart. The rice cake girl was stunned, constantly asking herself what exactly he was doubting and if he was misjudging her. Isol in chibi form panicked to the point of speechlessness, silently wondering if he believed she was intentionally digging up his secrets for personal gain. Seolbeck slightly bowed his head in exhaustion, gently reassuring her not to be afraid, but to coldly ignore those who were intentionally trying to reel her in. He squeezed his eyes shut bitterly, leaving a final reminder to never believe in sweet offers because they were inherently nothing but lies. Seolbeck cursed silently in frustration when Isol unexpectedly smashed her handbag straight into his face, making the girl in chibi form also bewildered by this harsh reaction. Isol yelled, asking why he was suddenly acting out a one-man play and fabricating a whole novel full of such baseless suspicions. In a fit of anger mixed with worry, she scolded him for being an idiot and affirmed that all her actions were simply because she was too worried about him. That sincere statement made Seolbeck completely freeze. He stood in a daze with wide eyes full of astonishment, as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Isol stomped away and muttered that he was indeed Shinu Song's childhood friend since both possessed the exact same weird and incomprehensible personalities. Seolbeck blushed and walked behind her awkwardly, silently questioning whether he was completely wrong to suddenly bring up irrelevant matters at this time. In chibi form, the silver-haired young master kept sneakily poking Isol's back with his hand to test her attitude, but she remained determined to ignore him and refused to turn her head. Seolbeck suddenly burst into teasing laughter, making Isol jump in panic. The tense atmosphere from earlier seemed to have been dispelled by his playfulness. Isol's eyes suddenly became profound as she secretly wondered if he really only asked out of concern for her, or if there were other hidden feelings behind those words. Her resentment flared up again, making Isol throw a punch at Seolbeck in chibi form. She silently screamed that he was clearly craving her attention to the point of going crazy. Seolbeck unexpectedly lunged forward and hugged Isol Yeon tightly, leaving her only enough time to let out a surprised yelp at this sudden initiative. He patted her hair, while apologizing for his oversensitivity after dealing with a psychopath all weekend. Isol awkwardly pressed to ask if he also did this often with Shinusong, while her hand faintly felt his rapidly beating heart. She looked up at Seolbeck with wide, skeptical eyes, secretly wondering why this young master's heart could beat incredibly fast like that. Seolbeck looked deep into Isol's eyes and softly asked why caring for someone needed such careful calculation. His hands tightly gripped her shirt as a way to suppress the emotions threatening to burst in his heart at this moment. Isol in chibi form reiterated that both of them had taken care of her throughout the field trip without seeking anything in return. The young master suddenly burst into refreshing laughter while Isol continuously doubted whether those kind actions were truly natural or prearranged. Seolbeck's gaze suddenly became incredibly intense. He confessed that this feeling was driving him crazy, and he had just truly awakened from a long stupor. He stood tall facing her and sternly ordered Isol Yeon to quickly take responsibility for the words she had just uttered. Seolbeck unexpectedly lunged forward and hugged Isol Yeon tightly, leaving her only enough time to let out a surprised yelp at this sudden initiative. He patted her hair, while apologizing for his oversensitivity after dealing with a psychopath all weekend. Isol awkwardly pressed to ask if he also did this often with Shinusong, while her hand faintly felt his rapidly beating heart. She looked up at Seolbeck with wide, skeptical eyes, secretly wondering why this young master's heart could beat incredibly fast like that. Seolbeck looked deep into Isol's eyes and softly asked why caring for someone needed such careful calculation. His hands tightly gripped her shirt as a way to suppress the emotions threatening to burst in his heart at this moment. Isol in chibi form reiterated that both of them had taken care of her throughout the field trip without seeking anything in return. The young master suddenly burst into refreshing laughter while Isol continuously doubted whether those kind actions were truly natural or prearranged. Seolbeck's gaze suddenly became incredibly intense. He confessed that this feeling was driving him crazy, and he had just truly awakened from a long stupor. He stood tall facing her and sternly ordered Isol Yeon to quickly take responsibility for the words she had just uttered. Shinusong nodded in agreement to join the challenge, while Isol Yeon secretly recalled his unexpected kiss that sent her heart into a flutter. In front of them both was a Jenga wooden tower named Balance, the tool to start a unique version of the truth game. Sitting opposite each other on the wooden platform, Isol shared with her companion that this toy set was originally bought by her older brother for fun gatherings. She cleared her throat and started the game with the rule that every time a wooden block was successfully pulled out, that person had to answer a question truthfully. Shinusong focused highly, using his deft fingers to pull out the first wooden block in a dramatically silent atmosphere. He was stunned by the question about his most useless talent, while Isol stood watching with a face full of curiosity and excitement. Isol hurriedly peeked to check the block's content, surprising Shinu to see that she had brought this game along without ever checking the contents inside. With a highly serious expression, the student council president confessed that he actually had the ability to flawlessly mimic bird songs. Shinu casually chirped, causing shimmering illusory birds to appear around them, creating an incredibly magical scene in the quiet night. Extremely embarrassed after his performance, Shinu covered his face with his hands while Isol relentlessly cheered in excitement and eagerly awaited her turn. A slender hand gently touched the dramatic Jenga wooden tower, preparing to start the fateful bet of the truth game. Isol Yeon gulped nervously, but also sighed in secret relief upon realizing the atmosphere between them was still fine, and Shina Song seemed to be really enjoying this fun. Memories of an unfinished story from middle school suddenly rushed back, making Isol resolve to turn the moment of hearing the whole truth into the moment she disappeared from his life. Gazing at Shinu in the old library that year, she told herself that if she drew a normal question, she wouldn't hesitate to ask about the secret he once intended to confess. Deft fingers neatly pulled out the wooden block branded balance, marking an important turning point in their conversation under the yellow light. Shinu Song crossed his arms seriously. He stared at the wooden block's content and unexpectedly posed the question about what her most useless talent was. Isol in chibi form sweated profusely in utter awkwardness when Shinu discovered her carelessness for bringing this game without even checking the question contents once. With a deeply contemplative and captivating face, the president left her in awe when confessing he actually had the ability to flawlessly mimic bird songs. The vivid chirping of birds echoed amidst the tranquil space, causing illusory birds to appear and surround the young couple to Isol's absolute astonishment. Isol shockingly recalled the moment Shinu affectionately held her face, silently asking herself if her affirmation of being okay back then was her worst lie ever. Isol Yeon scratched her cheek in deep embarrassment, confessing that having to tell the truth right now really made her feel incredibly ashamed. Isol's face suddenly paled with worry. She silently cried out, asking why the atmosphere had suddenly become so cold and terrifying. Shina Song looked at her with a sharp, pressuring gaze, making Isol panic and wonder if he was actually furious upon finding out she had just lied. In a panic, Isol hurriedly waved her hands to explain that it wasn't a total lie, but then she froze when Shinu unexpectedly asked point-blank if he was the one she liked. Isol's face turned bright red as if about to explode. She stared in shock at the Jenga block bearing the question about the worst lie told to a crush, and awkwardly affirmed she had never deceived him. In chibi form, Isol frantically shook her head to deny reality as she realized she was so used to the hashtags always calling Shinu her first love that she unconsciously accepted it. Shinu Song covered his face in disbelief as he repeated her recent claim of not lying, leaving Isol to only stutter and deny everything in extreme confusion. Amidst the murmuring sound of ocean waves at dusk, Isol desperately made up an excuse that perhaps the waves were too loud and he had just misheard what she said. Shinu Song thoughtfully put his hand to his chin and bitterly corrected that his worst lie was what he had just uttered, despite Isol making funny faces to tease him in the background. Shinu casually leaned back with a rugged look and declared it was his turn to take the challenge, leaving Isol standing silently, holding the wooden block in anxious anticipation. Isol's trembling fingers held the Jenga block bearing the tough question. If she could read someone's mind, who would she yearn to understand the most? Shinu Song scratched his head in confusion and unexpectedly gave a direct answer that it was her, leaving Isol sitting opposite completely paralyzed by this overly sincere confession. Isol's face was struck with shock as the hashtag, "That damn first love is playing with me again," glowed brightly, reflecting the chaos in her mind as she realized he was wrapping her around his finger. Shina Song unexpectedly closed the distance. He leaned close to Isol's ear and whispered a fiercely desired affirmation that he truly wanted to read every hidden thought in her head. The Jenga tower suddenly collapsed into pieces just like Isol's resolve. She panicked, backing away and uttering weak denials against his relentless attack. Isol hurriedly lowered her head to hide her confusion, secretly reminding herself to absolutely never let these fleeting emotions sweep her away once more. Shinu Song moved closer, his eyes full of determination as he silently told himself today was his only chance to press her about their long-held misunderstandings. Amidst the murmuring sound of ocean waves, another tough question rang out with deep implication, asking what exactly she intended to do after truly reading his mind. Isol bitterly realized that reading minds couldn't change the ironic reality, while the hashtag first love appeared once again like a sarcastic remark on her own predicament. Looking up at Shinu with sorrowful eyes, Isol Yeon decisively declared that after knowing the whole truth, she would officially allow herself to hate him in the most justifiable way. Shina Song looked straight into Isol Yeon's eyes and fiercely questioned her how she could utter words of hating him so confidently. Isol's hands tightly gripped the edge of the wooden platform as if trying to suppress the fierce waves in her heart against the pressure from the boy opposite her. With teary eyes, she sobbed and affirmed that she also hated him incredibly, a deeply painful admission in the silent night. Shinu quietly bowed his head. He softly let out an admission that he had completely understood all her feelings a long time ago. The erupting pain made Shinu cover his face with his hand. He bitterly declared that the hatred he had for her was far more intense than she could imagine. He slumped down in front of his beloved and repeated his affirmation of knowing everything clearly, while the Jenga tower laid collapsed at their feet. Isol sobbed, resenting the selfishness of the president, the one who always manipulated everything on his own and constantly changed his mind, making her endure countless sufferings. Before that breakdown, Shinu Song gently reached out to touch her tear-soaked cheek, a warm gesture wanting to dispel all the sorrow surrounding the little girl. The president thoughtfully called Isol Yeon's name with profound depth, as if wanting to engrave her silhouette into the deepest depths of his mind. He leaned close and made a fiercely intense promise that if she dared to repeat those words one more time, he would willingly abandon all resentment to protect her for the rest of his life. Isol Yeon gasped in horror, and then unexpectedly shoved Shinu Song so hard his beanie flew off his head, and he tumbled backward off the wooden platform. Her face flushed with extreme fluster. She sharply questioned what kind of threat that was, as it sounded as though he was saying she was the one who had begged him to hate her. Shinu Song scratched his head in utter, confused deadlock, making Isol secretly think that this guy's actions really defied all logic. The student council president suddenly became silent, leaning close to press if he should actually end his hatred for her from this moment on. Extreme embarrassment forced Shinu to completely cover his face with his hand, while Isol felt he was both detestable yet also full of trouble and childishness. Amidst the pile of ruins of the Jenga wood, Shinu knelt down and made a fiercely powerful promise that if he received permission, he was willing to never resent her again. His hands softly touched the sensitive area of her neck, causing Isol's heart to skip a beat as she confusedly wondered why he would need her consent for something like that. Shinu Song moved closer, his eyes full of determination as he softly called Isol's name and asked if he really should carry out that promise. The seaside stairs scenery was bathed in the tranquil golden twilight, Isol silently realizing although she couldn't fully understand him yet, at least the hostility had temporarily settled. Isol silently nodded in agreement with tears rolling down her cheeks, officially closing the chapter of days of confrontation to open a new chapter full of hope. Shinu Song held Isol Yeon's neck with his hand, an act full of possessiveness signaling an exploding moment about to happen. He softly gave his agreement, and then unexpectedly pressed Isol into a highly suggestive position on the wooden platform, causing the small girl's heart to inevitably skip a beat. In Isol's utter shock, Shinu decisively took possession of her lips with an intense kiss, as if wanting to swallow all resistance. He didn't hesitate to bite gently into her lip, making Isol only able to utter a cry of pain mingled with astonishment at this bold action. Isol Yeon was completely helpless in the president's arms, her eyes tightly closed as she had to face this sudden passion. After those burning seconds, Shinu Song slightly pulled his lips away and silently observed his beloved's dazed expression under the golden twilight. But immediately after that, he sharply questioned why she didn't try to evade, a contradictory question to cover up his own embarrassment. The student council president thoughtfully called her name in ragged breaths, as if trying to regain calmness after letting emotions completely lead the way. Tonight's date officially closed with the image of Seolbaek in chibi form furiously delivering a powerful kick to vent all his rage. Isol sobbed due to extreme grievance, silently scolding this jerk for not giving her even a single second to react, yet now daring to loudly blame her. Shinu Song irritably pushed up his glasses, his face clearly showing rage mixed with a bit of confusion after the sudden developments at the beach. The student council president decisively threw the stack of documents onto the table in a terrifying silence, causing the surrounding atmosphere to suddenly become extremely tense. Isol Yeon stood in a daze with her mind jumbled, silently and bitterly resenting this jerk for unilaterally stealing her first kiss and then nonchalantly displaying such a brazen attitude. The image of the running road sped by like Shinu's chaotic thoughts. He kept questioning himself what on earth he was thinking that he could have such a completely crazy, spontaneous action. Night surrounded everything. Shinu Song buried his head in his blanket, screaming in belated regret. He admitted that in that moment every emotion was completely out of control. A dark piece of memory unexpectedly flashed back with the image of a vase smashed on the floor, reminding him of his tragic identity as the second son of the powerful Seon group. Amidst the gloomy room, the cold father didn't hesitate to humiliate Shinu as a useless child, planting deep traumas in his heart that couldn't be erased. Standing before his late mother's portrait, Shinu had to endure his father's vicious curse that he should have been the one to die, not the woman in the photo. A slap came down, distorting Shinu's face. He silently endured the abuse from his own family member as a painful habit from his childhood. Sinbai Song decisively stopped her father, coldly reminding him of an important meeting tomorrow and firmly demanding he stop this crazy behavior immediately and go rest. The housekeeper sorrowfully touched the wound on Shinu Song's face, lamenting that his father was becoming increasingly worse, and urged the young master to quickly go inside the house to rest. Midst the lonely night, Shinu couldn't hold back tears and screamed, calling his late mother's name in extreme despair while having to endure his family's coldness. His eyes clearly showed a dazed expression at the harsh reality that his birthday was actually a sorrowful day that absolutely no one bothered about or celebrated. The room door slammed shut as if separating him from the outside world, reminding him of the silent pain on the death anniversary of his mother whom he hadn't even met once. Shina stood in a daze staring at the laptop with a smashed screen, where the flickering light rays seemed to reflect his own soul falling apart. He bitterly claimed that the one who caused this pile of ruins was none other than that annoying neighbor, the person who had just destroyed the only item that brought him joy. Shinu Song casually revealed his only hobby all along was to vent all his rage on that crazy guy living next door under the excuse of making him apologize first. The young master delivered a powerful kick to Seolbaek right in the middle of the playground. He silently thought if he didn't have this guy to torture, he would have gone crazy in that toxic house long ago. After those fierce scuffles that left them both disheveled, Shina suddenly felt a slight bit grateful for Seolbaek's presence because it became the place to help him release his heart. Shinu silently turned his back to walk away and replied to Seolbaek's call that he intended to go to the beach to sightsee, making his best friend, though injured, still decisively demand to follow at all costs. Shinu Song stared at his bloodied hand and the raw wounds, his lifeless eyes reflecting a silent pain after the fierce scuffle. He silently left the playground while Seolbaek was still lying down on the slide full of exhaustion and not forgetting to let out sarcastic remarks calling him a petty jerk. Midst the gloomy space, Shinu silently admitted that he could only maintain sanity by venting all his rage and grievance onto his best friend. Sitting silently on the night bus with wounds still oozing blood on his neck, he decided to bury all painful memories deep in his soul and never mention them again. The sound of the murmuring sea waves merged with the chaotic sound of foam water like an omen of an extreme decision about to happen in the mind of the trapped student council president. Midst the thin line between reality and madness, Shinu decisively cast himself down into the deep blue ocean water to find an eternal release for his soul. Sinking deep beneath the bottom of the cold ocean with his eyes tightly closed, he silently uttered a goodbye to the world and yearned to end all suffering right now. Suddenly, a strong hand grabbed Shinu's hair and pulled him decisively up from the water surface, making the young master only able to cough violently in extreme shock. Midst the racing short breaths and the ice-cold water, the silhouette of a girl appeared, highly determined as she strived to cling onto the lifebuoy to save his life. Isol Yeon, with a panicked face, looked trancedly at Shinu Song. She anxiously pressed to ask if he was truly okay after that foolish action that nearly stole his life. Shinu Song's eyes still hadn't fully processed the shock after being saved from the ice-cold water, tears mixed with seawater rolling down his wound-covered cheeks. Midst the vast ocean, the small girl was both sneezing and complaining about dropping her glasses when saving him, making Shina silently grateful and regard her as an angel newly descended from heaven. Someone's hand roughly grabbed his uniform lapel, signaling a subsequent punishment about to happen after that recent foolish action. Seol Baek appeared with a cold face. He decisively hefted Shinu up to take him to handle the consequences, to the shock of Isol standing behind him. In chibi form, Seol Baek coldly dragged his best friend along to the police station, making Isol only able to stand there frozen in panic because everything developed too quickly. Shinu silently bowed his head, accepting all guilt. He silently told himself to be brave and face the repercussions from his own selfish action. The student council president slightly bowed to apologize to Isol for the troubles caused throughout the holiday, leaving the girl in chibi form frantically waving her arms in resistance. Seol Baek was both dragging Shinu along and sternly ordering him that he was absolutely not allowed to hire a lawyer and must obediently accept every sentence given. Isol in chibi form was shocked to the point her jaw dropped when hearing Seol Baek warn her that she absolutely must not have any intention of reconciliation with this jerk. Amidst the chaotic atmosphere, an emergency warning sound unexpectedly rang out, making Isol startle, point her finger to announce it, and officially end these days of upheaval. Isol Yeon panicked, grabbing Seol Baek's sleeve and urging him to quickly go back to class immediately, but the young master just stood there silhouetted and deeply mysterious. Choked sobs along with calls of the late mother's name echoed in the dark night, moving a soul falling apart due to the family's coldness all this time. Shinu Song cast his gaze towards the distant sea, where the golden twilight was gradually fading, revealing a face deeply tinged with sorrow with tears still lingering on his reddened lashes. Isol Yeon resolutely dragged Seol Baek away and didn't forget to loudly remind Shinu to focus on studying, making the student council president only able to stand silently in shock. Standing mid the student council room filled with sunlight, Shinu Song realized in a daze that since meeting Isol Yeon again, all his rules and determination seemed to have completely collapsed. Mid the seaside scenery glittering with fireworks, Shinu Song silently sat beside his beloved and silently and bitterly admitted he had finally processed the brutality in his father's mind. His hands clenched tightly and tremblingly in a sorrowful, heavy sigh, reflecting a fierce psychological battle going on beneath his usual cold exterior. The student council president blushed, using his hand to hide extreme confusion. He silently scolded himself as a crazy person to have accidentally revealed his softest emotions before the opposite party. Isol Yeon grabbed Shinu's arm in belated regret. She silently questioned herself whether revealing the secret to Seol Baek was a lethal mistake that made her best friend immediately want to escort him to the police station or not. The rice cake girl tearfully dragged Seol Baek along mid the school hallway and cried while explaining that she had originally only yearned to have someone listen, not to have everything become serious to this point. Isol panicked, crying out for Seol Baek to quickly return to class with her immediately, but the young master still decisively dragged her along as he pleased. The atmosphere suddenly became tense as Seol Baek cornered her and pressed Isol what thoughts she was actually harboring in her head. His eyes flashed with a fire of anger mixed with jealousy as he directly questioned why she could stand on that jerk Shinu Song's side at this time. Isol in chibi form only knew to bewilderedly explain that she never had any intention to defend Shinu, while her hands were still pinned tightly by Seol Baek. Seol Baek irritably declared if that guy dared to coerce her into doing anything wrong, then he must absolutely throw him in jail, despite Isol riling up due to the excessive pressure. The blazing argument continued in chibi form as Seol Baek scolded Isol for using cuteness to cover up her mistake and advised her not to use violence on others. Suddenly Seol Baek became unusually silent. He softly reached out to touch her small face, as if wanting to seek a real answer. His eyes suddenly became profound as he softly uttered suspicious words about a secret Isol had been intentionally hiding all this time. Isol was completely frozen with her face flushed bright red from embarrassment when Seol Baek pressed if her true heart didn't actually feel hatred for that action of Shinu's at all. Amidst the extreme shock, the image of the burning kiss with Shinu Song unexpectedly flashed back like an affirmation for the throbbing beat resonating inside her heart. Isol Yeon was stunned when Shinu Song suddenly forced a kiss on her, a fiery, burning kiss that made her heart skip a beat. Isol Yeon blushed bright red, secretly denying in panic that she utterly hated Shinu Song's careless kiss. But the resentment of losing her first kiss so absurdly was driving her mind crazy with confusion. Seolbeck suddenly lifted her chin, right as the hashtag exposing Isol as a terrible liar glowed brightly. He nonchalantly mocked that because it was her first time, she couldn't tell real feelings apart, flustering Isol into trying to dodge by mentioning the police station incident. Without giving her time to react, Seolbeck leaned close and made a bold proposal that Isol should try that kiss with him once. He gently touched his finger to her trembling lips, whispering that only with comparison would she know whether she enjoyed or hated that feeling. Isol shuddered at his captivating low voice, inwardly realizing that Seolbeck right now was hiding a terrifying rage far worse than his appearance suggested. He stared deeply into her wavering eyes, growling a demand that Isol give him permission to go further. Amidst the quiet night, Japyo sat contemplating, mocking his foolishness for believing he actually had feelings for that girl. Sinbai smirked mockingly that Seolbeck was doing all this simply because envy was blinding his eyes. Childhood memories returned with Sinbai's cruel assertion that he was merely a child starved for love because her mother loved her more than him. Little Seolbeck hung his head eating ice cream, bitterly admitting that truly smart people always see things completely differently. The image of Mrs. Shin Hyejin's cold urn appeared along with sorrowful words, portraying a reality that he was now entirely alone in this world. In the quiet hall of the funeral home, Shinu Song bowed deeply before the portrait of the deceased, while Seolbeck and Sinbai stood silently beside him, with heavy hearts. Sinbai softly warned her younger brother to find somewhere else to take shelter tonight, fearing that their hot-tempered father would vent his anger on him once again. Shinu stood silently with lifeless eyes, his mind seemingly drowned in smoldering pain that couldn't be expressed in words. The happy portrait photo of the two siblings was torn apart and shattered on the floor, like proof of an unhealable rift in the family relationship. An outburst of resentment caused Seolbeck to clutch his head and scream in despair, while Shinu Song could only watch from behind with a look full of worry and heartache. Seolbeck violently pinned Shinu against the wall, tearful eyes begging him never to look at Shinu Song stood frozen, staring at the shattered laptop emitting crackling static, feeling as though everything around him was gradually collapsing. Seolbeck sat dazed in the dark corner with a bruise on his cheek, breathing heavily with exhaustion after the recent events. Suddenly Shinu Song appeared and kicked his best friend directly, growling that Seolbeck couldn't be the only one with a place to lean on. A violent brawl broke out between the two men at the deserted playground, the sound of impacts tearing through the quiet night air. Shinu Song held an old notebook in his hand and coldly called Seolbeck's name, as if he had uncovered a secret from the past. Memories flashed back to 5th grade, when the two kids stood by a small stream, Shinu excitedly telling how he had seen an angel at the beach. Seolbeck casually asked while reading whether Shinu had just returned from the dead, receiving a dead serious reply from him. With determined eyes staring into space, Shinu made up his mind, declaring that he would definitely go find and meet that girl once more. Seolbeck quietly observed his friend, a complex expression in his eyes as he recognized the intense desire burning in Shinu's mind. Amidst the bustling cityscape, Seolbeck silently cursed Shinu as a bastard and asserted that he shouldn't be the only one receiving love. Seolbeck cornered Isol against the wall, softly calling her name with a dangerous expression that made the surrounding atmosphere suffocating. He leaned in close, demanding her permission, while Isol was shocked to realize that miserable old feelings were still haunting her mind. Her eyes wavered intensely as she questioned herself that if everything were true, why was an inexplicable rage surging in her chest? The distance between their lips gradually narrowed, leaving behind an open question about the true reason behind this bold advance. Memories suddenly resurfaced of Seolbeck harshly berating Shinu for being crazy for transferring schools just to find a kid he happened to meet in elementary school. Seolbeck searched his memory to recall the provocative answer that bastard Shinu uttered at that fateful moment. Shineback then smiled brightly and called Seolbeck an idiot, declaring that the angel girl was his one and only first love. Right after the confession came a powerful kick sending Seolbeck tumbling into the water, officially ending the argument with decisive violence. Back to reality, Seolbeck suddenly burst into delighted laughter, leaving Isol bewildered as to why his attitude changed so quickly. Laughing as he marveled that he never could have imagined this truth, leaving Isol standing silently with 1,000 questions in her mind. The first love, hashtag glowing brightly above Isol Yeon's head, was like a firm confirmation of the feelings quietly blossoming in her heart. Seol Baek blushed in embarrassment, mentally blaming himself for being too careless and quickly realizing that the current situation was turning terrible. He turned away, mumbling that he hadn't intended to become trash and hoped she wouldn't notice, unaware that Isol had heard everything. Despite the young girl's astonishment, Seol Baek unexpectedly placed a sweet kiss on Isol's cheek as if claiming ownership. He smirked triumphantly and teased that he hadn't asked permission to kiss her lips yet, leaving Isol panicked by his relentless advances. In the middle of the school hallway, Shina Song walked thoughtfully while Isol Yeon frantically ran away to escape the suffocating atmosphere behind her. Even though Shinu was busy carrying things, she was determined to disappear from the two boys' view with flustered, hasty steps. Looking down from above, Seol Baek walked leisurely while Isol's small figure tried to run as fast as possible to find a hiding place for her heart. Heavy rain began pouring over the school, marking the start of a long period filled with avoidance and terrifying silence. Amidst the cold rain, Shina Song wonderingly asked the friend beside him whether Isol Yeon had been intentionally avoiding both of them lately. The girl's restroom door swung open along with heavy gasps of exhaustion and confusion. Isol Yeon slumped down onto the toilet, pulling her hair in despair, as it was now the fourth day of avoiding both Shina Song and Seol Baek. Even though deep down she didn't want to avoid them, she was completely stuck because she had no idea what face to put on to confront them right now. After Shina Song, now Seol Baek officially joined the list of the most incomprehensible people she couldn't wrap her head around. Isol looked in extreme panic at the brightly glowing first love, hashtag, mentally denying the possibility that she was Seol Baek's dream girl and suspecting a system error. She screamed in solitude because she didn't have a single close friend to pour her heart out to, while girls she had just met only exchanged polite greetings as they passed. While immersed in frustration, Isol suddenly started at a strange noise, causing all her wandering thoughts to instantly vanish. Amidst the gloomy school grounds, the loudspeaker announcement reminding students to head home immediately due to bad weather echoed down the hallways. Isol smiled softly looking at her phone screen, where a friendly text asking her out from older sister Sinbai Song had just appeared. Amidst the pouring rain, a luxury car suddenly slammed on the brakes right in front of the small girl, signaling the start of a dramatic encounter. Director Sinbai Song appeared in the luxury car like a savior, gently smiling as she introduced herself and reminded her that fate had brought them together again. Behind the rain-soaked glass windows, Shina Song dazedly realized Isol Yeon had left early as darkness gradually fell. In the lonely classroom, Shinu and Seol Baek sat down together to list all the wrongdoings that made Isol avoid them, though both admitted the list was endless. Shinu Song hung his head in misery, meticulously writing an apology letter to Isol and confessing that he was crazy for not apologizing to her right from that day. Equally struggling, Seol Baek also cursed himself as trash in his letter and promised to buy plenty of delicious food, hoping to earn forgiveness for his impulsive cheek kiss. The silent atmosphere was broken when Shina softly called out, making Seol Baek, whose eyes were glued to his phone screen, look up to respond in annoyance. Both boys froze at the same time upon seeing a photo of Isol smiling brightly beside older sister Sinbai right on the phone screen. In panic, they looked down at the school courtyard and realized that familiar car was currently carrying Isol away from their reach right at this moment. In the chaotic chase, Seol Baek kept questioning whether his older sister was planning to offer Isol some shady deal. Amidst the blinding rain, Seol Baek shouted in panic about the possibility that Sinbai actually liked Isol due to her earlier flirtatious actions, leaving Shinu Song completely stunned. Seol Baek yelled in the pouring rain that Shinu's older sister actually liked women, leaving Shinu Song shocked as he heard this truth for the first time, while Seol Baek kept mocking his best friend's innocence and revealed Sinbai changed lovers like changing clothes. The silver-haired guy clutched his head while recounting his sister's bizarre teasing, causing both of them to chase after the luxury car in extreme tension. They called Isol Yeon an idiot in unison and warned her not to follow that dangerous woman, regardless of whether she wanted to avoid the two of them. Meanwhile, Sinbai Song acted extremely gentle as she patted Isol's head in the car and thoughtfully asked after seeing the girl didn't look well. She softly leaned close and offered to listen to all of Isol's thoughts, even though deep down in the young girl's mind, warnings resurfaced about devils wearing savior masks. The scene shifted to a luxury fashion boutique, where Sinbai nonchalantly asked a question that froze Isol in place, asking if someone had just kissed her. While meticulously adjusting Isol's dress, Sinbai pressed to know if that was her very first kiss, receiving a flustered confession. She took a sip of coffee and continued probing into whether another boy had also kissed the small girl on the cheek. After hearing Isol confirm it, Sinbai Song leaned back against the sofa with a powerful aura, muttering curses at those bastards for daring to touch her person without permission. Isol Yeon timidly called out to Sinbai as the door to a gorgeous space gradually opened before her eyes. She stood shyly in the middle of the shop wearing a brand new pink dress, confused as to why the wealthy older sister suddenly brought her shopping for so many things. Sinbai Song enthusiastically snapped pictures nonstop, mentally praising Isol for being so adorable and ordering the staff to wrap up all the outfits she had tried on. Meanwhile, the assistant tremblingly apologized to young Master Shainu, having received orders from Director Sinbai to strictly keep their location a secret. The signal cut off abruptly after the firm apology, driving the two boys' search efforts into a dead end amidst the night. Shainu Song and Seol Baek stood frozen under the pouring rain, drenched and exhausted as they noticed the clock hands had reached 7 in the evening. Shainu wiped his face in helplessness, wondering what his sister was plotting by deliberately taking Isol Yeon away without a trace. The scene shifted to a high-end restaurant overlooking the entire city, where Sinbai began questioning whether Isol truly understood the feelings of those two boys. She casually wiped her mouth and stated the obvious truth that both Shainu and Seol Baek had feelings for Isol, leaving the small girl petrified in shock. Isol Yeon in chibi form devoured a plate of noodles while mentally calling Sinbai an idiot for worrying about a scenario she believed was completely impossible. Sinbai laughed meaningfully at Isol's reaction and pressed to know why she was so firmly convinced that there was no way those two heartthrobs liked her. Isol quietly gazed at the shimmering city lights through the window, inwardly confessing that she knew all too well how unremarkable she was. She bitterly recalled how she constantly heard endless whispers and rumors about Shainu Song and Seol Baek, not just in school but spreading to other schools as well. Even on social media, their charm became the center of attention, making everyone buzz with excitement. Isol tossed and turned while looking at a post showing the moment the two heartthrobs fought, which gained massive engagement, inwardly marveling at their universally adored good looks. In her regretful chibi form, she gasped upon realizing that viral picture had suddenly been removed from social media in a split second. Back at the luxurious evening, Isol hung her head and admitted that although she always tried to act like she didn't care about their popularity, the reality was entirely different. The captivating images of Shainu and Seol Baek constantly besieged her mind, creating an invisible barrier that made her feel small. She choked up as she confessed that every time she faced those two top-tier guys directly, her heart pounded frantically in extreme tension. Sinbai leisurely listened to Isol's self-deprecating confession as she admitted that while their faces were great, she herself could never be as gorgeous as the powerful sister sitting opposite her. Isol Yeon insecurely expressed that she didn't even have a good personality, leaving Sinbai Song to silently listen with a thoughtful expression. She sadly lowered her face and spoke of her timidness and the reality of having no close friends, asserting she had nothing special to attract anyone. Painful memories returned with scenes of Isol having a carton of milk poured over her head along with a cruel warning that she should wake up. Her tear-filled eyes behind her glasses trembled when facing malicious questions about whether anyone in this world would truly want to be friends with her. Isol choked up, asking herself why those two perfect guys would pay attention to her when her self-esteem was completely shattered and beyond easy repair. The dark shadows of her past bullies still haunted her, along with fake excuses claiming they insulted her just to keep her from getting hurt even more. The image of curse words scribbled all over her desk appeared like a long scar, reminding her that any affection shown to her would quickly turn into hatred. Those heavy psychological chains kept surrounding and replaying constantly in Isol's mind, turning into an obsession that always left her feeling stuck. The meeting ended as Sinbai Song kindly instructed the young girl to head home safely and promised to reach out again soon. Isol walked alone through the night, and though her heart was still troubled, she felt inwardly relieved that she was finally brave enough to open up. Just as Isol Yeon reached her house gate, she startled upon seeing Shainu and Seal Beck sitting waiting for her in the pitch dark. Without giving her time to compose herself, both boys simultaneously knelt flat on the ground to apologize, leaving Chibi Isol so panicked she froze. Shainu Song anxiously pressed to know if she had been avoiding them these past days out of anger or disgust at their actions. Isol Yeon bit her lip in confusion, sweating profusely while facing intense questioning right in front of her house. She fell to her knees in shock, tearfully admitting her mistake for remaining silent and avoiding them over the past few days. Shainu and Seal Beck stood frozen watching the small girl, their faces showing sheer shock mixed with anger at this unexpected reverse apology. They hurriedly pulled Isol up, frantically calling her an idiot and asking why she had to apologize to the point of getting covered in mud. Isol looked at the two boys helplessly, wondering if this was a relay apology race between these two fools. Amidst the luxury restaurant, Sinbai Song quietly gazed at the city and affirmed with certainty that their feelings were truly sincere. The assistant bowed and reported to Sinbai Song that the photos had been prepared and currently both boys were living stably. She casually checked information on her tablet, deciding that from now on Seal Beck didn't need to report every action individually. Sinbai smiled softly with nuance, reminding Isol Yeon that she was the one who made Shainu and Seal Beck reveal genuine expressions never seen before. Faced with sincere advice to try placing her trust in them, Isol could only look up confusedly at the powerful sister under the glittering night lights. Sinbai Song mournfully admitted that those around them, including herself, were people who didn't know how to express genuine affection. She revealed that the true purpose of today's meeting was merely to help Isol break free from the psychological chains weighing on her shoulders. Isol Yeon in chibi form was excessively teased by the two boys surrounding her, making the apology atmosphere suddenly chaotic and hilarious. She puffed out her cheeks and questioned why they considered Sister Sinbai a devil, demanding that these two fools immediately stop those negative thoughts. Isol firmly scolded Shainu and Seal Beck as fools while ordering them to treat their older sister, who was carrying the whole family well. Because in Isol's mind, Sister Sinbai Song's silhouette appeared tiny and lonely amidst the cold schemes of high society. Isol Yeon looked at Sinbai with deep emotion as the hashtag expressing gratitude for the sister saving her glowed brightly against the night sky. Sinbai Song nonchalantly offered poisonous advice that if those two fools dared to make trouble, Isol could handle them and she would cover up all crimes. Faced with such domineering seriousness, Isol could only laugh brightly, feeling warmth radiate from a soul that was inherently so strong. Back to reality, Chibi Seal Beck screamed and questioned Isol, believing she had been swayed by his sister, while she was still struggling with the thought that both boys liked her. The laughter of all three echoed through the quiet night, and Isol promised herself that from now on she would never misunderstand the kindness of these genuine friends again. The next day, Seal Beck casually munched on an ice cream in the school hallway and acted surprised when Isol brought up Shainu Song's absence. The silver-haired guy casually revealed that Shainu had caught a severe cold after being out in the rain and stayed home, leaving Isol frozen with worry over his condition. Under the sunset, Isol Yeon, carrying a bag of groceries, mustered up the courage to ring Shainu's apartment doorbell, only to be stunned when he appeared with a haggard face from fever. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, she hurriedly turned around to run away, leaving behind an awkward atmosphere and echoing hurried footsteps in the hallway. Shainu Song stood leaning tiredly against the door, panting while unable to hide his astonishment as he called Isol Yeon's name from behind his face mask. Shainu Song startled and stepped back, softly calling Isol Yeon's name with shock mixed with a bit of confusion visible behind his surgical mask. Chibi Isol rushed into the kitchen holding the grocery bag, telling herself it was fortunate he was still in his place, and she had a duty to take care of the guy who got sick because of her. She flusteredly announced she would cook porridge for him and leave immediately, leaving Shainu silently watching her with dazed eyes from the fever. Isol was determined to fulfill her promise to repay the favor fairly even if he were an enemy. As the apartment door closed quietly, she fumbled with scallions and a recipe sheet, reminding herself to move quickly to escape this suffocating atmosphere as soon as possible. Suddenly Shainu Song stepped right up behind her, freezing Isol completely, an intimate moment she had never dared imagine. He gently pulled down his mask and brought his burning face close to her, causing Isol to panic and question her sick friend's strange action. In the small kitchen, Shino hugged Isol tightly from behind and whispered, asking if this was a dream, while she bitterly realized she had stepped into the tiger's den. He suddenly lifted Isol high into the air, dropping the scallions on the ground, leaving her screaming in terror at his sudden burst of strength. Faced with his scary boldness, Isol could only awkwardly ask where he was taking her as Shino began striding forward decisively. Shino suddenly scooped Isol up high, making her scream in utter panic. Right after that, he forcefully pinned her onto the sofa and tightly embraced her small body, causing both of their hearts to race uncontrollably. But due to the delirious fever, Shino suddenly collapsed onto Isol, turning her original plan to make porridge into an ironic reality of being stuck in this gorilla's arms. Shino's arm dangled limply over the seat while his breath grew heavy and rapid from the heat of his illness. Isol could only gape helplessly because the large body on top of her was completely immobile, not budging no matter how hard she tried to push him away. She slightly tilted her head to look at Shino's fever-flushed face, a complex and indescribable feeling arising in her heart. Isol anxiously placed her hand on Shino's forehead, silently marveling that his body temperature was terrifyingly high, while wondering if he had taken medicine. In chibi form, she began searching all over Shino to find the medicine packet while mentally complaining about the awkward situation. Suddenly, Isol froze with a serious expression as a strange thought flashed across her mind. Fragments of memories about the seashell keychain gift from back then suddenly resurfaced, reminding her of an unfinished promise from their school days. Shino looked at the old gift in his hand and remarked in surprise that Isol was still carrying this keepsake with her. Her eyes were completely drawn to the seashell keychain, an important memory piece right before her. Looking at the keepsake lying quietly on the table, Isol wondered why Shino Song chose to keep it instead of throwing it away long ago. A numb sensation washed over her, making her limbs cold and her mind completely blank before this bewildering reality. The space suddenly returned to the library that year, where Shino softly called her name and asked to meet after graduation ceremony to express something important. He deeply revealed it was an ancient story that Isol probably didn't remember at all. The school loudspeaker cheerily announced the start of break, wishing all students well and promising to meet on return day amidst cheerful shouts. Shino hurriedly texted saying he was busy meeting a teacher for a moment, telling Isol to wait for him in front of the school's main gate. Isol stood quietly amid the bustling crowd rushing home, her eyes intently following every movement to find his figure. Night fell along with biting cold, and the young girl stood trembling in the falling snow, bitterly realizing Shino Song had broken his promise. Isol looked in shock at her phone screen showing almost 9 in the evening, her heart heavy as she realized Shino hadn't responded to any of her calls. Amidst her confused mind, she received terrible news from her family instructing her to hurry home after the ceremony because her grandmother was in critical condition. She broke into a swift sprint down the dark road, her hasty footsteps tearing through the quiet atmosphere of the snowy winter night. Due to being in such a hurry, Isol bumped hard into a stranger. She profusely apologized, mentally hoping that when Shino saw her message he would call back right away. But mishaps hit one after another when she realized her phone was gone, leaving her family exclaiming in surprise to learn that important object had likely been dropped back at school. Isol sobbed in helplessness because this remote countryside had no phone shop, while her mother was exhausted with worry over grandmother's illness. Her older brother gently patted her head to comfort her, promising to buy a new phone after break, while telling her to temporarily use mother's phone for urgent matters. Using the borrowed phone, Isol carefully composed a text to Shino Song explaining the lost phone incident, as well as having to stay in the countryside throughout winter break. Engrossed in her message, her father's voice called out asking for help, causing her to quickly reply and set the phone on the floor before finishing everything. Ironically, throughout those 2 long months of break that year, Shino Song never replied once nor made any move to reach out to her. Shino was still deep in an exhausted sleep, his face looking worn out after days tormented by relentless fever. He slightly raised his heavy eyelids, staring dazedly into empty space, as if still not fully conscious. Fragments of memories about waiting and hopelessness flooded back, when Isol used to reassure herself that there must have been an emergency keeping him from calling. She used to believe that once school started and they met again, his warm smile would untie all knots accumulated over time. But harsh reality began with a cold hand hold, signaling an unfixable break right from that moment. The scene of Shinu turning his back and walking away with the cruel statement that they should treat each other as strangers from then on remained a bleeding wound. Up until the point of being abandoned for no clear reason, Isol still trusted Shinu's song wholeheartedly, only to now sob choked up in his arms. Shinu woke up startled and wrapped his hands around her head, asking in shock when she woke up and why she was crying even in her dreams. He tenderly pressed to know who hurt her this time, while warm fingers gently wiped away salty tears on her face. Shinu's gaze turned deep as he realized that when a wound runs too deep in the soul, even naming it becomes agonizingly difficult. In her fitful dream, Isol bitterly called Shinu Song's name and demanded why he broke his promise and didn't appear after graduation that year. She resentfully wondered why he cut all contact over winter break and heartlessly abandoned her without leaving any explanation. Isol's eyes briefly flashed with self-mockery as she laughed at herself, thinking there probably was no good reason for that disappearance. She shuddered recalling Hana Ryu's malicious words that Shinu simply hated her to the bone, an answer she had feared all along. Suddenly Shinu pulled her back to reality with a gentle kiss on her cheek, his hot feverish breath making the atmosphere hazy and intimate. In playful chibi form, Shinu whispered, complimenting Isol on being so cute that she could only gape in panic. The cute first love hashtag glowed brightly above Isol's head as proof of intense feelings surging inside the boy. Not stopping there, Shinu in his delirium suddenly bit Isol's cheek, making her cry out in shock at his extreme action. He wonderingly asked why she kept crying while the possessive hashtag surged strongly, confessing she was making it extremely hard for him to hold back. The chaos settled temporarily as Shinu sat tiredly slumped on the sofa while Isol collapsed backward, her mind completely blank before his audacity. The first love wants to kiss hashtag glowed brightly above Isol, making her realize in shock the secret desire Shinu was hiding. She panicked and evaded as delirious Shinu kept pressing close, wondering if he was conscious enough to realize his actions. Despite constantly claiming she hated him to the core, standing at this breathtaking distance, Isol's heart began betraying her logic. She shuddered and shrank back in deep confusion, distinctly feeling the surrounding air growing hotter and more intimate than ever. In chibi form, Isol worriedly asked about medicine while Shinu kept muttering compliments about her cuteness and jealously demanded she stay away from Seol Beck. She proudly praised herself for managing to block the sick guy's careless kiss with her hand at the very last second. But then Isol bitterly admitted that if she had to choose the most weak-willed person in the world, it was definitely her for still letting him lean on her. Looking at Shinu's haggard face, she started feeling dizzy and wondered if she had also caught his cold. The sound of rapid, thumping heartbeats in her ear completely confused Isol's mind, leaving her unable to find a way out of this bizarre predicament. Her gaze rested on the nostalgic seashell keychain, a wave of fatigue washing over her as her mind grew unusually foggy and blank. Shinu cornered Isol into the sofa, softly calling her name and making a provocative offer that this time she should be the proactive one. He stared intently into her wavering eyes, his hot feverish breath breathing out a plea for just this one time. A burning heat enveloped his entire body as if consumed by fire, causing Shinu to mumble incoherently out of control. In the dim kitchen, he hugged Isol tightly, convincing himself that everything happening was merely a dream. Isol held her breath in shock at his actions, her mind swaying as she questioned whether this was truly a dream or reality. She thought to herself that if this were just a dream, perhaps she would be brave enough to shed all the past pain and gloom. Shinu's gaze suddenly grew deep and resolute, as if he had determined to be true to his feelings, even if only for a brief moment. A passionate kiss suddenly arrived, erasing all boundaries, as Shinu whispered asking if she would agree to become fools together with him. Shinu's hand suddenly grabbed Isol's shoulder, startling her, as choked gasps echoed in the rapidly unwinding space. In panicked chibi form, Isol covered her face, screaming and calling herself crazy while silently admitting she was someone who was way too easily swayed. In her chibi form, Isol angrily told herself that all of this was because Shinu was acting weird and became determined to run away as soon as she was free. Shinu sat in a daze, holding his face that was burning up from a fever, his breathing becoming heavy, making the atmosphere in the kitchen even more stifling. He suddenly leaned his face in close, leaving Isol with no time to react. She could only stammer as she felt the surging boldness in his eyes. A passionate kiss broke out amidst the little girl's astonishment, as a delirious Shinu whispered that it was all just a dream, so he wouldn't let her go. The grocery bag fell to the floor like a witness to the chaotic situation, signaling a moment of complete loss of control. Shinu's gaze became deep as he gently touched his lips to the face opposite him, causing Isol's mind to completely hold its breath at this astonishing reality. Returning home, Isol's older brother was extremely surprised to see his sister bringing the bag of porridge back and pressed her for the reason why she had finished taking care of her friend so early. Recalling the scene of being lifted up and passionately kissed by Shinu, Isol angrily told herself that she must absolutely never trust a sick gorilla. Right after Shinu collapsed from his high fever, she quickly erased all traces of herself and ran away from that apartment at the speed of light. The image of Shinu softly calling her a silly rabbit kept lingering, making her confusedly wonder whether he was ultimately a sickly person or a dangerous tiger. Isol sat huddled on the floor, buried her head in her trembling hands, and silently begged for what just happened to disappear. She collapsed onto her bed in a state of exhaustion, her heart screaming and pleading that all those ambiguous memories were just a dream. The next day at school, Isol appeared wearing a tight mask and sneezed continuously because she had actually caught a cold from Shinu Song. Seol Beck poked his head close to observe her with teasing eyes, casually pressing her on why this little rice cake suddenly got sick like this. When Shinu approached holding a stack of documents, Isol panicked and hid behind Seol Beck, silently praying that the other party wouldn't remember any details about last night. Shinu casually asked if she had caught a cold from last night, causing Isol to freeze and then breathe a sigh of relief as she realized he completely didn't remember the kiss. The classroom atmosphere became tense when the blackboard clearly displayed the notice that there were exactly 28 days left until the final exams. Seol Beck showed annoyance while sipping his juice box. He growled, chasing Shinu away to quickly finish his announcements and scram back to class instead of standing there drawing attention to Isol. Shinu Song frowned and asserted that he usually only got severely sick for one day before recovering immediately, while Isol secretly felt lucky that this tiger had actually suffered temporary amnesia. The fiery war of words between the two male idols ended in chaos in their chibi forms when the school bell rang, forcing everyone to disperse in resentment. Shinu looked deeply down at his feet, silently wondering to himself if he were to fall ill one more time. Would that ambiguous dream return? Even though he actually remembered everything clearly, he still deluded himself into thinking it was just a typical dream. Meanwhile, in her chibi form, Isol was extremely excited and triumphant, firmly believing that Shinu Song had completely forgotten the kiss from that night. The classroom atmosphere suddenly changed when Seol Beck leaned close to Isol, deeply requesting her to meet him privately after school to discuss an important matter. The paper announcing the cancellation of the retaliation plan against Shinu Song appeared with both of their signatures, marking an unexpected turning point in their alliance. Isol stared in shock at the paper inside the sports equipment room, while Seol Beck casually reminded her that she might have forgotten their initial agreement. Fragments of memories about Seol Beck being the planner while she was the infiltrating agent to eventually kick Shinu to the curb rushed back, making Isol frantically question the reason for the cancellation. She thought to herself that even though the two of them had gradually grown closer and Shinu had promised to never hate her again, the truth behind the past was still an unknown. Seol Beck gently stroked his hair, deep in thought amidst the storage shelves, determining that all animosity seemed to have naturally dissolved on its own after that turbulent field trip. His eyes gazed distantly at the motionless basketball hoop, silently affirming that the most important thing right now was whether it was for the revenge plan or any other reason whatsoever. Seol Beck looked deeply at Isol with the hashtag First Love shining brightly. He expressed his annoyance at seeing her get closer and closer to Shinu Song. Amidst the moody atmosphere, Isol suddenly remembered in shock that the final exams were approaching, a tricky problem she had accidentally forgotten all this time. Not giving her time to compose herself, Seolbeck suddenly brought his face close and demanded that Isol personally tutor him in preparation for the upcoming exams. Isol turned bright red at this bold approach, silently asking herself how she was supposed to deal with his outrageous requests. Meanwhile, Shinu Song stood at the front door with a haggard face, trying to ask little Hale to kick that weird guy out of his house immediately. With pink bows on his head, Seolbeck held little Hale and smiled radiantly despite the little girl whining and demanding he disappear from there. The silver-haired guy feigned sadness and asked why she didn't like him, causing Shinu, who stood opposite, to only frown in absolute disgust. Shinu Song asked in dismay what kind of joke this was, while Seolbeck didn't hesitate to retaliate with a provocatively questioning remark about his identity. The topic of studying was once again dragged into the battle between the two boys as they started sizing up each other's actual academic abilities. Back in the equipment room, Seolbeck curiously pressed Isol about her midterm scores, leaving her with her jaw dropped in sheer astonishment. Seolbeck gently leaned close to Isol's ear and whispered something that shocked her, right as the First Love hashtag shone brightly, like an ironic affirmation. In her chibi form, Isol panicked and questioned if his grades were really that bad, while secretly gloating with the belief that she was definitely still doing better than Shinu Song. She inadvertently recalled Shinu's messy past with exam papers full of bad marks. Even though he was currently a model student council president, the memory of his disastrous academic performance in 7th grade still made her doubtful. Putting all troubles aside, Isol realized there was a more urgent matter when she saw Shinu standing by the door while Seolbeck was still holding the child in his arms with a defiant look. Under the glowing golden sunset covering the roofs in the neighborhood, Isol spoke up and invited both boys inside to begin a special training session. She sternly ordered the two idols to open their books immediately, silently resolving to do whatever it took to help these two idiots qualify for graduation. Night gradually fell along with long drawn-out sighs, a pencil rolling across the desk signaling an arduous and exhausting battle of knowledge. After 4 hours of nonstop studying, both Shinu and Seolbeck collapsed from exhaustion, while Isol remained wide awake to supervise the rigorous review process. The atmosphere suddenly became lively when Isol announced she had finished grading the pop quizzes, freeing the group from the shackles of books for a precious 10-minute break. The final results emerged bitterly as Seolbeck scored 53 points, while Shinu Song got a mere 50, leaving Isol feeling helpless, as she admitted both were equally hopeless. Seolbeck sarcastically asked how an idiot like Shinu got elected as student council president, only to receive a confident reply that it was all thanks to his top-tier face. The silver-haired guy laughed hysterically and then continued to rub salt in the wound, asking if Shinu getting dumped in middle school was also because of this foolishness. Shinu's face suddenly turned serious. He pondered deeply to himself that perhaps the harsh truth was indeed just that. Seeing the other party feeling down, Seolbeck suddenly stroked his hair and declared that he was feeling extremely fired up to conquer the tough pile of exercises in front of him. He struggled with a bunch of quadratic functions and begged for help, but Shinu calmly replied that he himself knew nothing either, while Seolbeck's mind kept hovering around the question of why his friend got rejected. Memories rushed back of the scene where Seolbeck lay tossing and turning, scolding Shinu for being a madman, when that poor guy got dumped right before the holidays and started becoming overly sensitive. Seolbeck sniffled as he recalled the moment Shinu clutched his phone and sobbed bitterly because he couldn't contact that girl until the very opening day of school. Returning to reality, Seolbeck attacked directly with a psychological blow, curious if she was heartless enough to tear up the love letter right in front of Shinu's face. Shinu twirled the pencil in his hand, darkly revealing that he didn't even have the chance to hand the letter over directly, but rather it felt more like he was found out. He leaned against the door full of melancholy and bitterly admitted that maybe she had read the entire contents of the letter before he could muster up the courage to confess. Shinu solemnly brought up the fact that there was a mysterious sticky note placed right on top of the love letter he hadn't had the chance to deliver that year. Seolbeck curiously pressed for the contents of the note, only to receive a bitter answer that she had simply written briefly that she had read the whole letter. Shinu absent-mindedly touched the back of his neck, recalling the message telling him to meet her at the playground by the back gate discreetly to avoid the prying eyes of other students. He silently admitted that he frequently got lost in dreams about Isol Yeon, making his real-life feelings sometimes become blurry and hard to distinguish. Looking up at the old bookshelf, Shina bitterly recounted how he had persistently clung to her throughout winter break, only to finally receive a completely ruthless rejection message. Seolbeck was stunned hearing Shinu recount Isol's cruel words from that year, saying she felt truly terrified when he looked at her with eyes full of affection. The pain of the past surged as Shinu remembered Isol's assertion that she absolutely despised even the moments when their fingertips accidentally touched. He bowed his head in agony, remembering her cruel demand to just treat her like trash and forcing him to give up all his care for her. Shinu's gaze became deep yet steadfast, silently telling himself that if that was Isol Yeon's wish, then even if it hurt, he had to listen. The story of the past temporarily closed as Seolbeck was holding the child in the kitchen and acting extremely surprised to learn that Isol's relatives would be away until tomorrow morning. Seolbeck sorrowfully recalled Isol Yeon's words asking why she hated Shinu, then inwardly mocked that the guy was originally just a short, messy-haired kid with nothing outstanding about him. But now Shinu carried the face of a decent and popular guy, which made Seolbeck feel extremely irritated, while Isol also nonstop angrily called him an obnoxious jerk. Seolbeck softly called Isol Yeon's name and smirked, asserting that she had another underlying reason for hating Shinu Song, not just because of his arrogant personality. Unlike those two idiots, Seolbeck deeply acknowledged himself as a highly perceptive person who saw through every corner of the situation. Memories of the 8th grade closing ceremony flooded back. Isol Yeon bitterly recounted how she was asked by Shinu to wait at the main gate, but in the end, he heartlessly stood her up in the freezing cold. He cut off all contact during the long, agonizing winter break, only for Shinu Song to suddenly appear on the first day of school and coldly turn his back and walk away. Isol Yeon choked up in tears as she brought up how she had been treated terribly by him, no different than a piece of trash, not worth a single word of explanation. Seolbeck exclaimed in sheer astonishment, as if he had just discovered an earth-shattering truth, his face clearly showing shock at what he had just heard. He suspected that someone behind the scenes had meddled to tear the two of them apart, right when an anonymous call unexpectedly rang, putting Seolbeck in a state of high alert. The person on the other end nonchalantly threw out a highly malicious provocation, asserting that Seolbeck must also deeply despise the fact that Shinu Song kept lingering around Isol Yeon. Seolbeck listened intently to the call from the stranger, his eyes clearly showing calculation as the other party started proposing a highly sinister offer. While holding the baby in his arms, he smiled wickedly at the phone screen upon hearing that the plan to separate Shinu Song and Isol Yeon was gradually taking shape. Meanwhile, Isol was relaxing and drying her hair after a shower when she was suddenly brought to a halt by a greeting message full of hidden meanings popping up on her phone screen. The girl's heart instantly tightened when she realized the sender was Hannah Ryu, the person who had once sown terror and turned her life into a living hell. Memories suddenly transported her back to the spring of her 3rd grade year in elementary school, the moment when the arrival of a new student completely altered the trajectory of Isol's life. Hannah Ryu walked into the classroom back then with a confident demeanor, attracting all of her friends' gazes, no less than the event of Shinu Song transferring and later on. The teacher standing at the podium introduced that Hannah would only stay here for a year due to her father's work and asked the class to be understanding because the little girl's Korean was still a bit awkward. Isol was startled and stood right up in shock when she was unexpectedly called upon by the teacher, while being completely absorbed in observing this captivating new friend. The teacher looked at Isol with trusting eyes and instructed her to take good care of Hannah Ryu because starting today, the two of them would officially become deskmates. Isol stood frozen, admiring Hannah's silky blonde hair that looked like a princess stepping right out of a movie, secretly adoring that perfect beauty without knowing that a chain of tragedies was about to begin. Hannah Ryu appeared in expensive clothes and with a gentle voice, softly suggesting that Isol help her more in the coming time. The girl shined radiantly when she shared chocolate from France with the whole class, making the children who were only used to seashells in their small fishing village suddenly become completely mesmerized. But the atmosphere quickly shifted when Isol was surrounded by a group of friends questioning her about how she dared to badmouth them to Hannah Ryu. Isol was stunned by the hate-filled eyes. She could only gasp in bewilderment as the unfounded slanders suddenly hit her out of nowhere. All explanations became meaningless when her locker was stuffed full of trash along with the accusation that she looked down on her friends as a lower class. Returning to reality, Isol's phone screen displayed a message notifying her that Hannah was about to return to the country and wished to meet her. Isol froze, staring at the request to apologize for what had happened in elementary school, her palms trembling as she faced the ghost of her past. Meanwhile, Seolbek pondered deeply over the text messages and debated whether he should tell Isol that someone had meddled in their affairs during middle school. He glanced at Shinu calculatingly, secretly fearing that if the misunderstanding was cleared up, the two of them would immediately get back together. Seolbek angrily told himself that because Isol was too kind-hearted, as long as that bastard spoke up and begged, she would definitely soften her heart and forgive everything. Seolbek muttered furiously that even if someone was pulling the strings behind the scenes, why would Shina believe it so easily? His anger flared to such an extreme that he just wanted to explode because this bastard should have doubted everything to the very end. Seolbek silently affirmed that Shinu was truly a useless punk and couldn't be counted on at all in this situation. The melancholic image of Isol Yeon came to mind with her painful confession that she had been treated like nothing but trash. Seolbek coldly asked himself whether the pain would disappear just because it was a misunderstanding, and asserted that if Shinu wanted to make amends, he had to make the effort to crawl to her himself. Amidst the silence, Shinu Song softly called Isol Yeon's name with a deeply pensive and thoughtful expression. Seolbek sarcastically remarked that Isol was too good for a guy like him, while simultaneously rejecting the ridiculous explanations Shinu was trying to utter. He continued to insult Shinu as an idiot with a terrible personality, even reopening the family wound that Shinu had been treated like a bug right from birth. Faced with the vicious insults, Seolbek smirked and asked back if Shinu was just introducing himself. The argument ended with a harsh truth when Shinu was exposed that he himself was also treated like a bug and forced to transfer schools no differently than anyone else. Seolbek coldly turned his back and walked away. He told himself that he already knew his place too well, so he absolutely never intended to step into Isol Yeon's life ever again. The ticking of the clock signaled it was getting late, leaving Isol shocked and startled upon realizing it had already passed 10 at night without her knowing. She fumbled around in the kitchen with her hair down because little Hale playfully unclipped it, then gently reminded Seolbek that he should hurry home, lest his mother worry. Seolbek held the child with a bright smile, casually revealing the lonely reality that his family had left him behind to go traveling for 2 whole months. The ringing of the phone suddenly broke the silence, and Seolbek picked up, answering Director Choi's greeting with a stern expression. The silver-haired guy stood leisurely in the middle of a boxing gym in Seoul, profoundly explaining the reason he still refused to return after the field trip because he wanted to train his strength more. Looking at the people around him passionately training, Seolbek suddenly fell into a thoughtful silence, as if hiding an unspeakable secret. He softly gasped in astonishment upon receiving shocking news from the other end of the line, making his deep eyes suddenly flash with a gleam of doubt. A close friend suddenly wrapped an arm around his neck to tease him, curiously asking about life at the new school, and not forgetting to mention that Yejin Song was missing him day and night. Faced with his friend's overeagerness, Seolbek could only stay silent with a sweat-drenched face and heavy, sorrowful eyes, making everyone worriedly ask what on earth had happened. The powerful woman coldly ordered Seolbek to transfer to the coastal school where Shinu was studying next month. She affectionately held little Sora, while revealing that although she initially planned to go to Hawaii, the child's wishes had turned all plans upside down. It turned out Sora insisted on being with her older brother, dragging Seolbek into a forcibly changed life. Seolbek exhausted himself alone in the boxing gym, letting out a sorrowful sigh as he remembered his family's shackles. He bitterly admitted to Isol Yeon that just because of a child's word, both his friends and his passion were ruthlessly stripped away, only for them to heartlessly leave without a word after forcing him to transfer schools, leaving him all alone once again. Seolbek profoundly asserted that he could endure being treated as invisible, but the feeling of being treated like a used and tossed item was something he could never get used to, leaving Isol Yeon speechless before the deeply wounded hidden corners in the silver-haired boy's soul. Seolbek suddenly covered his face in embarrassment, silently blaming himself for accidentally revealing too much of his heart in front of her. But then he smiled brightly again and gently told Isol Yeon that from now on, she could visit his house whenever she wanted. Seolbek gently pulled Isol Yeon into his arms, creating a surprising and warm hug in the middle of the quiet kitchen. He profoundly compared the soul to a pristine white snowfield that sometimes people dare not set foot on. Isol choked up and buried her head in his chest, silently feeling the sorrow of someone afraid of tainting that purity with dark scars. The hashtag longing to be held tighter appeared vividly, leaving Isol stunned by the intense vulnerability surging in the boy's mind. Hidden behind the suppressed words was a heavy emotional wound always ready to erupt, causing Seolbeck to inevitably show a sorrowful look. Isol decisively tightened her arms around him, letting empathy and warmth erase all distance between them. She was shocked to realize this was the secret thing Seolbeck had always hoped she would perceptively notice earlier. Seolbeck softly pursed his lips in pain, profoundly promising a tomorrow when both of them would trust each other enough to face every secret together. Under the night sky, the hashtag wishing the rice cake wouldn't know too much appeared in stark contrast to his desperate wish for someone to recognize his loneliness. Isol didn't know how much right she had to comfort him, so she could only sob in his arms due to the agonizing helplessness. Seolbeck leaned close to Isol Yeon's face, his deep eyes as if wanting to see right through her soul, and softly whispered that she must have endured loneliness all this time. Amidst the ambiguous atmosphere, little Hale suddenly crashed the moment by hugging Seolbeck's leg tightly and constantly sniffing adorably on the floor. A sneeze rang out, causing the toddler to accidentally push Seolbeck forward hard, creating a fateful nudge that caught the guy completely off guard. The distance between their lips was merely inches away. Seolbeck and Isol held their breath, facing an unexpected kiss entirely outside the original revenge script. But immediately Seolbeck panicked and shoved Isol away, both their faces burning bright red from this overly abrupt and ambiguous contact. The silver-haired guy frantically pointed his finger, blaming little Hale for pushing him, while the little girl just looked confused and sleepy, ignoring the chaos she had just caused. Seolbeck awkwardly covered his face and apologized for the unintentional action, right when Shinu Song stood outside screaming, demanding the other guy step out so they could go home immediately. Standing at the door, Shinu Song glared with a resentful expression and coldly scolded Seolbeck for being a bastard deliberately pulling some nonsense stunt. He sarcastically questioned Seolbeck's declaration about already knowing his place and having no intention of interfering in Isol Yeon's private life. Seolbeck could only stay silent with melancholic, resigned eyes, silently engraving the harsh challenge to look at his own face before uttering those words. Seolbeck and Shinu stood in a tense confrontation as the anonymous provocation about Shinu Song always lingering around Isol Yeon constantly echoed in his mind. After receiving that anonymous message, the first thing that made Seolbeck feel enraged was the fact that someone had heartlessly made Isol Yeon shed tears. He held the baby while giving a dry smile at the overly obvious divisive trap, even though deep down he still couldn't avoid complex trains of thought. The words suggesting separating the two of them truly made Seolbeck's heart waver a bit and fluctuate more intensely than ever. Meanwhile, a notification urging Hannah to quickly prepare for her flight back home signaled the upcoming arrival of a highly dangerous variable. Hannah Ryu appeared at the airport with shiny blonde hair and a beautiful look. She coyly replied and got ready for a highly calculated reunion. Returning to reality, a terrible feeling invaded Shinu's mind as he stood opposite his close friend who now bore the status of a competitor. Shinu Song stood in silence with sorrowful eyes, as if trying to suppress all his gloom to prepare to utter an important confession right on the street. He attacked head-on with a bitter question of whether Seolbeck had actually fallen for Isol Yeon too. The classroom atmosphere suddenly fell silent when the teacher stepped onto the podium and announced the presence of a mysterious new transfer student. A pair of long, slender legs stepped into the class to the students' astonishment, causing the room to buzz over the strange, foreigner-like beauty of the new guest. Shinu Song dropped his head in frustration, silently cursing himself for being too careless and letting that bastard Seolbeck see this girl's presence right from the start. Standing opposite his old friend, Seolbeck coldly interrogated Shinu Song's true identity to Isol Yeon with a look full of contempt. Flaring anger made Seolbeck growl and yell, challenging what right the other guy had to act like her boyfriend and threatening to give him a taste of death. Shinu Song clenched his fists until his veins popped, silently regretting not fiercely stopping this silver-haired punk from transferring schools from the very first minute. A thick, dark, murderous aura enveloped Shainu as he profoundly asked himself whether he should drag the bastard standing in front of him to be buried alive on the mountain immediately to eliminate future trouble. Suddenly, a small hand pointed straight at Shainu along with a mysterious request in French wanting him to personally give her a tour of the school. The beautiful blonde girl gave a haughty little smile, coyly explaining it was just a habit of using a foreign language, leaving the whole class in awe of her captivating mixed-race beauty. Shainu Song sat motionless with a face as cold as ice, his sharp eyes piercing into the one who had just casually called his name amidst the crowd. Hana Ryu gave a bright, calculating smile, officially and publicly requesting that Shainu Song must become her guide at this new school. A business plan started with elegant French terms, opening up a negotiation space reeking of high society money. The Rumont Group was aiming to enter the Korean market and affirmed they would give top priority to the premium lounge of the Sian Mall. Sinbai Song leisurely flipped through the proposal in her hand, silently noting that the other party had prepared everything extremely meticulously to match this renovation campaign. She casually hinted that Romont's 4 major brands would simultaneously land along with marketing cost guarantees, forcing the partner to commit to consulting with Sian for the next 2 years. The foreign director smiled triumphantly, pledging that even their most luxurious jewelry line would be exclusively launched at Sian first to show goodwill. Sinbai Song sharply narrowed her eyes. She profoundly figured that when terms became too good to be true, they usually hid an undisclosed ulterior motive. The battle of wits became tense when the other party acknowledged her sharpness, while Sinbai just coldly replied that she was the type of person who preferred verifying the truth over sitting around guessing. The meeting momentarily died down when Sinbai softly excused herself, as if she had seen right through the personal calculations starting to creep into the business. The man suddenly brought up having an only daughter, making the atmosphere instantly shift to the thoughts of a powerful father. While Shainu Song quietly looked out the classroom window, the affirmation about fulfilling every demand of his precious daughter rang out like an indulgence for the incoming storms Hana Ryu was about to cause. Hana Ryu's father smiled softly, revealing that although he didn't know where his daughter found out, she was actually extremely fond of Shainu Song. Sinbai Song quietly observed the man with sharp eyes, silently noting that the blonde miss had expended quite a bit of effort to persuade this powerful father once again. Hannah was even so decisive that she agreed to transfer to the remote school Shainu was attending just to be near her dream guy. Sinbai leisurely leaned back on the sofa, slightly raising an eyebrow to question whether the man opposite was trying to initiate a highly calculated arranged marriage. The man casually dismissed the intention of official marriage, only wanting to treat this as an unspoken promise between 2 great families for mutual benefit. He gave a highly confident smile, profoundly asserting that in the beginning stage of a relationship, sometimes a little coercion is absolutely necessary. Sinbai Song listened to the ruthless declaration about cleaning everything up spotlessly if his daughter suddenly lost interest in her younger brother. The atmosphere in the luxurious office suddenly turned cold, signaling a tense battle of wits between top-tier figures. Sinbai silently cursed the man in front of her as a devil when he dared to blatantly treat Shainu Song as nothing more than a temporary toy for his daughter. She gave a cold, contemptuous smile and decisively affirmed that in this day and age, a pact cannot exist lacking consent from the very people involved. Sinbai Song listened to the tempting offer from the strange man, but did not forget to remind him that Chairman Song had completely different plans. He coldly stated that Shainu was now merely an obstacle in the family's way and advised the director to drop her long-held mask of fake concern. With the chairman's approval, the man turned around with an air of authority and declared that this was the son's last chance to be of use to the Sian group. In the middle of the windy schoolyard, the alluring Hana Ryu gently stroked her platinum hair and directly asked if Shainu already had someone he loved. Maintaining a cold expression while carrying a box in his hands, Shainu unhesitatingly and firmly admitted that he indeed already had the girl of his dreams. The unexpected confirmation left Hana Ryu stunned, her eyes wavering intensely as she could only gasp in astonishment at the bitter reality. She quietly watched his back fade into the distance, softly muttering a cryptic confirmation as if secretly plotting a new plan. Heavy panting echoed down the school corridor as someone desperately tried to escape the suffocating atmosphere closing in. An exhausted Isol Yeon leaned against the brick wall with a pained expression, stunned as she told herself she never thought the one who returned would be that very girl. Meanwhile, the phone screen lit up with defiant messages from Hana Ryu, demanding a face-to-face meeting to confront the ghosts of the past. Hana Ryu's highly fake apology message about her elementary school mistakes suddenly sent Isol Yeon's mind into chaos. The whole school buzzed about the appearance of the Rumont Group's young lady, wondering why such a top-tier beauty would transfer to this poor countryside. Isol felt a pang of sadness hearing her classmates gossiping that Hana Ryu had set her sights on Shinu Song and forced him to be her guide. Rumors about the chaebol backgrounds of both Shinu and Seol Baek exploded even more when they accidentally stood in the same frame as the radiant blonde girl. Looking at the scene of the three of them standing together looking so perfectly matched, Isol Yeon felt completely out of place, and that she no longer had a place to stand. A strong sense of inferiority rose up as she silently compared Hannah's glamorous reality with the lonely dark shadow she had always tried to hide for so long. Unable to endure the scrutinizing gazes any longer, she fled into the locker room and collapsed under the invisible pressures weighing down on her. Shinu Song worriedly went to look for Isol and pressed Seol Baek to see if the latter had seen her, but only received an uncomfortably heavy silence in return. The atmosphere grew tense when Hana Ryu suddenly and eagerly called out Seol Baek's name, leaving Shinu Song stunned and questioning the mysterious relationship between the two. Seol Baek coldly looked at the blonde girl and casually asked who exactly she was, making Hana Ryu incredibly shocked at being heartlessly forgotten by her old friend. Seol Baek nonchalantly recalled that the two had coincidentally met at a luxurious party, even though back then they only had time to exchange a few brief courteous greetings. Memories flashed back to that evening. Seol Baek suddenly turned his back and walked away amidst everyone's astonishment as he profoundly declared that he had an important person he needed to introduce. In the middle of the magnificent space, Hana Ryu appeared with a gorgeous look and softly greeted Seol Baek, officially marking the first meeting of the two. Faced with the blonde young lady's proactive introduction, Seol Baek only kept a silent attitude with deep eyes full of distant and unpredictable vibes. Hana Ryu casually waved goodbye to leave, leaving behind words of admiration for the proud strides of a male god possessing outstanding height. Returning to reality in the schoolyard, Seol Baek softly gasped upon suddenly realizing this girl was the very person who had struck up a conversation with him on the day he reunited with Sinbai after the field trip. Hana Ryu laughed with delight at Seol Baek's bewildered expression, making the atmosphere between the three of them suddenly turn awkward and full of hidden meanings. She didn't hesitate to step forward, aiming to help Shinu Song carry a stack of documents, creating a bold approach right in front of Seol Baek. Facing an unexpectedly cold attitude, Hana Ryu briefly showed a look of shock and disappointment upon realizing she was no longer the sole center of attention. Seol Baek suddenly made a highly provocative gesture and coldly ordered Shinu Song to absolutely not seek out Isol Yeon, simultaneously growling to chase the other guy away immediately. Seol Baek roughly grabbed Shinu Song's collar accompanied by furious curses, causing the atmosphere between the two to violently explode with murderous intent. Shinu irritably adjusted his clothes and coldly reminded Hana Ryu that if she had any further questions, she should go find the class president instead of bothering him. Hana Ryu gently asked Shinu to let go and softly expressed a gratitude full of hidden meanings, even though in reality her mind was calculating her next moves. The young lady gave a radiant, triumphant smile and then casually waved goodbye to prepare to enter the classroom. The phone ringtone echoed urgently in the quiet space of the restroom, signaling a call to relieve the heavy gloom weighing down on her. Isol Yeon tremblingly picked up the phone and was incredibly surprised to hear Sinbai's bossy voice affectionately calling her baby. She choked back tears, admitting that she was feeling incredibly pathetic and lonely right after having to face the ghost of her past, named Hana Ryu. Footage of a pouring rainy day next to a luxury car suddenly flashed back in her mind, reminding Isol of the fateful moment all this time. That was the very day she met the savior of her soul at a time when her life was falling into suffocation and a dead end with no way out. Isol Yeon panicked and apologized for abruptly contacting her while she was busy, leaving Sinbai only able to sigh and regret that she couldn't immediately fly to her side right now. Sinbai Som casually offered to send pocket money for Isol, making the girl in her chibi form panic into silence because of the excessive generosity. The chaebol boss lady lightly lit a cigarette and profoundly calculated how much spending money was enough for kids these days, then gave a smirk full of hidden meanings. A thick wad of cash appeared as proof of the power of money, pushing the rage index of poor folks to the extreme limit. Sinbai casually joked that the amount of 5,000,000 might still be too meager, leaving Isol frozen due to the excessively huge class difference. She sprawled out on the sofa with a bored expression, silently affirming that she herself was the one who had to endure the most terrible headache from the kids' romance games. Meanwhile, at a bustling bar, Japyo showed up with a resentful face upon being mocked by her bad friends for having just received a school suspension. She furiously smashed a beer bottle and ceaselessly cursed the teachers along with a girl she considered inferior who had led her into this miserable state. While Shainu and Seolbaek were violently fighting in the schoolyard, a powerful summoning message from Sinbai Song suddenly popped up, signaling a purge. Japyo shockingly halted mid-party as she stared blankly at her phone screen. It seemed she had sniffed out an interesting new variable. An incoming call from Hannah Ryu suddenly rang out along with whispers about the massive family background of the newly transferred young lady, promising a highly toxic alliance about to begin. Japyo narrowed her eyes with suspicion as she looked at the photo on the phone, silently questioning whether the other party actually knew that blonde girl or not. The memory of the beach trip suddenly came back along with a pressing question for Hannah Ryu's phone number, signaling a scheme that had been sparked a long time ago. While the image of the three of them playing happily on the white sand became a memory piece full of contrast with the storms about to strike, Sinbai Song profoundly planned for the Seoul field trip. She was determined to let Isol enjoy a true journey without being bothered by anyone. At the bustling bar, Japyo took a furious drag of her cigarette and continuously cursed the crazy bitch who had pushed her into this miserable situation. She bitterly recalled how she was once forced to lay hands on Isol, gradually revealing the true villain secretly pulling the strings behind everything. Hannah Ryu gave a radiant, highly fake smile while making the call, casually complaining about why the other party dared to ignore her call for so long. Amidst the pouring white rain, Isol Yeon sneakily left the school through the back door and silently felt relieved because for the entire day today, she hadn't had to face Hannah. She cheerfully intended to invite Seolbaek to walk home together as usual, but suddenly froze before her close friend's anxious and hurried expression. Seolbaek frantically ran off into the cold rain, only having time to leave a rushed apology and a promise to contact her back soon, leaving Isol standing silently in disappointment. Shainu Song sat in silence behind the rain-drenched car window, his melancholic eyes looking out into the empty void as if immersed in secret lingering thoughts. Isol Yeon shocked to a halt upon suddenly hearing her name called, her face clearly showing confusion as she met the sharp gaze of her beloved amidst the rain. She silently questioned herself about having recounted the exact same ruthless words from years ago, as a way to face a reality fraught with misunderstandings yet to be resolved. All around echoed the astonished whispers of the students upon hearing the driver respectfully refer to Shainu and Seolbaek as noble young masters. Suddenly Hannah Ryu approached with a radiant, highly fake smile. She casually used the excuse of not bringing an umbrella to proactively strike up a conversation with Isol in a chillingly familiar voice. She coyly offered to share the umbrella, leaving Isol completely petrified, a feeling of extreme terror invading her mind as she realized that haunting voice was ringing out right beside her. The whisper affirming that she had missed the little girl very much echoed eerily, making the atmosphere suddenly turn suffocating and full of pressure. Traumatic memories from elementary school suddenly flooded back, with the image of Isol sobbing bitterly when accused of being a fabricator, her tear-soaked eyes behind her glasses full of helplessness and gloom. Hannah Ryu back then gave a cold smile, casually pushing all the blame onto Isol with an innocent face and an incredibly beautiful, deceitful voice. The chaos ended when Hannah suddenly hugged Isol tightly and pressed to ask if she remembered her, officially signaling that the most terrifying nightmare had truly returned. The scenery of the old neighborhood appeared hazily amidst the pouring white rain, evoking nostalgic emotions about a place that seemingly hadn't changed over the years. The luxurious limousine glided through the night, while the assistant profoundly announced that the powerful director had specific separate messages she wanted to discuss with each person upon their arrival. Seol-baek endlessly worried and explained his good behavior over the past time, despite Shai Nu-sung maintaining a cold expression and the highly vigilant deterrence of the driver. Meanwhile, Isol Yeon stood silently under the umbrella with her heart beating continuously. She silently panicked, questioning why Hannah Ryu suddenly wanted to meet her to express her thoughts. Hannah suddenly stepped closer, called Isol's name, and gave a smile full of hidden meanings, skillfully using courteous words to cover up the suffocating atmosphere enveloping the two of them. Looking at the backs of the two girls striding together in the rain, Isol shuddered at Hannah's terrifying persistence, as she was determined to transfer schools just to execute a shady plan. The space suddenly grew tense when the advice to give up early before getting hurt rang out like a direct threat to the little girl's self-esteem. Hannah Ryu sharply narrowed her eyes, profoundly questioning Isol about her feelings for Shai Nu-sung, as if wanting to see right through every secret corner of the other's soul. She casually announced the shocking truth that she returned just to take Shai Nu to France, officially declaring war with a radiant but highly malicious smile. The highly dramatic reunion officially began as Shai Nu and Seol-baek were requested to respectively enter the mysterious room, where unexpected secrets were waiting right next to them. Shai Nu entered the room with an exhausted expression, softly asking his older sister Sinbai what on earth was going on. His eyes suddenly widened in astonishment, immediately freezing as he growled, demanding his sister to clearly explain everything right at this moment. Sinbai casually leaned back against the desk, her hand fondling the prestigious trophy as she posed a questioning probe of whether it was Shai Nu himself who had won this award or not. Meanwhile, under the rain, Hannah Ryu coldly drilled deep into Isol's mind with a question about her true level of understanding regarding Shai Nu-sung. She continuously threw out tough questions about Shai Nu's hobbies, colors, or future plans, leaving Isol only able to stay silent in confusion and deadlock. Hannah Ryu profoundly revealed a secret from 6th grade when Shai Nu single-handedly created an incredibly impressive web service without anyone knowing. That success helped him win an award at an international competition and become highly sought after by a prestigious organization in Paris as a promising young developer. They even offered attractive proposals about supporting him to study abroad, connecting with a prestigious university, and building an entirely separate development team just for him. She smirked with a smile full of hidden meanings, asserting that absolutely no one truly cared or knew about those secret halos of Shai Nu. Hannah casually concluded that both Isol and Seol-baek were completely out of touch with Shai Nu's real world, while Sinbai Sung's figure emerged powerfully from behind the cigarette smoke. Hannah Ryu profoundly affirmed that besides her, even Shai Nu-sung's older sister or biological father knew absolutely nothing about the existence of this secret. She smirked triumphantly under the umbrella canopy, smugly declaring herself to be the only person who had seen right through the true value of that boy. Returning to reality, Sinbai Sung leisurely placed the trophy down on the table and revealed that the maid had discovered the study abroad invitations along with the massive investments. She looked at her younger brother with highly skeptical eyes, pressing to ask whether Shai Nu was deliberately pretending to be foolish or actually just wanted to solitarily pursue his programming passion. Sinbai Sung took a deeply troubled drag of her cigarette, profoundly questioning the reason why he had chosen to bury all his halos for so long. Shai Nu-sung coldly turned his back intending to leave, making his older sister exclaim that if he had just spoken up, their cruel father would have treated him at least a bit kinder. Sinbai looked down sorrowfully, silently regretting that if his talent had been revealed sooner, he wouldn't have been treated like a banished, useless punk or a piece of merchandise for their father to sell cheap. Clenching his fists in extreme rage, Shai Nu growled, affirming that this was the exact reason that made him determined to stay silent until the very last minute. He turned back to look at his sister with piercing sharp eyes, decisively declaring that he absolutely didn't want to spend his whole life groveling and trying to please their father like she did. The argument ended when Shai Nu-sung aggressively stormed out to Seol-baek's astonishment, leaving the atmosphere in the office to suddenly become suffocating. Sinbai Sung suddenly called Seol-baek a princess, making the silver-haired guy startle in awkwardness amidst the luxurious office space. She casually leaned back against the desk, softly blowing out cigarette smoke and ordering him to quickly close the door and come in to begin a long, highly serious conversation. Faced with pressure from the powerful older sister, Seol Beck clearly showed a tense look with melancholic eyes full of lingering thoughts about the upcoming variables. Under the pouring white rain, Hannah Ryu profoundly revealed the truth about why a genius like Shinu Song would accept being stuck in this poor countryside for so long. She emphasized that Shinu had ruthlessly given up all the brilliant life-changing opportunities in Paris just to stay here, leaving Isol inevitably shocked. She suddenly grabbed Isol Yeon's hands and made a desperate plea, begging her to help persuade Shinu to agree to go study abroad in France with her. The hashtag obstacle suddenly glowed brightly above Isol's head like a painful exposure, making her stunned to realize she herself was the one blocking the future of her beloved. Late at night, Isol lay curled up in her blanket with a chaotic state of mind when she received a summoning message from Sinbai along with an inquiry about whether she could manage without her or not. She dazedly intended to compose a reply message to reassure the Chable boss lady, but her heart still kept clenching continuously because of Hannah Ryu's words. Isol jolted in shock when her phone screen suddenly vibrated violently, signaling an incoming call from Shinu Song, silently asking herself why he would suddenly contact her at this moment. A call shattered the silence of the room. Isol gently picked up the phone and replied with a hesitant and curious voice. The girl lay curled up in her blanket with a racing heart as she heard Shinu pressing her about her location and then asking her to try looking out the window. In the middle of the empty street, Shinu Song stood silently under the yellow light and unexpectedly offered a cryptic choice between sky blue or green. Isol timidly cracked the window open and softly admitted that she had always loved sky blue, only to be stunned by what was about to unfold. Immediately, the young man approached with a flushed face and held up a blue ice cream like a fateful gift, leaving Isol completely astonished. The girl absent-mindedly recalled his pleas not to hate him all this time, silently wondering if this approach meant they were officially friends again. Isol's mind was suddenly swallowed by Hannah Ryu's words, making her bitterly realize that she truly knew nothing about Shinu Song. The hidden aspects of his hobbies or future plans came back as a revelation, and she understood that the fault did not lie in Shinu hiding them. But the harsh reality was that she herself had never once been attentive enough to care or ask about his secret struggles. Looking at Shinu standing quietly with affectionate eyes under the porch, Isol made up her mind to soon find the missing pieces in his heart. Shinu's unexpected appearance to give her ice cream made Isol Yeon feel immense regret over her misguided prejudices all this time. The sound of the waves gently crashing against the breakwaters seemed to resonate with the waves of emotion surging in the little girl's mind. Isol Yeon thoughtfully recalled Hannah Ryu's words about Shinu once developing a genius web service on his own, which made her feel undeniably guilty for her obliviousness. Watching Shinu leisurely enjoy his ice cream under the moonlight, she silently asked herself why, in all those years, she had never once asked about his true passions. Memories of middle school rushed back, reminding Isol that even when they were at their closest, their conversations only stopped at superficial socializing. They used to watch movies together and chat about trivial things that happened during the day, but absolutely never touched upon each other's deepest hidden corners. Those harmless jokes back then were actually just a cover for the superficial understanding they both maintained. Hannah Ryu's barrage of questions about Shinu Song's hobbies or future kept echoing, drilling deeper into Isol's current impasse. Isol gently bowed her head in deep thought, silently admitting that she had actually always been afraid to face serious issues related to Shinu, because she clearly understood the cruel truth that to understand someone deeply, she herself must also be brave enough to bare her entire soul before them. Isol silently and painfully realized that her own past was too harsh to the point she didn't even want to remember it, let alone bear it to someone else. She looked toward the blurry coastal median strip in the night and softly called Shinu Song's name as a hesitant opening. In the tranquil space under the moonlight, Isol gathered all her courage to confess to Shinu that she had been brutally bullied in elementary school. Shinu Song quietly observed her with deep, profound eyes, then nonchalantly pressed to ask if that nightmare was still ongoing. Isol gently lowered her head under her hood, sadly explaining that reality was a bit different as now she simply didn't have a single friend. Her racing heartbeat left Isol completely stuck, silently admitting she no longer had the courage to look straight into Shinu Song's eyes right now. The girl only wished she could forever preserve the best and most perfect images of herself in his mind instead of her dark, hidden corners. The surging fear made Isol not want to know what Shinu was actually thinking about her, even though the hashtags were always waiting to expose the truth. The dark footage of being turned away and isolated by her closest friends years ago came back like a nightmare. Her trembling hands tightly gripped the hem of her shirt in despair. Isol decisively did not want to tell anything more for fear of him seeing her pathetic state. Hannah Ryu asserted that in reality, no one cared or truly understood Shinu's inner world, except for herself. Isol bowed her head in deep contemplation, silently realizing that to deeply understand someone, she too must be brave enough to lay bare her whole heart. She choked up explaining to Shinu that what she went through is absolutely not like the typical abuse scenario seen in movies. Standing in the silent night, Isol affirmed that the type of violence she endured wasn't physical blows or being extorted for money. Even though many years had passed, the feeling of being trapped in those horrifying memories still made her feel truly pathetic and weak. The image of the spilled milk carton and the malicious whispers returned, evoking the pain of the bespectacled schoolgirl who was isolated back then. Isol covered her face in despair, bitterly admitting that what hurt her the most deeply was, after all, just a few venomous words. Breaking the deadlocked silence, Shina softly called out her full name, Isol Yeon, as a way to soothe her shattering soul. He profoundly stated that harsh words often fester longer because they do not leave any visible scars on the flesh. Amidst the shimmering light of the hashtag about the fool who forgot his own words, he lamented that precisely because the scars are unseen, people miss the time to heal them. Shinu Song looked at Isol Yeon in bewilderment when she wondered if she had just accidentally forgotten what she said in this confusing atmosphere. Suddenly, Isol jumped and blurted out, causing Shinu to freeze in shock, and the two fell into an awkward silence in the middle of the empty street. The girl in her chibi form panicked when the strange hashtag suddenly appeared, bringing to mind a sentence exactly like the words she once blurted out to someone as a child. In the middle of the silent night, Isol gently shook her head, admitting she didn't know the identity or age of that person because all the images were too blurry. Shinu Song profoundly listened to the description of a guy dressed in a neat suit but possessing a very childish voice, making his suspicion grow even larger. Isol smiled a sad, gentle smile and profoundly revealed the truth about having once saved a person's life at the beach when she was in 5th grade. Faced with Shinu's curiosity, the blurry footage of that fateful encounter years ago began to replay in a deeply emotional way. The girl fondly remembered a terribly lonely soul, a small figure that looked so fragile it seemed it would vanish after just a slight touch. Isol looked up at the moody night sky, silently and bitterly realizing that the pitiful guy originally possessed a pathetic appearance no different from her own right now. The memory exploded with the image of young Isol screaming in outrage, feeling indignant on his behalf upon hearing the cruel words his father had heartlessly uttered. Isol in her chibi form panicked and asked herself whether badmouthing someone else's father was an excessive act. In response to that worry was the sad smile of the boy, who profoundly affirmed that his father was indeed incredibly cruel. Isol recalled the moment without her glasses, causing her vision to be blurry, but she was certain her little friend was crying a lot right then. A desperate cry of someone who had endured for so long that they couldn't even realize the tears were rolling down their cheeks. Standing before the night beach, Isol fondly remembered the old story she used to soothe that bleeding heart years ago. She profoundly reiterated the assertion that venomous words would fester longer because they do not leave a visible trace. And, precisely because of that invisibility, people often miss the chance to heal, just like how she and the boy sat warming themselves by the sparkler fire years ago. The present Isol broke into a radiant smile, silently feeling relieved as she could finally pour out all her pent-up thoughts. The girl stopped in shock and couldn't believe her ears when she heard Shinu Song utter words that perfectly matched her memory. Faced with Isol's astonishment, Shinu could only blush in embarrassment and profoundly question the reason that made her suddenly change her attitude like that. Shina broke into a radiant smile that left Isol undeniably flustered and wondering why he would have such an expression right in the middle of this moody atmosphere. The young man gently reached up to touch his face and nonchalantly asked back if he was really smiling, leaving Isol frozen at his oblivious nature. The girl angrily turned her back and walked away, silently thinking Shinu was no different from Seal Beck, while brushing off the awkward explanations behind her. Isol bitterly concluded that Shainu inherently understood all too well the charm of the handsome face he possessed, which was why he was so confident. It was his kindness and the ever-present smile for everyone that made him increasingly popular, but that inadvertently suffocated Isol's heart. Hannah Ryu's declarations of war about being able to open the doors of the future for Shainu came back like a cruel reminder. The obnoxious first love hashtag suddenly lit up brightly above Shainu's head, reflecting Isol's gloominess as she mumbled and scolded him for being a jerk. Shainu's song suddenly fell into a dead silence. It seemed he was fiercely struggling with the thoughts that just popped into his head after her approach. He profoundly made a bold decision when he pressed her on whether he should stop smiling at anyone else besides her. Shainu decisively took another step and continuously threw out crazy proposals like cutting off communication with the whole world or even shaving his head bald to give Isol peace of mind. Shainu gently ran his hand through his messy black hair, his eyes reflecting a deep sorrow under the silent night sky. Isol Yeon cried out in panic and frantically urged him to quickly use his hair to cover his eyes like his old habit to dispel the surrounding awkwardness. The teenage boy stood silently for a moment, his trembling hands intertwining into his hair with an expression full of confusion and shyness. Amidst the moonlight-flooded space, Shainu Song suddenly burst into a radiant laugh that seemed to make all the tension completely vanish. Gazing at the warm smile she hadn't seen in a long time, Isol silently felt relieved and at peace, just like the old days. Shainu's face lit up radiantly, bringing back memories of a beautiful youth they both experienced together. They gently intertwined their hands tightly, fondly remembering the time when they were each other's pillar and only friend. Looking toward the coastal median strip, Shainu profoundly called Isol Yeon's name, then softly asked if she understood the reason why he had adamantly refused to cut his hair in the past. He tightly squeezed the little girl's hand and profoundly confessed that he only did so because of his intense desire to forever be attached to her. Isol stood in a daze amidst the sound of the gently crashing waves, her heart racing when Shainu continued to pose a cryptic riddle about the true reason he decided to cut off that hair. Shainu looked at Isol with deep eyes, profoundly asking if it was true that she currently no longer wanted to be alone with him. Facing that pressuring coercion, Isol could only lower her face and softly blurt out a denial in sheer panic. The memory suddenly flooded back with the image of Shainu's astonishment when he saw the bookworm girl suddenly taking an interest in the powerful student council president position. He quietly stood watching the little girl's back and silently affirmed that she would surely become even more popular. Under the coastal moonlight, Shainu gently raised his hand to his mouth and profoundly confessed that he did everything just because he wanted to make her jealous. He leaned his face in close, pressing her to answer if that pitiful effort of his brought even the slightest effect on her heart. Shainu tightly intertwined his hand with her trembling one, admitting he had planned early on to take advantage of them getting close again to carry out his intention. He intended to ask about the painful things in the past in the most joking manner to hide his true concern. A burst of resentment made Isol yell loudly in his face, sarcastically saying that someone who had heartlessly abandoned her out of disgust had no right to act so arrogant. Shainu completely froze in astonishment at the bitterly harsh accusation, while Isol turned into her chibi form full of outrage after pouring out all her long-held feelings. Shainu asserted that he had sent her all those messages, leaving Isol stunned and frozen because she was completely unaware of what was going on. The image of Isol sitting alone, hugging her knees in a dark corner returned along with the cold voicemail prompt stating that the subscriber was currently unavailable. Shainu looked at her with deeply troubled eyes, bitterly saying that he had called countless times, but never got a response, and asked why she was only questioning it now. The memory suddenly flashed back to when Isol was 5 years old, when her older brother was passionately instructing his little sister on a technique aimed straight at the shin bone to take down an opponent. Under the dim moonlight, Isol suddenly delivered a vicious kick directly at Shainu's shin, perfectly executing the bone-targeting attack she had been trained in years ago. Shainu collapsed in pain while Isol silently cursed him as a jerk, proving that the combat lesson at age 5 finally had its day to shine. Looking at the quietly lying contract to cancel the revenge plan against Shainu Song, Isol mocked herself for being so foolish to once believe that everything could have ended here. She stood silently next to Shainu in the middle of the empty street, secretly regretting her intention to bury the past to focus on getting closer to him once again. Hurried footsteps accompanied by a bitter question about her whereabouts during the winter break of 8th grade rang out, as she wondered if he truly had never seen her messages. Isol sobbed in extreme resentment as she ran away, constantly asking herself how much Shainu must have hated and disregarded her existence to be so heartless. Shainu leaned close to Isol's face, profoundly asking if, after all the past misunderstandings, she truly wanted him to taste the feeling of jealousy. Isol couldn't hold back her tears, choking up as she yelled in his face and furiously called him the worst piece of trash in the world. Suddenly, Shainu decisively lifted her up high, an aggressive action that made Isol hold her breath in shock as she couldn't react in time. Despite the little girl struggling with all her might demanding to be let go, Shainu only coldly replied that he currently absolutely could not let go. He looked deep into her tearful eyes, profoundly asserting that this time he absolutely would not let her slip away from his grasp ever again. Shainu leaned close to Isol's ear and made a sincere request for her to stay so they could talk more before she intended to leave. Isol's face flushed red with embarrassment. She froze in extreme fluster as she felt her heart racing from his relentless advances. In a luxurious space, Sinbai stood leaning against the door exhaling cigarette smoke and called Seol Baek a princess, while demanding he enter the room to begin a serious conversation. Seol Baek clearly showed tension with drops of nervous sweat appearing on his face when facing the pressuring interrogation from his powerful older sister. Sinbai Song nonchalantly poured wine and pressed him about a girl named Hannah Ryu who had just transferred to their school, making Seol Baek wonder in astonishment how his sister knew the information so well. Sinbai Song laughed in amusement seeing Seol Baek caught red-handed while trying to escape. She began to reveal the real reason she was interested in Hannah Ryu. Holding up her luxurious crystal glass, Sinbai stated that a charity gala was about to take place right here, and it was a golden opportunity as many who understood Hannah Ryu would also be attending. The director's eyes became sharp. Sinbai nonchalantly ordered her younger brother to investigate at all costs every piece of information related to that mysterious blonde girl. Seol Baek looked skeptical as he turned his back, wondering why someone who was inherently an information-gathering expert like his sister would suddenly ask a student like him for help. Sinbai profoundly explained that what she needed wasn't superficial external news, but the actual calculations taking place inside Hannah Ryu's mind. She yearned to know what Hannah Ryu had meticulously recorded in her personal diary as well as the future dreams she was constantly harboring. The image of Hannah's father appeared along with a cryptic assertion that it was the kind of private information his precious daughter would never breathe a word of to him. Sinbai Song looked deep into Seol Baek's wavering eyes and directly posed a tough question as to why he had become the most important factor. Not stopping there, she also sarcastically pressed to ask if the silver-haired princess had forgotten to look in the mirror to realize his own troublesome charm. The uproar ended when Seol Baek turned into his chibi form screaming furiously amidst his sister's laughter. He silently cursed the crazy woman for using those words on a student. Seol Baek shuddered upon hearing that Hannah Ryu was the one who had mercilessly bullied Isol throughout their elementary school years. He was shocked to realize that even though Isol's older brother had reported the incident as a case of school violence, Hannah's family had used their power to erase all traces. Seol Baek wondered why such a terrible person would suddenly return to the exact same school Isol was attending. He profoundly speculated whether her true target was an obsession with Shainu Song. Director Sinbai Song nonchalantly took a sip of wine and hypothesized whether Hannah Ryu was actually the one insanely obsessed with Isol Yeon. In the midst of the tension, Isol frantically reminded Shainu that his phone was ringing continuously, but he still decisively strode away. She tried calling his name to stop a spontaneous action, but the room door had begun to close ambiguously. The dropped phone lay silently on the floor, vibrating nonstop to signal a truth that was about to be exposed. The screen displayed a notification about an audio file involving Hannah Ryu and Isol Yeon, demanding the recipient to listen and contact back immediately. Despite all external influences, Shainu Song still aggressively carried Isol deep into the room, making the atmosphere suddenly become suffocating. Isol absent-mindedly felt the heat radiating from Shainu's shoulder. She silently doubted whether this strong boy was actually shedding tears. Shainu looked at her with deeply troubled eyes and a gloomy expression, leaving Isol's mind undeniably flustered by his unexpected vulnerability. The girl awkwardly pressed him as to why he brought her home and demanded to be put down, but Shainu asserted he did it because he was afraid she would run away once again. Isol's eyes wavered violently as she looked deep into Shainu's soul. She silently admitted that she too had understood his heart. Even knowing in advance she would have to face old wounds, Isol made up her mind to bravely look back at the truth of what happened in the past between the two of them. Shainu softly called Isol Yeon's name and profoundly questioned the meaning of those missed calls from years ago, his hot breath right next to her ear, making her shudder in embarrassment. A wave of unease flashed in Isol's eyes when she felt the possessiveness gradually rising strongly within Shainu. While her mind was still in chaos, Shainu's firm hand decisively pulled the door chain lock shut, officially blocking all escape routes for the little girl. He pinned her against the wall with immense pressure and declared that if she didn't explain everything clearly, she absolutely could not leave here even for a single step. Isol, in her chibi form, completely froze in terror, silently marveling that she never expected this romance story to suddenly turn into a dramatic thriller movie. Isol looked deep into Shainu's tearful eyes, silently affirming in her heart that all these weak expressions were actually just a prearranged act. She realized that whenever Machi was present, the arrogant young master would start sobbing and deliberately act unusually fragile. Shainu's indifferent expression along with the tears rolling down didn't soften Isol's heart, but instead made her surge with a rage, wanting to beat him up. Shainu softly called her name and profoundly promised that regardless of the past or present, he was willing to do anything she asked. He asserted he would smile if she wanted, volunteer to stay if she needed, and decisively disappear if she once again asked him to get lost. Isol quietly observed as Shainu bent down to touch her legs. She silently felt pity seeing him throwing away his entire brilliant life with his own hands just for love. She shockingly asked herself how he could sacrifice everything to transfer schools here and yet maintain a silence so terrifying it was incomprehensible. Shainu carried Isol through the doorway, silently affirming that madness and possessiveness inherently ran in the veins of those carrying the Song family blood. The sound of the slamming door tore through the silent atmosphere, officially locking both of them inside a space full of darkness and ambiguity. The click of the door lock echoed like a full stop to freedom, confirming Shainu's unsalvageable obsession for the only girl in his heart. Isol panicked when she saw Shainu suddenly lock the room door, silently wondering why he broke his promise and refused to leave as he had said. He pinned her down on the bed with a possessive gaze, profoundly affirming that she didn't need to say anything at all, and he wouldn't mind if she just stayed here forever. Isol was stunned when Shainu revealed he had even prepared pajamas for her in advance, an ambiguous preparation that made her inevitably shudder. Not stopping there, Shainu also proposed moving to a bigger house if she wanted, leaving Isol with her jaw dropped at his boldness. He hugged her tightly and started promoting himself, promising to handle all the cooking and cleaning since he was so used to single life. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, Shainu whispered about a prospect where both of them would remain silent, not meeting anyone. He looked deep into her eyes and made an extreme proposal that they should live together for the rest of their lives, just the two of them alone. Isol froze in horror, her mind a mess, not understanding why Shainu had suddenly become so out of control and terrifying to this extent. Painful memories of insults from the past rushed back, when Shainu was once considered a piece of trash undeserving to exist in this world. Returning to reality, Shainu coldly reminded Isol not to believe in the fabrications of others, asserting that turning black into white was his specialty. The harsh accusation about Shainu being a stalker pervert with a pathetic ending just like his father returned in an obsessive memory. Returning to reality, Shainu hugged Isol tightly and silently asked himself whether she still engraved those damaging words from that year. Seeing the little girl had no reaction, he nonchalantly concluded that perhaps she actually felt fine with being locked up and living together with him. Shainu suddenly leaned his face in close with intense pressure, profoundly threatening if she would continue to stay silent if he took a step further. The suffocating distance made Isol's face flush red. She breathtakingly held her breath before his relentless and highly ambiguous attack. In her chibi form, Isol panicked and launched a move to push Shainu back, frantically screaming that she would report everything immediately. The girl awkwardly justified that she froze only because she was too startled, while constantly doubting whether this guy was actually crazy or not. Isol sat absent-mindedly on the bed. She helplessly admitted her mind was in such a mess, she didn't know where to start or what to say at this moment. Shinu decisively grabbed her hand and profoundly demanded Isol Yeon to clearly explain her intentions when making those calls years ago. He pinned her down amidst the dark setting, pressing for the reason she wasn't home throughout the winter break of 8th grade and determinately interrogating where she had actually gone. Isol choked up, explaining that the reason she disappeared during the break that year was because she had to return to her hometown to care for her severely ill grandmother. She bitterly recounted the miserable situation when, just after setting foot in her grandmother's house, she discovered her only contact phone had also vanished without a trace. Sitting alone, hugging her knees in the dark, Isol struggled to use her own mouth to utter every truthful word about the unrevealed traumas. She painfully stated that she had to use her mother's phone to constantly contact Shinu, but the only response was a terrifying silence from his end. Isol felt so pathetic and weak, constantly clinging to Shinu Song, a person who didn't seem to care in the slightest about her existence. Salty tears rolling down, she sobbed, admitting that the feeling of being ignored truly made her feel so miserable she wanted to die. Just as her soul was shattering, hashtags about first love and belated apologies suddenly exploded around Isol's small figure. She resentfully reproached Shinu as a terrible person for casually abandoning her and then nonchalantly stepping up to possess her according to his own whims. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, Isol shockingly looked up at the boy opposite her and silently asked herself why Shinu Song revealed an expression of extreme shock, as if he himself was the one who had just been betrayed and deeply hurt. Shinu looked up with full of gloom and blurred tears, nonchalantly affirming he had the right to be angry and force a kiss on Isol in whatever way he wanted. The young master pinned the little girl down on the large bed, creating an incredibly ambiguous posture in the silent space of the room. Shinu's tear-filled eyes were full of suffering as he profoundly admitted that everything all along was originally meant to play out exactly according to his selfish calculations. Isol panicked and held her breath before his sudden pressure, shockingly asking herself what crazy action Shinu was ultimately planning to do next. He decisively held her trembling shoulders tight and resentfully questioned why she allowed herself to do so, but strictly forbade him from doing the same thing. An outburst of rage made Shinu swear that from now on he would only act according to the true desires inside his mind, without caring about any interference. The boy profoundly backed Isol into the corner of the bed and gave her a passionate kiss, leaving her only able to silently curse Shinu Song as an incredibly hateful jerk. But then Shinu suddenly collapsed in disappointment. He silently lamented the difficulty of trying to completely conquer the heart of the girl he loved. Isol absent-mindedly observed Shinu's helplessly lying figure below. She felt extremely resentful at this guy's ridiculous level of arrogance. Amidst the suffocating atmosphere, Shinu looked up provocatively and nonchalantly asked if she wanted him to turn his face a bit more so she could easily carry out her intentions. Isol silently admitted that Shinu Song always made her heart flutter whenever he appeared, making her unable to even fully hate him. Shinu tiredly called Isol Yeon's name and demanded she stop as he was pinned down on the bed by her, creating an incredibly ambiguous posture in the silent space. Isol absent-mindedly looked deep into his eyes, telling herself that she was truly too exhausted being constantly spun around like a pinwheel by Shinu Song. A passionate kiss suddenly crashed in to erase all boundaries, proving the truth that Isol's heart still always fluttered for him at all times. Isol cheered in excitement, declaring she had succeeded, leaving Shinu only able to stare blankly at the little girl who was changing her attitude lightning fast. Shinu profoundly used his hands to hold Isol's head and prepared to advance for another highly proactive kiss, making the surrounding atmosphere suddenly become suffocating. Isol choked up, revealing the truth about the past, that because her grandmother was ill, she had to go back to her hometown throughout winter break, and ironically her phone also disappeared the moment she set foot in the house. She painfully recounted how she had borrowed her mother's phone to constantly contact Shinu during that time, leaving the guy to just silently listen with a deeply troubled expression. The image of a lonely Shinu sitting gnawing on his sorrow amidst the falling snow returned along with the aching question of who he had actually sent those text messages to. Memories of the closing ceremony rushed back when Shinu turned and walked away. He shockingly affirmed that he had never asked her to wait for him at the main gate, as she claimed. Shinu's finger gently touched Isol's soft lips, a highly ambiguous gesture marking the beginning of the explosion of long-kept secrets. He held the little girl tightly and profoundly questioned the true identity of the person who had proactively contacted Isol Yeon at that fateful moment. Shinu pinned her on the bed, leaving Isol only able to choke up and hold her breath as the atmosphere suddenly became suffocating and extremely tense. Shinu Song's mind was inherently boiling like fire, with possessive desires and uncontrollable rage. But then all emotions suddenly froze and turned cold as he realized reality was gradually slipping out of his hands. In the tightly embracing arms around Isol on the bed, Shinu shockingly realized that all this time he had been completely immersed in a disastrous misunderstanding. He bitterly understood that there was a hidden figure always silently standing behind to sow discord and manipulate the feelings of both of them. The naked truth made Shinu shudder upon realizing he had been too naive to fall into the trap, and that his very own hands had destroyed everything. The painful memory of the day Shinu turned and walked away with a cruel declaration that Isol was disgusting and demanding they treat each other as strangers returned like a knife stab. The young master bowed his head in extreme resentment, bitterly admitting that he himself had heartlessly, deeply hurt the only treasure he had always cherished. Isol sobbed, covering her tear-stained face, silently feeling pity, realizing she was the one Shinu Song could no longer bear to look at right now. Shinu Song pinned the little girl on the bed with a gloomy face, profoundly admitting that right now he truly just wanted to die and get it over with. The motorcycle suddenly braked hard, tearing through the silent night along with a relieved affirmation that the other person was finally still alive. Seol Beck appeared extremely cool on a large displacement motorcycle. He threw words of reproach at Shinu for not answering his phone, making him think his best friend had met with some misfortune. The atmosphere became suffocating as Seol Beck pressed Shinu on whether he had listened to the mysterious audio file that was just sent. The phone screen displayed a notification about an important recording related to Hana Ryu and Isol Yeon, along with an urgent message to contact back immediately. Shinu aggressively put on his helmet and asserted that even though his sister promised to handle it, he absolutely could not contain his boiling rage. Seol Beck looked into the distance with sharp eyes, declaring that he and Shinu would directly take action to crush those bastards without any help. Decisive footsteps headed towards the bike along with a cold question wanting to confirm the exact number of enemies they were about to face. Strong hands tightly gripped the motorcycle seat, ready for a purge based on all the truths they had confirmed up to this point. Shinu aggressively put on his helmet, confirming the mysterious number 30 with Seol Beck as both prepared to dive into a highly dramatic purge. The motorcycle engine roared, tearing through the night along with a firm assertion that the number of enemies actually wasn't worth bothering about. The door closed along with an exhausted collapse, marking a rare moment of peace after a long night soaked in sweat and tears. Shinu Song's face suddenly turned pale in a prolonged silence as he stood silently watching Isol, lying sprawled on the bed out of exhaustion. Under the sunset, Shinu quietly strode, taking Isol all the way to her home gate, the surrounding atmosphere suddenly becoming unusually gentle. The young master gently bowed his head to express his remorse, profoundly promising that as soon as he could bring to light all the shady matters, he would definitely once again deliver his most official and thoughtful apology right at this familiar porch. Shinu profoundly reiterated his regret for accidentally hurting the one he loved, making Isol's mind begin to waver intensely. With a trembling voice full of emotion, he continued to utter incomprehensible words, leaving the little girl frozen in shock. Dawn broke over the high school, dispelling the sorrows with the bustling atmosphere of students preparing to enter their final exams. Isol immersed herself in a pile of books reviewing for the final exams, silently repeating the dry historical knowledge spinning in her mind. The ticking of the clock echoed amidst faded fragments of memories, recreating the moments of diligently preparing for the highly pressured exam. Images of Shainu and Seol Beck taking care of the kids together with her suddenly returned like a spiritual remedy, soothing the long-standing tension. Isol smiled shyly upon hearing the teacher declare that she had once again taken the top spot in the whole school and gave her glowing praises. The teacher happily invited her to have some candy, while the list of those who had to retake exams appeared with unexpected names like Seol Beck or Shainu Song. Isol stood silently in the teacher's office, her heart full of concern, realizing that right up until the exams ended, her friends remained completely missing. She left alone upon receiving absolutely no news from them, silently blaming Seol Beck for the terrifying silence over the past few days. Instead of feeling hurt, Isol silently feared that some serious incident had occurred preventing them from coming to school, just as someone softly called her name. Isol started and turned around upon recognizing a familiar voice echoing in her ear, her heart racing from this highly unexpected appearance. Ja Pyo's silhouette appeared radiantly amidst the blurry space, leaving Isol frozen and frantically calling her name in sheer astonishment. Ja Pyo appeared with a forced smile greeting Isol after a long time, while Isol panicked intending to turn her back and run away, but was hurriedly called back by the other. Isol looked at her with full of doubt. She frantically questioned why the field trip had ended a long time ago, yet only now did Ja Pyo deign to show up. The brunette decisively grabbed Isol's hand to stop her, earnestly affirming she had no ill intentions, but only wanted to come here to apologize. Ja Pyo's face clearly showed desperation as she justified that she truly wasn't the mastermind who ordered that group of people to do those terrible things. She continued to defend herself that they were just social acquaintances who occasionally gathered, and she completely didn't expect them to devise a dangerous plan. Isol gasped in shock upon hearing Ja Pyo nonchalantly and irresponsibly admit that she herself wasn't even sure that group of people would dare to carry it out. Ja Pyo leaned in close, explaining that because she was going through a terrible time, that group of people only intended to help her scare Isol a little bit. Ja Pyo's hand unexpectedly placed on Isol's shoulder with heavy pressure, signaling that the girl was preparing to make a decisive proposal for her own fate. She held the other tightly and begged Isol to speak up and ask Shainu and Seol Beck to immediately stop the retaliatory actions aimed at her. In the empty corridor, Ja Pyo constantly humbled herself, begging Isol to save her from the intense manhunt by the two young masters. Classmates panicked, urging everyone to quickly turn on the TV to follow the breaking news that had just been updated. The whispers about Seol Beck and Shainu Song's identities as chaebol young masters gradually became truth through the story about a private chauffeur. The TV screen lit up with a shocking headline about the chairman of the Seon Group officially revealing his son at a major event. The information about a massive investment from the French jewelry conglomerate Rumont made the surrounding atmosphere even more overwhelming. Hannah Ryu appeared with sheer elegance at the entrance. She smiled radiantly, announcing that the chairman was waiting, and invited the two boys to step inside. Isol froze with eyes wide open in sheer astonishment at the news that a large-scale talent development organization was about to be established. The image of an elegant Shainu Song in a luxurious suit performing the ribbon-cutting ceremony to launch the talent fund left Isol completely stunned. His hands decisively drove the scissors blades to cut the red ribbon, officially confirming the powerful identity of the Song family's young master before the media. A drop of water fell, creating mysteriously spreading ripples, signaling the true desires silently boiling beneath the surface. Shainu profoundly held the sparkling candy on the tip of his tongue, a highly arrogant action concluding his incredibly dramatic appearance. Shainu profoundly crushed the candy between his teeth, a highly arrogant action signaling a ruthless purge about to begin. He decisively strode into the deep darkness, leaving behind a silent atmosphere, yet full of deadly schemes. Seol Beck smirked ruthlessly with a lollipop stick on his lips, his sharp eyes displaying the danger of someone ready to get their hands bloody. Isol startled upon receiving a text message calling her name from Seol Beck, her heart tightening with a premonition of a terrifying upheaval approaching. The phone screen displayed Seol Beck's confession of missing her insanely, right at the moment the two young masters were striding powerfully amidst a luxurious setting. In the blurry space, Isol frantically realized a massive incident was silently unfolding and waiting to engulf her originally peaceful life. Violent crashing sounds accompanied by painful coughing echoed in the dark alley, reminding of the harsh reality of those who inherently belong nowhere. The heavy, rushing footsteps made the thugs terrified and begged them to get lost, while Shainu profoundly admitted the violent nature running in his veins had not changed at all. The fierce scuffle sent those in the way flying mercilessly into oil drums, creating a desolate scene in the middle of the night. Wearing a mask to hide his fury, Shainu carried a baseball bat standing tall before the trembling enemy and nonchalantly marveled at his own terrifying calmness right at this moment. Shainu coldly held up his phone in front of the trembling guy, nonchalantly asserting he had already seen the photo Japyo sent earlier. The thug dripped with nervous sweat upon hearing the call recording from 2 days ago, where he had thrown mocking words and praised Isol's beauty. He panicked, questioning the origin of the mysterious recording, right as the audio played to the part where they discussed acting arbitrarily however they pleased. Shaina glared at the other through the heavily pressuring mask, while the conversation about aggressively laying hands on the little girl continued to play steadily. The enemy shockingly justified that he knew absolutely nothing about the relationship between them and was merely working for an incredible backer. He kept repeating that the person behind them would step up to cover up all their crimes, no matter how cruel those actions were. Shaina's veiny hands gripped the baseball bat tightly, silently thinking the worse things became, the more it aligned with the mastermind's sinister intentions. In the dim bar space, a stylish young man revealed that Hana Ryu had transferred to a rural school to seek new thrills. He nonchalantly exposed her bizarre hobby of frequently setting up a scapegoat puppet so she could freely torture the person she hated. But Hannah's calculations this time hit a massive margin of error when the puppet she targeted was connected to a highly dangerous gangster syndicate. Hana Ryu was so sinister that she proactively consulted her private lawyer beforehand to find a way to perfectly cover up all dirty tracks for her upcoming plans. The man in the bar cautiously took a sip of liquor and demanded that Seol-baek absolutely not breathe a word to Hannah about him leaking this information. Seol-baek immediately sought out his sister Sinbai with a tense face, signaling the beginning of a highly dramatic exchange. He decisively made an urgent request for Sinbai to execute a phone hack to search for crucial hidden evidence. In the blurry space, Sinbai profoundly recalled the incident where Hana Ryu once used her family's power to wipe clean all school violence accusations aimed at Isol in the past. Hana's image appeared full of mystery along with skepticism about the true motive driving someone like her to determinately return to the exact same school as Isol. Seol-baek silently deduced with sharp eyes that if Isol Yeon was truly just an entertaining toy in Hana's eyes, then the identity of the puppet she was pulling the strings on to carry out despicable acts right now was definitely none other than Japyo. He swore he would completely scour every nook and cranny from call history to text messages to expose this entire harmful scheme to the light. The phone lay silently on the table next to rushed footsteps, marking the beginning of a fierce counterattack from Seol-baek. Shainu Song stomped on the thug kneeling prostrate at his feet. He coldly questioned if this was the method he intended to use to play with others. Hana Ryu smiled gently and clung to his arm, sending a cryptic thank you for the two boys' unexpected presence in faraway France. The blonde girl stood between Shainu and Seol-baek looking radiant, nonchalantly proposing that from now on the three of them should try to live together in harmony. Shainu profoundly marveled at the fact that the chaebol blood running in his veins truly said everything about his nature. Seol-baek looked into the void with empty eyes, silently mocking himself for still being able to display a fake smile even while enduring torment inside. Despite the disgust surging in their minds, the two young masters still strode away with Hannah as a testament to an inescapable reality. Amidst the bustling school environment, whispering gossips about Shaina Song and Seol-baek being in France with that beautiful girl began to spread everywhere. Isol walked quietly amidst the malicious rumors, her heart heavy realizing her two close friends had completely cut off contact with her right up until the exams ended. She shockingly looked at her phone screen that just displayed a text from Seol-baek, where he confessed that he was missing her to the point of going crazy. Isol sat alone gnawing on the silence during break time, bitterly realizing it was the only message he left after a long string of days, missing without a reason. Isol in chibi form jumped as the repeated calling of her nickname Rice Cake rang from her phone, as if trying to tear apart the silence of the room. It turned out that Shainu and Seol-baek were video calling at the same time from far away. They kept nagging worriedly upon seeing her continuing to eat dry bread instead of a nutritious lunch. Despite the two guys bickering and demanding to kick each other out of the frame to monopolize the conversation, Isol nonchalantly chewed her burger and listened to their nutritional reminders. She silently calculated the 9-hour time difference with France, secretly wondering if these two idiots had woken up at 5 in the morning just to make this call. The truth was they had been on standby waiting for 10 minutes beforehand, while Shainu vigorously did push-ups to relieve his impatience. Seol Beck sat with his arms crossed watching with a helpless look. The scene shifted to a magnificent and splendid mansion, where courteous affirmations allowing the other person to freely ask questions were uttered with full authority. A justification for their sudden disappearance was offered along with apologies that their busy workload had prevented them from keeping in regular touch with the little girl. Seol Beck pressed the phone to his ear with a profound expression. He slightly smirked and pressed Isol if she had watched the shocking news broadcasts about Shaina Song that had just aired. The silver-haired guy's eyes suddenly turned sharp and calculating as he silently assessed that the noisy upheavals out there were actually not as important as everyone mistakenly thought. Because in the cold calculations of the upper class, Shaina Song was essentially just being used as a proxy card for those in power to carry out their financial manipulation schemes. Seol Beck pouted reproachfully over the phone, pressing Isol on why she was suddenly acting shy and asserting that only their parents were the ones with money, not them. His face suddenly changed color at some shocking information from the other end of the line, exclaiming in sheer astonishment as if he couldn't believe what he had just heard. Seol Beck looked profoundly into the distance, clicking his tongue in realization that Jia Pyo was the one behind spreading those nasty rumors to upset Isol. In the midst of that, Shaina Song also appeared with a cold and charismatic demeanor, his eyes showing a stern look ready to face the upcoming troubles. Seol Beck scratched his head apologetically and expressed his sympathy, saying the little girl must have suffered a huge psychological shock because of those words. He stood next to Shainu Song and decisively made a commitment that they would both directly confront and properly resolve everything with Jia Pyo. Isol sat in the quiet library, secretly feeling relieved, knowing the reason they suddenly went to France was just for family business, and their busyness had kept them from communicating. Her restless hands fiddled with a piece of paper. Isol told herself that perhaps between her and Jia Pyo there essentially only existed an unnecessary misunderstanding. Watching Jia Pyo's back as she ran away in a panic, Isol realized that since that day she had stayed completely silent and always deliberately avoided her whenever they accidentally bumped into each other. Isol Yeon timidly asked about the two boys' meals, but then she suddenly paused upon realizing she was still the center of curious stares. Seol Beck expressed his deep longing over the phone and shockingly admitted he was craving to see Isol right at that moment. Isol froze at his direct confession, clearly feeling her heart beating rapidly in her chest. As her anxieties temporarily subsided, she suddenly realized an unusual emptiness while having to sit alone in the quiet library space. Isol silently recalled the days before, when living a faded and quiet life was inherently completely normal for her. She asked herself since when she had started getting used to the noisy and bustling sounds around her. Ever since those two young masters appeared, Shaina Song also couldn't hide his shyness as he softly chimed in that he himself was also feeling the same longing. Isol pressed her lips tightly together in a confused silence, as if her mind was falling into an inescapable emotional vortex. Her face flushed red as she gathered all her courage to urge the two boys to quickly finish their work to return to her side soon. The sudden ringing of the notification bell forced Shainu and Seol Beck to hurriedly say goodbye to prepare for their next schedule in France. Isol quietly hugged her book and walked down the school corridor, secretly looking forward to the day the important missing pieces of her life would truly return. Isol stood in silence watching the two guys sitting on the ground with haggard faces, secretly wondering since when she had gotten so used to this noisiness. Shainu and Seol Beck kept scratching their heads and pulling their ears in extreme exhaustion. It seemed the recent troubles had completely drained both of their strength. In the middle of the luxurious dressing room, an angry curse rang out, tearing through the quiet atmosphere of the extravagant mansion. Director Sinbai nonchalantly checked her phone while wrapped in a towel, smirking as she tossed a sarcastic remark about her two younger brothers' childishness. Looking at the messages reporting the brawl and a hasty goodbye, Sinbai could only sigh helplessly at Shainu's stubbornness. A lone suitcase lay in the middle of the airport lobby, accompanied by a solid promise to work twice as hard upon returning to South Korea. Isol smiled radiantly and waved as she saw the two boys appear, not forgetting to tease how they could get there as fast as the wind. In contrast to her excitement, Shainu and Seolbaek showed up with faces darkened from exhaustion, grumpily correcting that their flight was delayed by over 6 hours. Seolbaek suddenly changed his attitude with a radiant, cryptic smile that made Isol awkwardly offer comforting words, while little Hale also seemed extremely excited to go pick up the boys. In the middle of the busy airport lobby, Isol casually carried little Hale and walked toward the two young masters, not forgetting to drop a teasing remark about these puppies' excessive separation anxiety. The puppies were finally reunited with their owner. Shaina smiled faintly and profoundly confessed his longing for Isol Yeon after days of separation. Amidst the bustling dining atmosphere, Isol curiously pressed the two young masters about what they had been doing during their missing time in France. A mysterious hashtag popped up predicting Isol would soon know everything, even though the other party was currently answering vaguely that it was a secret. Seolbaek smiled brightly at Isol's expression, making her inevitably suspect if these were chaebol affairs that ordinary people were not allowed to know. Isol quietly observed Shaina Song and asked herself if this cold guy was truly willing to open up to share the truth with her. Right at that moment, sweet hashtags like First Love or Precious Treasure suddenly burst around Isol, making her heart skip a beat. Shaina shyly promised to clearly explain everything after all the current troubles were properly sorted out. A commotion broke out when Isol suddenly choked on her food and coughed continuously, causing the two boys to panic and yell for water to rescue their master. Mid-cough, Isol shockingly held her breath when she suddenly saw the affectionate hashtags and frantically wondered about their true meaning. Shainu rushed closer to support Isol's shoulder. He caringly brought the glass of water right to her lips and gently urged her to quickly drink a little to calm down. Isol blushingly took the glass of water from Shainu's hand and secretly thanked his care, while Seolbaek was still standing next to them intently observing her every move. The hashtag My Treasure suddenly lit up right as Isol took a sip of water, proving the fierce appreciation that the guy was secretly holding for her. She was so shocked that she spat out the water upon confirming she hadn't misread those feelings, causing Shainu and Seolbaek to panic and demand to take her to the hospital immediately. Isol hastily informed her brother, who was bustling in the kitchen, that she was going out for a bit, even though deep down she still had many doubts about meeting the two young masters this morning. Despite her brother screaming in frustration over his ruined playtime plans, Isol decisively brought little Hale along as a shield to help her feel less awkward when facing Shainu. Seolbaek smiled watching little Hale making funny faces while Isol silently confessed that bringing her little sister along was an incredibly smart defensive strategy. Amidst the lively atmosphere, Seolbaek pressed little Hale for the reason why her older sister was suddenly acting strangely, leaving Isol completely speechless trying to regain her composure. Seolbaek burst out laughing, confirming that he also loved Isol very much, and admitting to little Hale that the silver-haired guy also had a special interest in her. Facing these indirect confessions, Isol blankly asked herself about her true feelings and wondered whether she was currently feeling angry or still hating the other person. She was at a loss, not knowing what kind of expression to use to face Shaina Song, right when little Hale innocently pointed her finger asking if the black-haired guy also had feelings for her sister. Isol embarrassedly lowered her face at Seolbaek's confirmation. Her heart couldn't help but waver as the atmosphere between the two suddenly became silently ambiguous. Seolbaek casually picked up little Hale and loudly affirmed to the little girl that the black-haired brother truly liked her older sister. That direct confession felt like a heavy blow, making Isol's face flush red, her heart starting to race wildly at this highly unexpected reality. Shainu Song also couldn't hide his shyness as his neck flushed red, causing Isol to frantically admit she was completely stuck facing his dizzyingly rapid attitude change. She secretly mocked herself for being like an idiot with zero self-respect or bravery, forever letting these chaotic emotions lead her. Amidst the bustling space, Seolbaek appeared extremely leisurely sipping his drink, despite little Hale making funny faces and Isol still sinking in gloom. Suddenly, a loud crash tore through the atmosphere, making Seolbaek turn around and press what the other guy was ultimately trying to pull. Shainu Song profoundly questioned his best friend on whether he had truly cleared up the misunderstandings with Isol. He looked at the other with sharp eyes, coldly warning Seolbaek not to shamelessly cast blame just because he was the one who understood the situation earlier. Tension escalated as Seolbaek demanded Shainu to loosen his clenched fist, simultaneously not hesitating to curse right in the other's face as a terribly selfish jerk. Seol Beck sarcastically called Shinu ridiculous and pointed out that it seemed only he himself had resolved the misunderstandings while Isol Yeon hadn't changed at all. The silver-haired guy tossed his hair in annoyance, reproaching Shinu for having never explained or apologized, yet now casually flirting with the little girl just to satisfy his own peace of mind. Shinu's Song coldly fired back that he would not continue acting like a fool and promised to offer the most sincere apology after uncovering the whole truth. Seol Beck sneered in outrage. He questioned if Shinu planned to just let Isol suffer the pain like that and demanded the other guy at least offer a justification earlier. The atmosphere at the airport lobby became suffocating as the blaming words about their concern for Isol Yeon kept pouring out between the two men. Shinu Song stared profoundly into space. He coldly threw a question back about the reason why over that long period of time Seol Beck had also stayed completely silent. The image of a gentle Isol returned along with a bitter realization that everything inherently wasn't her fault but all stemmed from Shinu Song's stupidity. Seol Beck looked far away with sharp eyes. He asserted that those were exactly the important things Shinu should have bravely confessed to that girl a long time ago. Shinu slightly bowed his head, acknowledging the stalemate between someone who always chose silence and someone who didn't dare to speak up out of fear of being abandoned once again. The two boys stood facing each other in the vast space, their hearts filled with self-deprecation upon realizing both of them were essentially despicable and selfish jerks. Seol Beck profoundly asserted that Shinu had no right to criticize anyone when his selfish actions couldn't soothe Isol's pain at all. The silver-haired guy exposed the truth that Shinu chose silence because he feared if Isol knew the story and forgave him, Shinu himself would no longer have a place by her side. Shinu Song quietly bowed his head in gloom, secretly admitting the desire to stay by Isol Yeon's side to protect her had always been burning in his heart all along. Seol Beck sarcastically called him a hypocrite and asserted that both of them were essentially just terrible trash, exactly like one another. A sudden kick aimed straight at Shinu's leg, accompanied by an angry curse from Seol Beck upon seeing his best friend suddenly become annoyingly perceptive. Isol still innocently enjoyed her delicious burger, causing the two young masters to look on with pitying eyes for the fate of the little rice cake girl. A pair of hands profoundly stroked Isol's hair. Shinu asked himself how she could be stuck between flawed men like them. A yellow bus suddenly appeared, dissipating the tense atmosphere, right when Seol Beck excitedly suggested the group rent his sister's villa for a summer trip. Cheerful footsteps headed towards the bus, accompanied by laughter about little Hale being jealous seeing her sister getting too much attention from the older boys. The vehicle rolled away into the blazing sunset, leaving a vow in Shinu's mind that he definitely had to treat that girl really well to make up for all his mistakes. Amidst the pouring rain cascading down the city streets, an indignant curse rang out as if trying to tear apart the suffocating atmosphere when someone coldly asked if the other person was done talking. The young man collapsed on the soaked ground, looking up at the guy standing above with defiant eyes and demanding the reason why, or if he wanted him to confess anything else. Memories suddenly flashed back to their third-grade elementary school years, a time when Shinu secretly thought that before those harsh words were spoken their relationship was still relatively good. The young boy Seol Beck that year with bruises on his face also quietly admitted that precisely because they understood every corner of each other too well did things turn out so badly. Trembling hands gripped the hard object tightly, like a desperate attempt to suppress his fury, upon realizing that touching the hidden corners they shouldn't touch was the very seed leading to this fallout. Away from the freezing rain, in a luxurious and aristocratic room, Hannah softly asked the older sister Sinbai if Shinu and Seol had really left without prior notice. Sinbai Som quietly flipped open a page of her book, lightly dropping a sarcastic remark about her two little brothers' disappearance without a word of goodbye, making the atmosphere suddenly fall silent. Right when the assistant announced the car was ready, Hannah suddenly stepped closer and pressed if Sinbai still had any impression of her existence in the past. When Hannah was about to bring up their childhood encounter with Shinu, she was immediately cut off coldly by Sinbai referring to her courteously as a stranger lady. Hannah could only laugh to dispel the awkwardness and playfully demanded the older sister just call her name intimately, while Sinbai merely repeated that name quietly as a highly distant confirmation. Sinbai and Hannah sat on the sofa, Hannah boldly suggested that instead of Shinu, the older sister should like her because if she just wanted to play around a bit. She smugly added that doing so would definitely be far easier than going up against a stubborn guy like Shina Song. Sinbai maintained an eerily calm demeanor. She stood up and gently patted Hannah's head while ordering her to quickly get ready and head out. Without turning her head back even once, Sinbai coldly announced that the private chauffeur was already on standby waiting for the young lady. Hannah stayed behind with a highly resentful face. She bit her lip in silence out of astonishment at the powerful older sister's decisive attitude. The scene shifted to a majestic mansion amidst the blinding white rain, where subordinates respectfully bowed to welcome the director, who had just returned. Sinbai leisurely strode under an umbrella. She took a light drag of her cigarette and whined that having to babysit those brats was truly exhausting. The luxury car glided through the pouring rainy night, officially closing the highly calculating meeting at the private residence. Returning to the suffocating space of the office, a stern voice rang out to summarize the highly risky direction someone had just proposed. Looking at the lonely trophy on the desk, the other person grumpily questioned if it was worth rejecting the Rumont Group's lucrative offer just to invest in a mediocre award like this. Sinbai Song stood in the dark office, silently asking if Rumont's offer was an insult to her father regardless of how useless Shinu Song was. The powerful man leaned back in his chair with a thoughtful look, concluding that just for some loose change they planned to use the Song family's assets like toys and then toss them away. As she strode away, Sinbai worried about the prospect of this deal coming to light, causing the conglomerate's image severe damage in the eyes of the public and partners. Looking at the display item on the table, she secretly thought that instead of accepting the current offer, utilizing Shina Song, the central figure of the deal, would be a wiser move. With calculating eyes, the female director asserted that this would help her family's side gain the upper hand in the highly tense negotiation. Under the room's brilliant chandelier lights, a stern voice rang out demanding her to explain in strict detail the risky plan she had just proposed. Sinbai Song rested her head on her hands, looking completely exhausted. She took a light drag of a cigarette and groaned that her head was pounding from the surrounding pressures. Sitting deep in thought inside the luxury car in the middle of the rainy night, she told herself just because she altered the agreement slightly, the investment scale had blown up to a colossal level that made her absolutely unable to let go. Her eyes clearly showing gloom, Sinbai gritted her teeth, cursing upon realizing she had sunk far too deep into the troubles she always deemed as child's play. Right when her mind was a mess, a message from Seol Baek popped up, whiningly demanding his older sister to lend them her villa to take the burger-munching Isol Yeon out for a trip. Sinbai Song sat deep in thought in the car, lightly dragged on her cigarette, and angrily cursed when thinking about the troubles her empty-headed younger brother was causing her. Yet right after that she nonchalantly saved the picture of Isol eating a burger to her phone, while not forgetting to utter an exclamation about the little kid's cuteness. Amidst the deserted space of the amusement park, Seol Baek cheered upon receiving a reply, making Shina Song impatiently run over and press if the powerful older sister had agreed to lend the villa. Both boys simultaneously turned to stone when they read Sinbai's domineering text commanding them to shut their mouths and quickly send her a lot more photos of Isol. Fury erupted, making Shinu Song swing his leg to kick his best friend straight on, yelling to question why he used Isol Yeon as an excuse to attract his sister's attention. Unwilling to back down, Seol Baek immediately threw a counterattack and scolded Shinu as a massive idiot because if he hadn't mentioned Isol, they surely would never have been able to borrow the villa. Isol Yeon bashfully held little Hale standing in front of her house gate, her heart still full of doubts and constantly asking herself if this summer trip would actually become a reality. Shinu Song awkwardly scratched his head when asked by Isol about the words he promised at the airport, while she was also trying to gather all her courage to confess her feelings. Her small, restless hands fidgeted with her shirt hem. Isol softly confessed an emotional truth that aside from the mandatory school field trips, this was her very first time getting to travel with truly close friends, making her heart inevitably race wildly in choked-up emotion. Shinu and Seol Baek warmly welcomed the Isol sisters back, not forgetting to urge her to quickly go inside the house to rest and recover her strength. Shinu shot Seol Baek a highly vigilant look, grumpily demanding the other guy leave that matter to talk about later to avoid being overheard. A crisis hit, causing Seol Baek to hold his head and scream in despair, fearing that they were forced to go somewhere because Isol was getting way too excited. The guy sat blankly on the stone bench, profoundly reminding himself that this was the little girl's very first time traveling with friends. In Seol Baek's mind, the prospect of Isol's family fiercely interrogating the identities of her travel companions appeared incredibly ironic. He secretly worried that Isol would honestly admit she was traveling with two suspicious guys, causing her fierce older brother to fly into a rage. The image of the burly older brother with white glasses and a murderous face popped up like a highly dangerous warning. Seol Baek shuddered, imagining the scene of getting a sharp knife put to his neck by an ex-gang member, swearing that he would definitely lose his life. Amidst the cool green natural scenery, he came up with the idea to invite Isol back to his family's old villa to officially ask for permission. Because the standby presence of the butler and professional staff, there was the safest shield to help Isol's family feel secure in granting approval. Seol Baek aggressively asserted that even if he had to use Isol as a shield, he absolutely had to borrow his older sister's villa for this trip, leaving Shinu Song completely speechless and secretly cursing his best friend as a bastard after a lengthy, highly calculating speech right at the amusement park. Looking at Shinu's serious expression, Seol Baek couldn't help but smugly burst into a radiant laugh upon being unexpectedly acknowledged by the other guy for his sudden brilliance. Memories of their feud dragging on since third grade suddenly surfaced like an old scar, reminding them of a violent past that both had gone through together. Amidst the peaceful scenery, Shinu resolved to treat the little girl very well and accepted the demand to speak up and borrow a luxurious place like Paris to enjoy. Standing before the crashing blue sea, Isol bashfully confirmed that she herself had received her family's approval for this highly anticipated trip. But immediately the atmosphere became suffocating when there was a stern warning demanding the two boys to prepare themselves to get beaten to a pulp if they dared to mess around. Isol appeared radiantly in a long flowing dress, curiously pressing to see if Shinu and Seol Baek had truly gotten permission from the powerful older sister. Seol Baek shakily texted to ask if his sister needed anything else besides Isol's photos, only to receive a spine-chilling reply that she needed a human punching bag. In the midst of the awkwardness, Isol jumped in surprise when she saw an elegant man bowing and introducing himself as chauffeur Choi, who would be in charge of driving them throughout the journey. Isol couldn't help being stunned upon realizing the bus pass she prepared was now useless in the face of the taxi's appearance, while Seol Baek yelled in protest against the terrifying 24/7 surveillance of chauffeur Choi. Despite the little girl's bewilderment, Shinu quickly grabbed the handbag and profoundly asserted that he would shoulder all the heavy lifting so Isol could leisurely enjoy the trip. Isol's face burned hot along with wavering eyes at the special attention, officially opening the curtain for a sweltering summer vacation, yet also overflowing with sweet flutterings starting to unfold. Amidst the bustling water park, the group of schoolgirls couldn't help but marvel and gossip about the two gorgeous guys standing next to them, even urging each other to quickly go over and strike up a conversation. However, those two heartthrobs were actually Shinu and Seol Baek, engrossed in their usual brawl, as Seol Baek suddenly landed a thunderous punch that left his opponent dizzy. Not stopping there, the silver-haired guy followed up with a decisive kick that pushed Shinu straight into the pool, creating a loud splash and a shocking free fall. Shinu Song emerged from the water with a cold expression and a drenched body, unintentionally making the surrounding girls go even crazier and eagerly urge each other to approach him quickly. Leaving the noise of the pool behind, the magnificent villa appeared along with Seol Baek's suggestion that the group should go hang out while waiting for dinner to be prepared, while also urging Isol Yeon to quickly go change her clothes. Stepping inside, Isol Yeon was completely overwhelmed by the splendor and massive scale of the villa, her eyes constantly darting around to admire this vast space. Seeing the staff bustling about preparing dinner in the kitchen, Isol suddenly felt guilty and hesitantly asked if she should lend a helping hand instead of just standing and watching. Unexpectedly, the staff appeared with bright, friendly smiles, making Isol in her chibi form extremely astonished, clearly feeling the warm welcome dedicated to her. Being too shy, the rice cake girl immediately bolted away in panic, secretly blaming herself for being so pathetic for not having the courage to make small talk with them. Inside the kitchen, joyful laughter rang out as the staff mentioned that the little girl was the young master's classmate, wrapping up a highly amusing and awkward situation. Isol Yeon ran hastily, secretly feeling duped, as the magnificent villa in reality was a far cry from the simple wooden cabin in her imagination. Amidst the quiet space, Beck's smirk echoed through the phone as he pressed her on whether she had seen the shocking news about Shina Song. He pressed the phone to his ear with a profoundly serious look, coldly asserting that those news pieces were actually nothing special or worth worrying about. The silver-haired guy's eyes suddenly narrowed with calculation, seemingly weighing whether or not to expose the entire harsh truth to her. Isol stared blankly at the phone screen, bitterly realizing that Shinu was essentially just a pawn for those in power to execute their monetary schemes. The space was filled with the sound of cicadas, boring deep into the awkward silence, as Beck sadly questioned himself why she suddenly avoided him, leaving him hurt. Burying herself in warm blankets late at night, Isol listened to the explanation that the wealth actually belonged to their families, while they themselves were just empty-handed kids. Strolling on the old pier heading out to the sea, Isol secretly confessed her ultimate fear that Shinu would truly collapse no matter how hard she tried to act indifferent. She suddenly stopped with a terrified expression, her hands tightly clutching the bath towel as she realized someone was stealthily watching and approaching her from behind. Her eyes wavered intensely at the mocking remark that she was lying, along with the chilling truth that this group of people had been secretly observing them for a very long time. Shinu Song stood surrounded by strange girls begging for his phone number, his eyes clearly showing awkwardness mixed with a bit of annoyance. He ran a hand through his hair in aimless exhaustion, secretly wondering since when he had let himself fall into such an ironic situation without even realizing it. From afar, Isol Yeon quietly stood hiding behind a wooden pillar, silently feeling an invisible distance gradually separating her from his glamorous world. She hastily turned her face away in shock, secretly fearing that her infatuated peeking had been discovered by the other party. Suddenly, Isol froze with her eyes wide open in astonishment when Shinu unexpectedly called out her name very decisively amidst the crowd. He flashed a bright smile and proactively reached out his hand towards her, not forgetting to drop a subtly reproachful remark about her making him wait too long. Shinu's face clearly showed urgency along with a pleading look, hoping she would quickly step in to help rescue him from the current suffocating situation. Isol stood frozen at his sudden proactive move, a surge of inexplicable anger welling up as she continuously doubted the real relationship between him and that other girl. Despite his mind spinning in jealousy, Shinu Song still maintained a frighteningly calm demeanor as he secretly acknowledged a highly ironic truth. The distance between their hands gradually narrowed as Shinu gently grabbed Isol's hand, officially kicking off an improvised charade to assert ownership in front of everyone. Shinu Song unexpectedly gripped Isol Yeon's arm tightly in public, a possessive action to chase away the strange girls bothering him. Without letting Isol gather her senses, he decisively pulled her away from the noisy crowd, leaving her awkwardly following along in amazement mixed with a bit of panic. Watching their backs fade into the distance, the girls could only click their tongues and admit that this guy already had a girlfriend, while Isol secretly felt a sense of betrayal engulfing her mind. Amidst the quiet space of the late night, Shinu gently held Isol's hand and profoundly asked if she understood the reason why he used to insist on keeping his hair long in the past. Their hands gradually intertwined like a belated confession, as he revealed that all his thoughts back then were solely craving to spend time beside her. Isol stood in silence, watching Shinu's back in the hazy night, her heart overflowing with doubts about the true motive that made him decide to cut off that hair full of memories. Shinu Song suddenly squeezed her trembling hands tightly, heavily asserting that he did everything simply out of an intense desire to win her heart. Isol's eyes widened and her face flushed with embarrassment, completely overwhelmed by the direct confessions and relentless attacks from the boy in front of her. He gently placed a kiss on the back of Isol's hand, profoundly admitting his ultimate goal was just to make her feel jealous so she would realize his place in her heart. A terrifying incident suddenly struck when a strange hand from under the stairs grabbed Isol tightly, making her cry out in panic as she was brutally attacked. A gently extended hand made Isol suddenly realize she seemed to have started partially understanding who Shinu Song really was. He gently held her waist and profoundly reminded her to walk very slowly, fearing she would get hurt if she kept rushing. Isol froze at the closeness, secretly evaluating that Shinu Song was actually much more cunning than she had ever imagined. Looking at their tightly clasped hands, She believed that even his hair or his concealment of his glamorous background all this time was just part of his perfect plan. Amidst the ambiguous atmosphere, Shina softly stated that he had mentioned this before, leaving Isol only able to exclaim in complete bewilderment. He profoundly asked her to just let her hair cover her eyes like before, a highly possessive request that made her heart inevitably waver. The distance between the two suddenly narrowed to the point of breathlessness, Shinu's breath fanning against Isol's neck, signaling a relentless attack about to begin. His hands tenderly cupped the little girl's blushing face, making all resistance in Isol's mind seem to completely vanish. Shinu's Song flashed a mesmerizing smile, even though in her memory he had always just smiled like a fool who knew nothing of the world's schemes. The hashtag titled "First Love Wants to Imprison and Possess for Oneself" suddenly lit up, proving the intense desire burning deep within that boy's heart. Amidst the heated atmosphere at the amusement park, Shina suddenly closed in and lifted Isol Yeon's flushing face with an intensely pressuring gaze. His hands tightly gripped the wooden bench as if trying to suppress a bursting rage, while secretly mocking her for being a masterful liar. In the distance, Seol Beck, in a tight, masculine swimsuit, was brushing his hair back while urgently instructing his friends to go find where Isol Yeon was hiding. Unexpectedly, both Shinu and Isol simultaneously executed an impromptu dive, making water splash everywhere to the astonishment of the people around. Isol Yeon surfaced from the water coughing violently, prompting Seol Beck to quickly reach out to support her and anxiously ask why they were acting so recklessly. The silver-haired guy excitedly invited Isol to go ride the banana boat and proudly boasted that he had carefully booked the full entertainment service package in advance. Excited screams echoed across a corner of the lake as the boat sped off, washing away all worries in thrilling flips and turns. As night fell over the resort villa, Isol Yeon hurriedly picked up the phone to inform her mother that she had finished dinner and just washed up. Right at that moment, Seol Beck walked out with a bath towel over his shoulder and casually comforted her mother not to worry about her dad and older brother being upset because the staff here were very attentive. He gave a relieved smile and wished the two younger siblings, Hail and Jile, a good night, officially closing a long day full of unexpected events. Isol Yeon jumped and screamed loudly when she felt the sudden coldness from Seol Beck's hand touching her in her cute chibi form. Resting on the sofa late at night, she worriedly asked about Shina's whereabouts and received a highly ironic explanation that the guy had fainted from motion sickness after playing too hard all day. Isol couldn't help but be shocked by this truth, while Seol Beck just laughed out loud and reassured her not to worry too much because Shina himself was the one who claimed he loved those extreme rides. Amidst the quiet space overlooking the magnificent night view, Seol Beck thoughtfully remarked that Isol's close-knit relationship with her family was truly something magical and admirable. Their eyes briefly met in an awkward atmosphere, as if unspoken thoughts were gradually creeping into the hearts of the two young friends. Suddenly, Isol's superpower awakened. She stood speechless as she saw the hashtag, jealousy, glowing on her chest, exposing a hidden corner of emotions she had always concealed. Feeling the exhaustion after a long day, Seol Beck gently suggested they both stop talking to quickly go get some rest. The silver-haired guy quietly bowed his head while drying his hair, his face suddenly becoming profoundly serious, as if immersed in thoughts about his own identity. Seol Beck bitterly recalled how he was once forced by his family to give up all his hobbies and friends just because of a younger sibling's word, only to be sent to this place in utter helplessness. He bit his lip in deep bitterness, mocking himself that in the end, he was once again abandoned in ultimate loneliness. Seol Beck looked profoundly at the pile of dishes, secretly thinking that being considered invisible or a tool to be used and discarded was a truly terrible thing. Isol Yeon worriedly observed his expression, while Seol Beck painfully realized he still couldn't get used to this sincerity. In a distant memory, Shinu once admitted that pouring his heart out helped him gain a bit more confidence to face his own feelings. Returning to the present, Seol Beck and Isol sat together on the sofa. He yearned to understand the other deeply by exposing all his hidden corners first. He softly called himself Beck Seol as an affirmation of his sincerity in wanting to bond with her in the silent night. Isol Yeon suddenly knelt down in front of him with a forced smile, shattering the suffocating atmosphere with an invitation to go eat ice cream to soothe their souls.